Oh, hello. Welcome to North America Show. Host Rob Noor. It's been a long, long day for the Robster here. I hope you're all doing well. I'm doing okay. I'm doing better now. It's been a long one. Um, just got back from T-ball practice with my son, and he did good when he was focused, but he just gets bored. Um, you know, the thing about organized activities like sports and stuff like that, particularly when you're that age, is there's a lot of downtime. Okay, everybody wait in line, and then it's your turn to run the base, and then your turn. He's like, "Yeah, I'll run the base," and then I'm done. I'm gonna go play in the woods or something. So it was it was an interesting time to say the least. But I think he had fun, and he's having fun meeting kids. And as a single child, I think it's very important to get Hank out there meeting other youngsters. So there we go. I've been grifting well. I hope it's. Thank you all for helping me with my grift. Pentuple, thanks, man, for the congrats. I appreciate it. Flim Talk, maybe that's an argument I'll make. So I'll be debating someone named Mel Cosmic Fox. The prompt is gender different than sex? So I'll be honest, I don't really care for these debates in one context. Like, I haven't done a lot of work admittedly on like the history of terms. I know how they're used. To appropriately have this debate, I think that what you should do is look really into the history of John Money and the people that coined this term in like the 1950s and the idea of queer theory, sort of the activist Marxist side of it, and what the agenda was in trying to separate historically, which had been sort of a grammatical expression of the term sex, in order to make it antithetical to that, which said that like it's more about societal rules that you could reject, etc. And it was all a subversion of sort of this attempt to have a radical change in attacking sort of what they see as oppressor class in the name of defending victimhood, which leads to all sorts of negative outcomes that we could see today of how ridiculous the trans movement and all this other stuff became. Boring. These debates happen a dime a dozen. You would think that if you were trans and you have this debate all the time, you would think that you'd be really good at it. So I'm hoping. Hey, give me 1 second. I'm going to open a window and the door here so I get a little air moving through here. Sorry about that. I should have did it before the show. Here, how much money are we trying to raise tonight? Just in case anyone wondered. The amount of money we need to raise tonight so that I can continue to afford new pairs of socks, never rewear the same pair, and support my family is... Tree 87. Oh, get that window going. Open this door. All right. Sorry about that. Apologies. I'm a pretty non-confrontational person in real life. I mean, I certainly could be confrontational, but normally, like in my work and stuff, I'm not going out of my way, even if I think I'm right, to show people up or to argue with them in like a serious way. I'm really not. And as people know, I'm transitioning. So I'll appreciate your help for my transition. But I am still technically for 2 weeks employed by the other place, and maybe longer than that, but not in the way you think. Longer than that in the sense that I have like 6 weeks vacation. So I still will technically be an employee. Maybe I'll work 1 week and then have 5 weeks off and then go back a week. I don't know exactly how that's going to work out. But man, am I burned out with that job. It just gets crazier and crazier. Kurt's Corner. I just am reading that, man. Congratulations. That is absolutely amazing. Uh, I'm so happy for you, man. I hope everyone's healthy. That's amazing. Congratulations. Monumentous. I'm so happy for that. Everyone should get married and have to a woman they love and have kids. Or if I have any ladies, we already figured out last night. The reason no ladies watch my channel is because Casimir never comes on. So we'll bring the infamous Kaz back on, and then we'll get the ladies. They love the accent. Anyways, I can't get into details particularly of what's going on at work because it has to do with someone's health. You know, I've been asking for prayers. We had a really good news the other day. I was thankful for it. Now we have bad news again. And I'm getting fed up with some of the people that I work with. And I nearly exploded today. I started to yell and had to catch myself because I was getting very upset. And it's just been nonstop, man. Like, it's always been like this with my job. If I take a week off, somehow I end up working more. So it's like, oh, you're taking off Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday? Great. And then normally I have off like Thursdays, Fridays. They'll call me like Thursday morning. You got to come in. You got to come in. So vacation's worthless. I never get a week off because if I take 3 days off, the 3 days that I'm technically on the clock, they just bring me in the rest of the week. That's how it's been for years. And now, as I'm trying to leave the company, I'm working more hours. So I'm trying to do my commitments to do research and stuff like that for the debates and help it out with the Crucible. And I have this debate tonight, which I had almost no time to prepare for because I've been so busy. And then I'm literally on the phone all day today, talking to doctors, nurses, psychiatrists, pharmacies. And it's insufferable. It really is. So, and then you get done with that. I got a little time to talk BS to the Crucible crew and watch Andrew Wilson's and Rachel, for that matter's performance on Piers Morgan today, which he did phenomenally. And then I went to T-ball. I came back and up I come. So that's it. That's how my day's been. And I got to be honest. Maybe because I'm exhausted. I feel so tired. I got like a tension headache. I took some Tylenol, but my neck's killing me. It's stiff. My back's been killing me. Oh, that was the other thing. I had a back doctor appointment today that's an hour away. So this debate, even if I suck, I don't think I suck. I think I'll crush it. But even if I suck, it's a welcome distraction because tomorrow we're going to do it all over again. I'll be dealing with this work stuff all over again. So this will be a nice distraction. Also tomorrow I have a birthday party for Hank's little cousin that we're going to go to. So it should be fun. Anyways, enough about that. We got 40 minutes till this debate starts. I just came up and figured, what the heck? I might as well start streaming. Is it just a debate of definitions? I don't know. We'll see. I don't like the prompt particularly. Is gender different than sex? I'm going to make it more about than just definitions. That's my goal. But I think I'll win on the definitional aspect as well. Yeah, that's the debate prompt. I'm not a huge fan of it. But I didn't pick it. And I did shoot my big mouth off and say, I'll debate whatever you want. So here we have it. So, a professional trans debater versus me. We'll see how it goes. First off, just want to say thanks to everyone for all the advice, the help, everything that people have been doing for me, the donations. It's been incredible. Now, as you know, we're trying to average per night $357, which will replace my income in a substantial way and allow my family to not think that their husband and father is a worthless bum. Yeah! Not being a worthless bum. I could do it. So get those super chats in. Obviously, we'll read the super chats that are coming in now. There's only 2 of them. What the hell's wrong with you people? We'll get to the super chats that are coming in now. But once the debate starts, I hope people will forgive me for I don't really pay much attention to the chat. I think that it's good form to try to give your attention to the person you're debating. And then on the off shot, I have to look something up. Obviously, I don't have a lot of time to watch the chat, so it's not trying to be rude to the chat. I still appreciate you chatting in the chat, sending super chats. I will get to all super chats by the end of the night. Time frame for this is supposed to be starting at 8:30 Eastern, so that gives us about 40 minutes. And then afterwards, I think the plan is they're going to open it up to an open panel. So any of you, if you want to jump on, would certainly be welcome to jump on. Maybe you want to jump on and tell me how stupid I am. That's fine too. But I don't know how late I'll stay, probably until at least a little after midnight. Yeah. Look at that. The super chat's coming in already. Now that I'm grifting, sometimes when you have a difficult day, you just don't have that energy you used to when you're young. That's why I prefer Celsius. With unique flavors such as Fuji apple pear, it has that intense, bubbly feeling that'll get you through any wild night that you have debating a transsexual. Celsius, for the man who just needs to argue that men are men. Oh, yes. How could you not, if you're an advertiser, not pay me? My goodness. It turns out I'm better at grifting than I thought. There's a natural inclination of me not to ask people for money, but I guess when it's your job, it makes sense to ask people for money. And it turns out I'm really good at it. So we're gonna keep that ball rolling of the grift. Now, I think let me let you in on a little secret. Seeing as how there's multiple fans or people that I'm friends with that are streaming tonight, like Andrew Wilson, probably we're splitting our audience somewhat. So I don't anticipate that I'll have a big audience tonight. Now that sounds shitty, right? And don't get me wrong, a bigger audience is a better audience. But what it really shows is those of you that are in here are the OGs. Even my man, HN, who's yelling at me to pay my taxes. Yes, of course. Actually, interesting. We're talking to a CPA here soon once I'm officially done with my job, because I think it makes sense to do things quarterly as opposed to just wait until the end of the year. So that's plan. But even HN's an OG, right? Everybody's over watching the Crucible videos. We got 41 people in here on our YouTube. I mean, come on. We're the crew. We'll pretend as those other people filter in. We'll be like, yeah, you guys are cool too. But we know. Those of us here know the truth, right? We're cool. And what's more important in life than being cool? I mean, not cutting off your genitals, because of some crazed ideology. That's important as well. But some of my debate strategy this evening, I think that I want to focus on the reason that people wanted to make gender a term that is different. I think it's because they want to pretend that the sexes are interchangeable. And so I want to spend a lot of focus there and sort of the definition on the specific genders, such as what is a woman, what is a man, the problems I have with everyone who tries to have these definitions, because it's all subjective, it's all self-referential, which makes language meaningless. So I plan to spend a lot of time there. Stylistically, though, I think I'm going to try to be polite tonight. I think that's what I'm going to go with. I juggled some thoughts in my head. I know that a lot of people might not want to hear this, right? And I despise this gender ideology shit. I do. But I sort of feel bad for the people that have been sucked up into it. My job is dealing with people, or at least the job I'm leaving, is dealing with people that have serious developmental or psychiatric issues going on. And I deeply love some of the people that I've taken care of. And I have people in my family that have had serious psychiatric issues going on. And I certainly love them. So I don't dislike someone because of an illness they have. And if you are a biological man or woman and think you're the opposite, you have some psychological issues that are pretty significant. And I think the pandering to that and the incentivizing of that's pretty insidious shit. And it's caught up a lot of people. And I actually feel bad for them. The nature of a debate like this, because my opponent, I do believe, is trans, can get personal very quick. And from the bottom of my heart, I mean this. I don't know if Mel's watching this now. I'm not, at least on the outset, trying to make this personal, and like I might make a joke here and there, but it's not personal in that sense. Now, if it goes in the direction of hurling personal insults and getting heated, then I'll adjust accordingly. But that's my intent. I'm not really coming in here to be like, yeah, what's wrong with you, you psycho? That's not really my intent. Yeah, I saw Andrew put up that video of me debating Jasmine, the OnlyFans chick. It's not really my style. That was a debate that frustrated me immensely. If you look at the segment that Andrew played, what had went on was like, she went off for like 7 minutes, and then the moderator stepped in and asked her a question, and then she got to respond for like 2 or 3 minutes. And then I tried to respond, and she interrupts like 10 seconds in. Finally, I was just like, all right, if that's how it's going to be, I'll vent a little. So that's just where I'm at stylistically. Now, I know a lot of times people that watch debates like this, they want you to spike the ball, but I plan on thoroughly dominating this debate. At least I hope I do. I actually hope that Mel's very good at it. I like debating people that are better. So, but, you know, I think that a lot of times, perceptually, particularly to an outside, look, let's be honest, my audience is going to already have strong opinions on a topic like this. I want this shit to go viral so that people that are like, oh, I don't really think about it much, say, well, I don't know who that fat bearded guy is, but man, he was killing it and doing so while being pretty affable. He seemed like a likable dude too. So, but again, if it gets heated, then it gets heated. I'm just saying that's my strategy going into the debate. That's what we're going to be doing. Yeah, Alex, I don't know. He was jumping all in on that debate. I don't know what was going on, but sometimes I think people think they could big time me, because I don't have a huge audience. I'm getting bigger, but so when I do stuff like that, moderators, I think they think the person I'm debating is bigger than me, so they'll be like, oh, blah, 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 like stepping on their behalf, and I'm like, listen, man, I'm just gonna be honest with you. I think I'm probably one of the overall best debaters on the sort of debate bro sphere. I'm not saying there aren't specific topics that I need to get much better on, but in general, I think I'm pretty damn good. And I'm not gonna leave someone big time me like that. No thanks. Not interested. So that's how I look at it. Oh man. My headache's getting better already because Celsius, Fuji apple pear. For when you need to consider whether or not you really want to cut your genitals off. Celsius, a real man's drink. So, what we need to do is get some super chats in before 8:30 so that I could be nice and cool and collected during this debate and don't have to worry why my audience isn't putting socks on my table here by the end of the night. Incidentally, thinking about merch, I don't know that any streamer has merch with their logo and stuff on it that socks. So maybe that'll be the first bit of merch I have. You can get your Normal America socks. We'll see. It's a merch idea. But yeah, we're gonna grift a little here. I'm getting some text messages probably from work. Whoopee! Oh boy, here we go. Thank you, Buddha. So that's the plan. Have I set up a Cash App account yet? No. And also my editor, Black Elk, needs to talk to me about a crypto wallet thing that he basically has set up for me, but I'm an idiot. So I will get to that. I promise. As soon as this former job of mine is totally complete, I'm going to make all sorts of those background improvements to the channel. I really am. Like my Discord channel, my channel, get things like Cash App, stuff like that set up, ready to go. It's just been, meme coin. Yeah, Go Rams gets it. By the way, Go Rams is my brother in real life. But it's been brutal these past couple days. I tried to talk Go Rams into replacing me at my job. But the problem is the bastard listens to me and he's like, didn't sound like your job's that easy. It's like, thank you. Yeah, it's an honor to be working with the Crucible. I've had fun researching for some of the debates that Andrew's been doing recently. The problem is with the whatever debates, it's not really my cup of tea, but that's okay. I could still strategize and research. That's no problem. The problem is that the prompts are just like feminism. Well, that's pretty broad for a 2 to 3 hour discussion. Like, this guy that Andrew's debating tonight, Oliver something, he debated JimBob a few weeks ago, and it was a 4.5 hour debate. And it's like, okay. Like, and the topic's like feminism. So it's, it's a pretty broad topic to just be like, well, if it was like the patriarchy is real, if that's the topic, that gives you a little more to hone in on to develop a strategy. But All right, let's read the super chats we have already. If you already have a super chat in, no matter what kind of nerd you were in high school, you're the coolest guy in your community now. So only for the people that have super chats in before I start reading them here. So we'll give people a couple more minutes. If not, I'm not saying you're guaranteed to be a nerd, but there's a better than not chance. So, but at least you're, a nerd that has a little bit of taste. You're watching me on a Friday night. You could be out at the bar, you could be watching anime, but no, you've tuned into me. You could be watching Andrew over on whatever. So, we'll get to that in a second. First, he wants increased taxes. You got her, buddy. Just reading some of the other chats here for a minute before we get to the super chats. Time's running out. You're going to miss your opportunity. You're forever going to be a nerd. It's going to happen. Nerds wear glasses. There's Travis. Should I do the debate like this? They're all disheveled, these glasses. How's that? Okay, guys, thanks so much for being here tonight. I think it's going to be a super debate. I was watching One Piece before I came on. I was watching One Piece, and I was beaten. I was beating noobs at what's the name of that? Fortnite. I was beating noobs at Fortnite and watching One Piece before I came on. And now I'm like totally ready to do this debate thing. I'm totally ready. I don't even make I'm sort of nerdy, but I don't make a good nerd. I don't know. It's a weird thing. All right, we're gonna start reading super chats. You've doomed yourself to nerdhood, those that haven't put in. Super chats. Pentuple, thanks so much for $5. Always great to hear from you. Pentuple says a new era begins. Thank you. I'm hoping. Hopefully we'll talk soon, Pentuple. Steve Granger for $5. Always a pleasure, Steve. Thank you. Naughty Germ, always a pleasure as well for $5. Says to all, even you. Yes, you in chat reading this. Even you. Thank you. Flim Talk says this should be like 3% of the goal. This little, see, I pretend I'm not a nerd, but I know that's cable, so I know a little nerdisms. And Travis Rice for $10 says, well, it was about time that I realized Rob was about 8 stories tall and the crustacean from the Plesiozoic era. Get that Tree 57. That's right, Tree 57. Man, South Park is amazing. I forget there's a lot of stuff I say. Do you ever do that? Do you ever say certain things and you realize it was from a show? Like I end up quoting Aqua Teen Hunger Force a lot because when I was like 20, I used to watch that show in Adult Swim like every night before I went to bed. Like I remember the episode where they're all Frylock's knocking on Carl's door and he's like hiding behind the couch with the lights off, pretending he's not there, and he's just like, go away, you freaks, go away. I say that all the time. I'm like, go away, you freaks. And I'll forget where it's from. I'm just like, oh yeah, that's from Carl. The guy that did Space Ghost just passed away here recently. It was sort of a bummer. Now, let me ask those of you. I see Aircraft Sparky with something, my friend. Some other folks in here, Pentuple, I know is debated. What's your all's preference? Even those that haven't debated, what's your all's preference? Do you prefer a written out opening statement? For me, my style has always been sort of a bullet points approach because I find that it sounds more conversational, which is what I'm going for. I don't want to sound like I'm just straight up reading something. To me, that's like if I write 5 pages out or something. But it's interesting. I watch people do, and I've seen both styles effective. The people that are just off the cuff, and then the people that have everything pre-written down. I'm a little more, scripted. If you trip over a word, it sounds bad. Yeah. Also, watch for this. A lot of people are very good at prepping for debate and then not super good during the debate. So, watch, sometimes you'll see people like this JimBob debate with this Oliver guy. Oliver's opening statement sounded crisp. He was reading it. Sounded crisp, had a lot of data, preempted a lot of the arguments JimBob was going to make. And JimBob's was less structured, right? But once they then jump into the like open portion of the debate, it's clear that like Oliver isn't even remembering some of the things he said in his opening statement because it was just pre-written, and like I don't know if the concepts were really ingrained in him. So, and maybe he was one of your high friends. I don't know. Maybe I was really high if I don't remember meeting you. Let's see what time Sarah wanted me on here, so I don't. Oh, let's see. Did I screw this? Oh man! Holy piss! So I got bad news, folks. Apparently, this doesn't start until 9:15. How do I do this all the time? I was utterly convinced it was at 8:30. Oh, piss. Why did I think it was 8:30? Because the debate she did the other night with Andrew was at 8:30. All right. Okay. Well, we did it. As always, we always boomer something up. So I did not see that firsty. Erudite claimed to have read 5 Kant books, but was unable to name any of them. That reminds me of the time that like LeBron James was like in the locker room and he had like Malcolm X book. And he's like on page 1 and he's sitting there acting like it's like, hey man, you should have broke that book in a little before you let the camera see. There's John Cena. And we can see him. Wow. You want me to do a First Amender style poem as my introduction? I'll tell you what. If we raise $357 before this debate starts, I promise to make my opening statement a First Amender style poem. Though I will say it'll be slightly different because it's not that they cut their ears off. I think it's that they cut something else off. Though we'll throw in cutting ears off too. But for 357, if we get to 357 before the debate, I'll at least have part of my opening statement be a poem. That's how great I am. I will self-sabotage my opening statement. Yeah, I heard people saying that as well, obnoxious. Erudite thinks you can grow a vagina on your forehead. I didn't know what that was about. I didn't see that debate, but what's up, Nish? Oh, so Nish, I was talking to you before I came on stream here. I was convinced that Sarah's panel started at 8:30, and so I was like, be there 15 minutes ahead of time. So I was about to join. Then I checked, and it's like, oh, I start at 9:15. So now I have an hour to kill. Jay and JimBob are both good guys. I've never interacted with Jay Dyer at all, if I'm honest. We don't really run in the same circle as far as the stylistically or the topics that we talk about. I don't talk a lot about apologetics or sort of anything of that nature. But JimBob's cool, and I've seen a lot of Jay's debates. I think JimBob's one of the most underrated dudes streaming, in my opinion. I don't know if I have like a weird sense of humor or what, but I think JimBob's hilarious. And like him and Andrew, Sparky, like Grid's another dude, like they seem like guys that I would be hanging around with like in my backyard. That's how those dudes seem to me. There are other people that I respect in sort of the debate sphere, but they don't particularly seem like the type of people that necessarily I would be associating with as a friend or anything like that. But JimBob's right up at the top of that list, man. Where is Jess Gerald when I need him? Yeah. What do you want to do? So now I'll tell you the first thing that's going to happen, because I never edit the live streams. I just leave them up. So some prick's going to be like, "Oh, Rod, I'm tired of this shit. I clicked on this video the algorithm recommended and the debate didn't start for an hour and a half." Yeah. Okay. Guilty. I let you down. I let you down bad. I'm so sorry. Remember, I'm trying to start streaming at 10 p.m. Eastern regularly now, so I'm actually on here 2.5 hours early. I should have took a damn nap. That's what I should have did. Instead, I'm drinking Celsius. Celsius. When you need that energy, bubbly taste, and unique flavors to stop you from contemplating cutting off your genitals, try a Celsius. You won't care about your pronouns when people recognize you as a Celsius drinker. Celsius. For that energy you just need. Fantastic. Yeah, I'm hoping to do some shows with JimBob. I think it'd be fun. Hopefully, too, get old Moneybags Andrew to break out the bank. I'm hoping he does some in-person stuff. Throws a barbecue or something for members, fans of the Crucible. Now that I won't be working insane hours, I'll actually be able to travel. So they don't pay for free advertising. Damn it. Did I get to all the super chats? Oh, we got more coming in. Vita, he nails it. $2 says, "Where's Jess Gerald when you need him?" Yeah, honestly, the people that donate huge amounts of money, I'm incredibly thankful. I'm thankful to everyone. I really am. But you know what was cool about like the last couple nights? I was getting like 70 donations, which means it's not that I met my goal because someone gave $500. It was that a bunch of people gave. Don't get me wrong. There were still people giving a lot, but that's a lot of individual donations. So I'm very thankful for that. Patriot. That's cool, Patriot. Ditching it when Sarah goes along. Totally cool. Yeah, I know networking is. I just never had time to network when I was working full time. So I'm a very good network because I'm a likable person. So that makes me good to network with. So what do you guys want to talk about? Should I be strategizing? Should I we got like an hour before it starts. Not Charm's killing it. We need to convince Andrew over at the Crucible to start like his own energy drink company. Then it could sponsor my show. Sounds good. Well, let's go. Let's see if I can find some news stories to talk about, huh? I've been busy today, so I didn't get to see much of it. One of the things is we talked last night about James Comey saying 8647. And of course, you see the left making excuses. They're desperately searching the internet. Where can I find some sort of perceived hypocrisy? And then, so they stumbled on Jack Posobiec said 8646, which was Joe Biden. Aha! You mean that a sort of abrasive streamer / commentator said something and you're equivocating that with the former head of the FBI that literally allowed his department to illegally spy on Trump, protected his opponent and Hillary Clinton, making that statement after 2 assassination attempts of Trump? And let me be clear, I don't think that James Comey should go to jail or anything like that. I don't. I think that he should have free speech. I think it's ludicrous that he's pretending to not know what 86 meant. And if he's found to be lying, well, hey, that's a crime if you're lying to investigators. But as far as free speech goes, I say let him have it. But it's not my standard that he should be held to. Remember, the Democratic Party said that Trump engaged in an insurrection in part because he said things like, "Fight like hell." Okay. Also, I don't know if you saw it, but James Comey's book that he was posting out about yesterday, it's clear that Comey said this shit and crafted those seashells himself, in part as a marketing tool for his book. Because the plot of his book, which is a fiction, is that a right-wing figure is investigated by the noble hero of his book series that I guess is supposed to be like James Comey in the fiction version, because he said to take out his opponents or something like that, and that it was clear that that was message to, inspire violence against his opponents. And so it's, and the fact that James Comey puts this 86 thing, sees all the backlash, it's like, oh, this is an incitement to violence. And then after that, post his book review, it's clear that's what's going on. That he's like, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Oh, I didn't know what 86 meant. I just stumbled across some seashells. I did not see the Tim Pool versus Adam Conover debate. I'll have to check that out. Yeah, Imaginarium, you're right. He says this weird phenomenon of deep staters writing fiction books, curiously similar to the political ambitions. Yeah, that's absolutely the case. Very weird. Now, reminder, we're trying to get $357 today. That's the goal every day, so that I could successfully replace my income and have enough money to buy socks so I never have to wear the same pair of socks twice and support my family. Now, you may be saying, why do I want to donate to this guy? Did you know I crafted that little video all by myself with no help? I added the sound effect. I put in a prompt in AI to make that little picture. Then I went into OBS and put the picture up while I recorded the sound effect. Now, I know on your end out there in internet world, that looks like an impossible magic trick. I appear as if Gandalf the White, conjuring images and sound effects. But really, it happened through the miracles of science. And the fact that I'm sort of an incredible genius when it comes to technology. I can't even begin to describe the difficult process it was to create that video, but I assure you, it was a very, very, very incredible feat of technological brilliance on my part. So if you'd like to support this content to see other technological brilliance, please send some money. Also, this is the first time that maybe I'm a little happy if I don't get a lot of super chats, because I'm not so sure that I want my opening statement to be a shitty poem. But here's an idea I thought. Let's do this. Here's something I've done in debates before. I'm going to come up with a word of the day. I'll try to use said word multiple times in the debate. It'll be a word that I don't use all that often. I haven't came up with what it'll be yet, but I don't use it all that often. I will write it down in my notebook. I happen to have just the notebook for tonight's debate. Ask me about my pronouns. So I will write that word in my notebook. I'll try to use it several times. And then people will super chat in after the debate what they thought the word of the day was. And whoever gets it right is awesome. How about that? Let's see. Word of the day. Let's see. First we'll do debate. Mel. Ooh. You know what? Did you ever get a pen that you really like? These are like cheapo Bic ones, but I always find them to write smoother than the other Bics that I get. So good job. My wife picked out these pens. She's fantastic. Mel, what's today's date? 5/16. First off, word of the day. Now, I used this word one time yesterday, I remember. But we'll see. And just so I can't cheat, you see me, you can't really see. I'm circling. So there it is. It's there. I'll show you it. So I don't get accused of cheating to help whoever. By the way, bonus points if you put a super chat in and guess the word before I even say it. That would be impressive. I have not said the word of the day yet on this show. So, and it's not a word I use regularly. A couple more super chats. Travis Rice, thank you so much. $5 says to fill your gazebo with socks. Thank you so much. I may be the only gazebo-filled sock owner in the country by the end of this. American Nacho, my friend. How's it going? It's great to bullshit to you there yesterday. For $8 says, I think this will get you a pair of socks at Dollar General. Yeah, Lost Avarice was giving me shit because he's like, listen, man, if you're trying to raise money, you don't want to tell people you're buying socks from Walmart. You want to tell them that you're like going to Armani. So that, and I was like, yeah, but to me, like, you have to understand where I live, like Walmart, the little road that Walmart's on here in my town, it's like the Champs-Elysees. Like that's what it's like in rural Pennsylvania. It's like, ooh, Walmart. High living today, So, No feet pics. I don't think we'll ever see feet pics. I have fat little hairy hobbit feet. Do I use OBS to stream to YouTube? No, I used to, but now I'm using StreamYard. But what I do is I have the OBS open as a virtual camera. So that's what you're seeing here. Yeah, what's better than Walmart? That's right. You got it, Naughty Germ. What do you want me to buy? Products made in America? Not cheap products that are sent from China straight to Walmart? Come on. There's nothing more American than buying Chinese products at Walmart. We don't have many options. Oh, I better hide that. Like, you can almost see the word there. Someone's going to still frame that and zoom in. Oh, man. This is going to be a scandal. Someone probably is going to still frame that and zoom in and find the word of the day. Holy cow. This is going to be the biggest streaming scandal since Vosh accidentally showed Horseborn. Man, how embarrassed will I be? Yeah, Jimothy. Again, friend of the show, Lost Avarice, told me he's going to have a guy help me up with some sort of overlay on Stream Elements that'll help me keep the goal of the super chats. Though I have several questions. One, does it reset every day? Because I just want to keep track of $357 every day. Second question is, does it count memberships? Because I think it should count memberships. Because I did not factor in not counting memberships. And a lot of people generously donate memberships, right? Imaginarian. Yeah. I got to be careful too. I'm not quite sure. I haven't done one of these trans debates in quite some time. So I'm not quite sure what the terms of service is on YouTube. I would like not to, now I do this a full-time job, to get banned like week one. That would be nice. So I'm going to try my best not to run afoul of the censors here. That's right. If you don't super chat it doesn't count. That's right. Look at that. Magus head. See, a better grifter than me. Get him, Magus. Mel is mentally ill. Probably if they're trans. I don't automatically dislike everyone that's mentally ill. I have plenty of friends that are mentally ill. My work dealing with adults with autism and other psychiatric and mental problems, I deal with a lot of people. So, yeah, Nacho. Yeah, Nacho says you can make it do both. The sort of program to keep track of the super chats. Sometimes you have to manually update it. It could also help set you up if you need that. Thank you. Me and Nacho go way back. We were doing back when these panels, these lefties would run these panels and they'd be like, yeah, we're 4 on 4. We got 4 lefties and then 4 righties. And it'd be like me and Nacho and 2 random righties that you never heard of. And then when you'd listen to them talk, they'd be like, well, I don't really like Trump. I'm a centrist that votes Democrat, but I consider myself right wing. It's like, get over with them. Stop trying to hang out with the real men. Go over with the goddamn feminist on the left side. Leave us alone. We don't need your help. Sit there silently like the beta you are. I always thought it was funny. You could count in one hand the amount of people that were really conservative. Conservative is not even the right word. Just any sort of right winger. I have high hopes for Mel tonight. I think she's going to give me a game debate, or he, or whatever. I don't know. Yeah, I know the conservatives usually stick to themselves. That's true. What other stories do we have there? You want to listen to this? You want to hear Joe Biden's interview with Robert Hur. You remember Hur was the guy that did the report into, let's set the stage, shall we? Joe Biden's DOJ brazenly going after Trump for mishandling classified information, and a special counsel to go after him, charged him with the crime, only to find out that Joe Biden committed the same crime that they were accusing Donald Trump of. So they had a special counsel named Robert Hur that was going to look into it, and Hur, in part, decided he couldn't charge Joe Biden, even though crimes were obviously committed, in part because a jury would be sympathetic because he would be seen as a doddering old man. There were several times during his interview where he just seemed like he couldn't recollect things and had some cognitive issues. And then, of course, almost the entirety of the Democratic Party and the media went after Robert Hur and were like, how dare he say that? Now those same members of the media are writing books about how they were duped, which is a lie, by the Democrats. But remember, we were told that Joe Biden was just incompetent enough to never charge with a crime, but just competent enough to be president of the United States. That's the argument that Democrats tried to make after the Hur report. Oh, he's a sad, pathetic old man that doesn't know where he is. You can't charge him with a crime, but I'll give him the nuclear codes. He's good on that. Trust us, he'll be all right there. But you can't charge him for a crime. You don't know better. So now we actually have the audio. Isn't that nice? I think I've not listened to this yet, so I'm interested. Let's hear it. Here he is, Joe Biden and all of his. It's just a stutter, though.
So during this time, we were living in Chambers Road, and there were documents related to the Penn Biden Center or the Biden or the cancer for your shot or your book. Where did you keep papers that related to those things that you were actively working on?
Well, I don't know. This is what, 2017, 18, that area?
Yes, sir.
Remember, in this time frame, my son is either been deployed or is dying. And so it was, and by the way, there were still a lot of people at the time when I got out of the Senate that were encouraging me to run in this period, except the president. It's not a mean thing to say, but he just thought that she had a better shot of winning president than I did. And so I hadn't at this point, even though I'm
Sounds like debating these lefties. He's stumbling through a bunch of words, but he ain't really saying much.
Man, I hadn't walked away from the idea that I might run for office again. So if I ran again, I'd be running for president. And so what was happening though, what month did Bo die? May 30th, 2015. 2015 he died? 2015. I think it's 2015.
I'm not sure the month, but I think that was,
yeah.
So remember, he said earlier, they're talking about 2017. He's like, oh, that was around the time Bo was dead or dying. No, he died 2 years previous to that.
That's right, Mr. President.
And what's happened in the meantime is that
This guy had the nuclear
Trump
codes.
was elected in November of 2017? 2016. All right. So, why did I have 2017 here?
That's when you left office, January of 2017.
Okay. But that's when Trump gets sworn in.
Right,
January.
right, correct.
Okay, yeah. And in 2017, Bo had passed, and
2017, Bo had passed. Yeah, 2 years prior.
this is personal. The genesis of the book and and the title Promise Me Dad was I know you're all close with your sons and daughters, but Bo was like my right arm, and that was my left. These guys were a year and a day apart, and they could finish each other's sentences. And Bo,
Honestly, not making light of this, but I don't know much about Beau Biden's personal life, but it seems, based on what we're told, and this could be a false image that we're being provided of Beau, but he seemed to be kind of straight-laced. So just as an interesting aside here, if it's true that him and Hunter were so close, it seems odd. I mean, certainly it could happen. I know there could be siblings that one sort of gets into drugs heavily and all kinds of unscrupulous things and the other doesn't, but just interesting to hear that little part of it, that's all.
I used to go home on the train in the period that I was still in the Senate. Anyway, do you remember? There was not pressure. Bo knew how much I adored him. And maybe it sounds so. Everybody knew how close we were. There was not anybody in the world who wondered whether or not. Anyway. And so.
I'm wondering if this is a good time to take a break.
No, let me just keep going to get it done.
Can you imagine being Robert Hur? And there's the president of the United States that you're investigating for potential crimes, and you have to listen through that stuttering mess. It's just a stutter, though. We know that. I mean, that's sad. I mean, I know people joked about this, but for real, like, who do you blame for that? Jill Biden? Hunter? Who put this man up to running in 2020? What a joke. And there you are. You're special counsel investigating this guy. Isn't there part of you that's like, what? What is this? This guy's the president? He's like an old man that should be eating chocolate chip ice cream at the nursing home. Mike Benz, who's one of my all-time favorite people to follow, says, the scandal's so much worse than the Biden White House not releasing the tape. The so-called independent Merrick Garland crooked Justice Department was subpoenaed by Congress to release it. And Merrick Garland defied the subpoena after jailing Steve Bannon for defying one. Then the DOJ refused to jail Merrick Garland. And if you were following me back then, we talked a lot about that. Standard set. When they decided that they were going to throw Steve Bannon in jail, what's the other guy? I'm drawing a blank right now, but the other guy in the Trump administration that they threw in jail for violating a subpoena. Okay. Once you start down that road, better not be a Democrat defying a subpoena. But Merrick Garland defied the subpoena. Why? Because they didn't want to release this tape. And what was their reason? Well, national security and this, that, and the other. No, it's because if the American people saw how inept and cognitive decline Joe Biden was, he'd have zero chance of winning re-election. So Merrick Garland, the DOJ, covered for his boss. No, it wasn't Roger Stone. Then when it's subpoenaed, surprise, surprise, Merrick Garland, who's the head of the DOJ, declines to prosecute himself for violating a subpoena. I'll get the name of that guy. Roger Stone was jailed for violating a subpoena, but there was others. I'm thinking, I can't think of the guy's name right now. Well, I'm drawing a blank. I didn't think, maybe I'm thinking of Dan Scavino. I don't know. That's not who I was thinking of. But no, Bannon's definitely one of them. I thought there was another one, though. Peter Navarro. That's who I was thinking, right? Let me make sure I'm not bullshitting you. He was sentenced to 4 months in prison, Peter Navarro. So Bannon went to jail. Peter Navarro went to jail for violating subpoenas. And there's old Joe Biden. Now, we know that Jake Tapper at CNN, he's real pissed off about Democrats lying. Jake Tapper had no clue that Joe Biden was cognitively declined. He had no clue. And he doesn't like that Democrats duped him. Now, after Adam Schiff lied about the Russia collusion hoax, he still was welcomed on CNN by Jake Tapper. Let's hear what Adam Schiff had to say about Robert Hur.
What part of that construct is inaccurate? I mean, I assume you think he's sympathetic and well-meaning. He's 81, and his memory, you know, it doesn't seem great. It's not horrible, but I don't understand the outrage.
Well, it's as simple as this. As a prosecutor, the department policy is you don't go out of your way to essentially vilify, injure the reputation of someone when you're making a declination decision. What you put in your report is just what's necessary to support the conclusions of the report. So fair game to say he was asked about these documents and didn't recall how they got to the university. It is not appropriate to engage in a subjective, generalized, essentially political assessment that is fodder during a campaign year. And he knew exactly what he was doing when he chose that language. You know, he has conducted, I'm sure, as any lawyer with his experience, dozens and dozens of depositions. I deposed Karl Rove for the Judiciary Committee. He claimed a failure of recollection dozens and dozens of times. There was never a suggestion that he was doing it because of his advanced age. That was simply gratuitous.
Well, he wasn't 81, Karl Rove.
No, he wasn't. But would
but we're reading the transcript. I mean, he does have. I mean, look, I don't know that I would be any better if somebody's throwing names and dates at me, and I was 81 years old. But you know, he does have issues here and there. Was that 2017? Was it 2016? It's not, you know, disqualifying, but he does have some memory issues.
That is a perfectly fair issue for a political campaign. It's not a perfectly fair issue for a prosecutor to make in a declination decision.
Okay.
You know, more than fine for her to say, with respect to this category of documents or that, this is what the president said. But this was deliberate. It was as if her decided there's not enough evidence to prosecute him, so I'm going to politically slime him instead.
Now, there's two things that's funny about this. First, as Chief Wahoo accurately says, when Adam Schiff says, if they're not going to decline him, they shouldn't smear him. That's exactly what the Mueller report did to Trump. Hundreds upon hundreds of pages smeared Trump and other people connected to him who weren't charged with crimes. Adam Schiff certainly did that and cheered for it. Now, all of a sudden, when the shoe's on the other foot, whoa, that's inappropriate. The other thing that's funny about this is, it's not as if Hur just went out of his way to be like, oh yeah, and by the way, Joe Biden's an old man that doesn't know what he's talking about. Part of the declination in not prosecuting was because I don't think a jury would convict him because he's a confused old man. I don't know if we have any Seinfeld fans here, right? But do you remember Uncle Leo? Like, there's an episode of Seinfeld where Jerry finds out that like all the old people in his life, his uncle, his mom, and his dad, they all steal from this bookstore. And like he confronts Uncle Leo and he's like, "What are you doing? You can't steal." He's like, all of us old people do it. He's like, "And if you get caught, you just say, 'What? I'm confused. I'm an old man.'" That's the Joe Biden defense. I'm confused. I'm an old man. By the way, I'm not too confused to be president, though. Now hand me the nuclear codes. Hey, Chen, come on now. It's insane to me how you guys think throwing an 84-year-old man in prison's the correct thing to do. You voted for how old's Trump, 81? You voted for the party that spent 4 years trying to throw him in prison. They convicted him of 37 felonies on a nothing burger charge and were attempting to throw him in prison before the election. I don't care about Joe Biden mishandling classified documents. I didn't even care about Hillary Clinton to the extent that they should be charged with a crime. I didn't see it that way. Hillary's team, they should have been charged for the intentional destruction of subpoenaed evidence. That, to me, is a clear crime. But as far as the mishandling of classified documents, I was in the camp that, unfortunately, this is the norm in Washington. And I don't want to see the law unequally applied. And so I don't think that you should charge Hillary if all these Republicans are doing it. But the problem is they were like, we're not going to charge Hillary. We're not going to charge Biden, but we are going to charge Donald Trump. That's the problem. In every one of these issues, that's the problem. It's the unequal application of law. Like, for example, if we have a system where we say, if we think that you're colluding with a hostile foreign power, then we're going to have FISA warrants to spy on you and your campaign. I don't like that at all. But fair enough, if that's going to be the standard set forth, as long as it's applied equally. But instead, it was applied against Donald Trump, but Hillary Clinton's team that colluded with a suspected Russian spy named Igor Dashchenko, and unlike Trump's team, actually got disinformation. The FBI declined to investigate Hillary Clinton and her team. Instead, they took that disinformation, sourced by a suspected Russian spy, and used it to illegally spy on Trump's team. That's what they did. So when I point out that double standard, people like HN will be like, really? Do you think they should have charged Hillary? Do you think they should have spied on Hillary's team? That's what you're suggesting? No, I think they shouldn't have done that to Trump. But if they're going to, then the standard should be applied equally. If we have the premier law enforcement agency in this country that is going to be like, we're going to throw the book at the politicians we don't like. We don't give a shit if they're 81 and we're saying, we need to raid their house. Former president. We're going to take souvenir ball bats, napkins, everything. We're going to go through his wife's underwear drawer. We're going to lay out all the documents and make it seem like that's how they were when we found them, all haphazard, for a photo op to go against them. But, Joe Biden had classified documents? Well, please, it would be undignified to release anything that would be controversial to try to go after him. I mean, that would be ridiculous. Donald Trump had security. The documents were under lock and key. He had Secret Service there. Joe Biden's documents were in a garage with, I'm just calling a spade, a fucking crackhead and his son, who by his own admission worked for the, quote, spy chief of China. And Joe Biden had the classified documents in a box next to his convertible, where his crackhead son that worked for the spy chief of China had access to. And they were like, nah, we're not going to raid. Nah, we're good. So spare me but come on, Joe Biden, he's just an old man. He's an old man. He's confused. You can't prosecute him. Maybe Joe Biden should have said, you know what? Donald Trump's an old man. Maybe we shouldn't be trying to prosecute him for this shit. Did you criticize the Biden team for trying to prosecute Donald Trump and another old man? I bet you didn't, HN. In fact, I bet you were all for all the investigations into Donald Trump. I bet you were all for it. I bet never once were you like, this is ridiculous. What are the Democrats doing? All of this lawfare, trying to throw this old man in jail. I bet you didn't say that one time. Now, watch HN here try to weasel out of this. Biden shouldn't go to jail because he's an old man, but Trump should. So what he's going to try to argue here is, well, because Biden's 4 years older than Trump, that's the difference. You see, Biden was 81 at the time. But had he been 77, well, then it would have been okay to throw him in jail. Am I right, HN? Is that the argument here? It's worse than that, MG42. Arguably, a vice president can have classified documents, but certainly a senator can't. And many of the documents were from his time in the Senate, and there's no debate about that. There you go. No, the difference is Trump committed a lot of crimes and worse crimes. Okay, then why were they trying to prosecute him for the exact same crimes that Joe Biden did that you said is horrific that you would try to throw him in jail for? And by the way, why don't you articulate what those worst crimes were? You're going to have one, the E. John Carroll bullshit case where he was railroaded, that he's accused of sexually assaulting her, which is a joke. Other than that, what do you got? Do you think that the Alvin Bragg case in New York was more serious? HN, why don't you articulate the case that Trump was found guilty of 37 felonies that you're saying is so serious? Why don't you tell us what that was? He tried to hide the documents from the FBI. According to the Her report, the ghostwriter that Joe Biden was talking to, not only did Joe Biden show classified documents, he acknowledged that they were most likely classified and still never returned them. But that ghostwriter, guess what he did with the audio tapes? He deleted them once he knew that there was an investigation. Did he go to jail? Hillary Clinton's team deleted subpoenaed emails. Did they go to jail? Have a little logical consistency. But I mean, you are a good example, again, of what the Democrats are. No, your guy's evil. Imagine that. You can't send an octogenarian to jail. That's just horrific. Why would you try to do that? I mean, maybe if he was 20, but you can't send him to jail. Dude, your entire side strategy was throwing a near octogenarian in jail so that he couldn't run. Yeah, but that was good because Trump's really bad. So that was okay. You have no idea what the logistics of this were. In fact, FBI agents said that they were appalled, some of them, by the raid on Mar-a-Lago because they thought it was unnecessary and there were cooperative efforts being made. What happened was that you had Nara, the records archivist, who had an axe to grind with Donald Trump, immediately say, we need more documents, more documents, more documents, more documents. We don't think we have everything. Joe Biden handed over all of the documents that they supposedly had, but when the FBI went in, they found more documents. So did Joe Biden intentionally hide them? No, he wasn't charged with them. They said it was a big whoopsie. Joe Biden knew from 2019 in his time in Senate that he had documents he wasn't supposed to have. He admitted to it on tape, and yet he didn't submit and take those documents back. The difference is the FBI and NARA, because they like people like Joe Biden, they had no problem with it. They're like, we're not going to enforce the law when it comes to Biden. We won't do that. Such a joke. Anyways, as we're wasting time here, here is the Democrats' predicted inflation data versus which actually occurred. So here's what they predicted to happen once Trump got elected. Whoop! And here's what actually occurred. Isn't that nice? Trust the data. Trust the, all those universities, they know what they're doing. Now, what the heck are you doing in the audience not getting those super chats? Don't worry, I'm still looking here. We had story break that in a 7-2 decision, the Supreme Court overturned Trump's use of the Alien Enemy Act. I've not read through, but I think people are jumping the gun a little. I think that what they're saying is there is a disagreement on what the amount of due process and the time necessary for affording due process is before Trump could deport people under the Alien Enemy Act. This is basically what I predicted would happen. I said that it was my feeling that ultimately the Supreme Court would rule, yes, Trump legally can use the Alien Enemy Act to declare people as basically hostile foreign enemies and then deport them to countries not of their origin into sort of their legal system, but that they were likely to say that those people should be afforded some level of due process. And the question was, what is that level? And I said, that's likely what the courts will say. So far, it seems that that's what's going on. Now, because the courts didn't ultimately decide on whether or not the Alien Enemy Act could be used, we don't know that this is their final decision. They kicked it back to the lower courts. Then they're going to let the lower courts decide what they think the appropriate due process level would be. Then it will most likely get back up to the Supreme Court. Ultimately, it's not something I disagree with on this whole level. I think that it's one thing. I think the level of due process for an illegal to deport back to their country of origin should be as low as you could imagine. You have like one quick chance to prove that you're a legal U.S. citizen and you're not an illegal. If you can't do that, see ya. Sending you back to your country of origin. End of story. No long drawn out trial. None of that. You're gone. Supreme Court's already ruled that deportation isn't a punishment. You're here illegally, goodbye. But it's different to send illegals to a country they've never been to straight to a prison system. That's a little different. And so for me, it's like that does require some level of proof that like, well, you actually are this gangster that we are claiming. So I don't think this is the end of the world. I do understand the frustration that we had a president that blatantly ignored the law to allow millions of people to come in to shape the demographics and sort of the political landscape in this country. And then when the following president has a mandate from the people elected him to solve that problem, and he immediately does a lot to secure the border and then tries to fix Biden's, it's not a mistake, by the way, Biden's disastrous policy for this country. They're like, whoa, you can't do that. It'll take years and years and years and years and years. We have to give everyone lengthy trials and blah, 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 blah. So I get the frustration, but ultimately, I don't necessarily disagree. And I haven't read the court case. That's just my initial quick reading of a summary of the case. So here's Kamala Harris commenting on her report with Joe Biden.
The comments that were made by that prosecutor, gratuitous, inaccurate, and inappropriate. The way that the president's demeanor in that report was characterized could not be more wrong on the facts and clearly politically motivated. The comments that...
Yeah, that's it. Robert Hur was so politically motivated, he declined to prosecute Joe Biden for the obvious crimes that he committed. You think anyone in the media is going to ask Kamala Harris? You think? All the Democrats? Do you think Pete Buttigieg, who's going to be running for president here in 2028? What do you think his answer is going to be? Remember when Buttigieg, he said, actually, as Secretary of Transportation, when I'm sitting down talking to railroad engineers and others, these really smart individuals, and Joe Biden's in the room, we can't keep up with President Biden. That's how with it he is. So these rumors that there's cognitive decline. Remember when Buttigieg said that? What's it going to be, just a whoopsie? Everyone, the media, the Democrats. Why is it that every time this happens, when random Joe Blow dudes like me, who would have no access to anything, I'm able to call a story like, wow, Joe Biden, cognitive decline. Wow, lockdowns, that would be terrible. Wow, saying that racism's worse, so we should allow people to march for Black Lives Matter while we're locking down people is a bad idea. Wow, locking down children from school is a bad idea. Hey, looks like this virus most likely came from a lab in China. Then all the experts and the people that are politically connected say, that's bullshit, that's disinformation, you should be censored. My God, what an ugly smear to accuse these things. It's xenophobic, it's bigoted. How dare you? You're a coward. And then when we find out it's true, they all go, hey, what happened? What? I don't know what happened. What? Joe Biden's a human vegetable? What's that? I was talking to him every day and I never noticed. Who lied to me? Someone lied to me. It was everyone else. They lied to me. It wasn't me. Babu Betcha says, I'm actually going to bring this up in the call-in section. The Supreme Court, in my opinion, has actually contradicted itself with the current decision. Perhaps, I fully admit I didn't read the dissents. I didn't read the actual document. Naughty Germ says, ain't no way Buttigieg sounded that manly. Booty judge. Remember when Joe Biden said he was talking to Kamala? She's the last person in the room every day. Cool. So, hey, Kamala, when did you start to notice the cognitive decline? Because now the journalists that are throwing Biden under the bus, which, by the way, I accurately predicted, I tried to reach out to Joe Biden. I tried to network. I said, Joe, listen, Mr. President, they're kicking your ass out of the party and they're going to throw you under the bus. So what you should do is burn those bridges now because they're going to smear your ass. And by the way, not to be morbid, but Joe Biden's probably not going to be alive for another decade or two. I don't know that he'll make it to the age of Jimmy Carter. And even if he does, he's not going to have the cognitive wherewithal to defend himself. So as time progresses, Joe Biden's going to be considered more and more of an albatross around the neck of the Democrats. And they're going to scapegoat him and blame him for the loss in 2024. So if Biden has any cognitive effect left, which is doubtable, he should come out firing now. That's what he should do. I predicted that's what would happen, so that's what's happening. They got to scapegoat someone. What's that? The American people don't trust us because we lied about this blatant shit? I know. We'll just blame Joe Biden and his team for lying to the rest of us. There we go. Problem solved. Now all these people like Pete Buttigieg and Kamala Harris and Jake Tapper that should have known better are going to be like, what? Don't blame us. Anyways, moving on to the next thing. Trust us when we tell you the next scandal. Lost Avarice says, Rob, still an Andrews debate, but I'm here in spirit. To the rest of you, FKS, unfamiliar with that term, in chat, start donating to the grift and get our boy Rob some new socks. Thank you. I could use some new socks. It's true. I'm not wearing the same damn pair of socks twice ever again. Not happening. Now listen. I know people get tired of the grift. I'm supposed to be more assertive in my grifting. So here we go. I'm gonna put on my assertive. What are you cheap bastards doing? What are you spending your money on? You have a generational talent here in the Rob Noor, wrecking fools in debate, fucking going off to hospitals during the day, T-ball practices at night, seeing my family for 5 minutes as I'm doing debate preparation for other skilled debaters online. Then I come on and grace you with my presence an hour and a half early because I'm a effing idiot that can't read a schedule. And you're not gonna throw your money at me? What are you gonna do with your money? Provide for your families, please. All your children need for sustenance is to tune into the Normal America show. Trust me, they don't need food. This will fill them up. So, what is going on with the lack of donations tonight? Am I doing a good job, Lost Everest? What's going on with that? I'm personally offended. Meanwhile, I'm about to start this debate, and so I won't have the chance to yell at you bastards. I can't. Okay, I have to pause. It comes very unnatural to me to ask for donations and money, so I'm trying to get better at it in a humorous way. I am, and I do absolutely appreciate all of the donations that come in. I really do. But in all seriousness, we are trying to hit a goal of $357 a night. So that I don't have to go dig ditches or anything once I fail in this streaming endeavor and need more money. So that's the goal. I appreciate all monies that come in. If you like this content, your financial support makes it more likely that I'm able to stream more and have better content. And then when I'm up here yelling at, screaming at transsexuals, and I keep my wife up until 2 a.m. because I'm yelling and screaming at transsexuals upstairs, I'll say, but wife, I made $357 tonight. And she'll say, okay, sounds good to me. And also, here's some arguments next time you're arguing with transsexuals. And I'll say, thanks, wife. There we go. Naughty Germ says, shut up and take my money. In his Futurama Fry impression. I love me some Futurama. I haven't watched it forever. So feel free to keep sending money while I'm in the midst of this debate. I'll read the super chats afterwards. Fredo Fonzarelli for $3.57 says, I heard you need some socks. So here's about $3.50. Thanks so much for the $3.50. Yes, my wife does know I talk to Transmissions Online. EOD, the great EOD. By the way, we need to touch base soon, man. But $5 says, for the children. That's right. Think of the children. Also, there's other ways to donate to me that don't count to that $3.57, but I'll still happily take that money. It's part of my insidious grift. If I only count the super chats, then it incentivizes people to hit that $3.57. Meanwhile, some people are sending money in other formats, which I'm just keeping and not telling you, so it doesn't go towards that total. I would be an excellent Bond villain, I feel. And so ways that you could donate with that is PayPal at Robert Knorr, or through Buy Me a Coffee at buymeacoffee.com/Rob Knorr. Now, you might be saying, now, wait a minute. That sounds like a lot of work to type buymeacoffee.com/Rob Knorr. I would be willing to throw tens of thousands of dollars at you, but, I'm just not going to go through the arduous task of going to my URL, typing in that URL, or, heaven forbid, even copy and pasting it up there. Well, feel free to get that wallet out because you're about to send those tens of thousands of dollars, because fortunately for you and the magic of modern technology, there's a, what do you call those? QE code that you can scan right into your phone and it'll take you right to my link. Thank you, modern technology, for enabling my grift. I do not have Cash App yet. Was I right? Is that called a QR code? What's everyone else call that? There you go. That's the coffee link right there, that little code. And then you can also, it's buymeacoffee.com/Rob Knorr. Knorr spelled Noerr. That's a big pickup line I had before I met my wife. They're like, what's your name? QE code. I said QE code. Whatever. I was like, yeah, my name's Rob Knorr, like the conjunction, like and, or, for, nor yet. Never once was anyone impressed with that. So I have a lot of people tell me that my last name, Knorr, is the way that Australians pronounce the word no. And I happen to know a couple Australians now, so I'm going to have to, I don't want to ask them straight up because if I ask them, then it'll influence sort of how they say it. So I'm just going to try to bring it up, be like, I got to ask them a question that I know the answer will be no. Like, do you guys think I'm a really cool guy? Do you think? They're going to be like, nar. And I'll be like, oh, thank you. Arnar. Yeah. I like Little Gremlin. He's just going off in his own little world here about Dragon Ball. So we'll just catch the middle of his own conversation with himself. He says, especially since Goku's observation isn't consistent with the nature of the afterlife. And it's clear that the distance exists in the afterlife in Dragon Ball. I'm just going to copy and paste everything Little Gremlin's been saying about Dragon Ball, and that's going to be my opening statement in this upcoming debate here. All right, we're getting close. I should switch to debate mode. So just to let you all know, I will probably be done reading the chat because I do think that one of the things that it's polite to do in these debate spaces is to give people that you're debating your unfettered attention. So even though I'm sure many of you have great things to say, and particularly those that have heard dozens upon dozens of these trans debates, you're probably going to be like, why doesn't Rob bring up that in 1952 John Money did this and that's why he came up with the term? Why isn't Rob saying that? Everybody knows that's the truth. And I didn't really research the topic that well, if I'm honest. I know what men and women are. I feel good enough for me to crush this debate. But we shall see. Cosmic Fox Mel's about to wreck me. Here we go. So I won't be reading super chats until afterwards. After the debate, there's supposed to be an open panel that'll probably go into the wee hours of the morning. I'll probably stick around for a half an hour, maybe an hour. I could be talked into. I don't know. But then I'm going to back out, talk to my audience, read super chats, grift, complain to everyone why I haven't raised $357 yet. You know, the whole spiel. Also, one last thing I'll say for this grift, right? We all know that everyone that's choosing to watch Andrew Wilson right now on the Whatever podcast, they're great people. I love the Crucible. Love Andrew Wilson. Andrew generously hired me on to be part of his team at the Crucible. I think it's the best. I will always be humble for him. But let's be honest, those that are choosing to watch Andrew over me right now, they're not the cool Norbiters. If you want to be a cool Norbiter, you're on here watching right now, even while Andrew's streaming on Whatever, right? So, given that, and we all acknowledge that, does anyone disagree with that in chat? We all know that's true, right? How embarrassed will you Norbiters be if I get raided by Andrew's channel and a bunch of the Crucible people come in and then out-donate you later tonight? You'll feel terrible. You'll start to question your life decisions. Hell, you might even decide to become trans. So, you better get those donos in before the Crucible crew comes, because some of them are like insane and they'll just throw around hundreds of dollars. But I got great people like John Ruck, John Ruck's been supporting me forever, throwing donations. Thanks so much, John, for $2. Says, my bad, it's work. Super busy. Hope it slows by the debate. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm glad you like that, EOD, the Norbiters. I think it's good shit. I'm glad you like that. Well, let's hope I don't let you down. Oh, and then you got Lost Avarice when he's not giving me technical advice on my channel and anime advice. He's watching simultaneously both my show and Andrew Wilson on Whatever. Talk about just feeding baseness right into your brain. Like, can you split your headphones like to mono in each side? So one side's just Andrew crushing that guy and the other side's me crushing Mel. That would be pretty based. All right. Now, I'm going to leave you all. Oh, I'm not leaving, obviously, but I'm going to try to set up the StreamYards to get on this channel. All that good stuff. So bear with me for a second. I'm sure they'll do an audio check and stuff. Also, if someone could let me know, sometimes on StreamYard, I don't know why, it really screws with my audio, and I come through sounding like this the whole time on my channel. So I want to sound like this, like a damn man. So let me know if my audio is doing something unfortunate. I could already see that it's doing something unfortunate here. So, Mike, yeah, let's do this. Check. Check. Okay. Good enough. No, wrong. That's, what am I doing? This is the wrong. What the heck is that? Hey, while I settle this, I'm going to go to the restroom because I don't want to pee my pants while I'm debating. That's not very masculine, is it? That's something women would do, and we're not going to do that. So enjoy this little ditty from the band Track Tribe called As You Were. Free use on YouTube, and they have been my theme for my channel for quite some time. So enjoy this. I'll be right back. Oh, and one more thing, if you've joined a little late, one of the things I sometimes like to do in my debates, because it's not a challenge to just win the debates, I also want to play little games with myself while I'm winning these debates. Tonight, I have written in my Ask Me About My Pronouns notebook a word of the day. It will be a word that I don't usually use that I'm going to try to use 4 or 5 times during my debate. The first person to super chat what that word is that is correct will win my adulation. So get those super chats in during the debate. If you hear me use a word that you think's out of character that could be the word of the day, put that word in the super chat, and afterwards we'll get to them and see who the big time winner is. Should be fun. Oh, okay. There we go. I think I'm close to ready now. Check, 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 check. All right, let's get this rolling. Hello, I'm so sorry. The generic StreamYard link was the one I clicked on, and I was like, it said something about a Trump debate. I'm like, well, shit, I think I'm in the wrong place. So I'm so sorry. Also, I started streaming it at like 7:30 because I thought this debate started at 8 because I'm an idiot. So apologies. Let's see. It is fair that I'm an idiot. That is fair. I am in Pennsylvania, yes.
Yeah, I could throw a stone and probably hit your house.
Oh, no kidding. You're in PA?
I'm in Maryland, actually,
Oh, okay.
but I'm PA and Delaware are like 20 minutes from the house.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Is Mel here, like AFK or?
No, I'm here.
Mel, is calling you Mel cool? Is that just because people said you were
totally.
Furby, and then there was Cosmic Fox, so Mel's fine, cool. Gotcha.
Furby is like the branding thing, so it doesn't hurt to call me that once in a while.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think, did that happen on my panel where we just started calling you Furby, or did that go further back?
Pretty much. Like also when I was on Easy's panel, they were calling me that a lot there too.
Oh, okay,
So
that's fair.
It just seemed to be what everyone started calling me.
I like it. I like the name Furby. It's
cute. I'm maybe older than you two, but you guys know that the toy Furby, like you're wearing, it was a big thing.
You're probably not much older than me, Rob.
I'm 40.
What do you? So. Yeah, you're 2 years older than me, Rob.
I'm 40. I'm a man. Yeah, I don't know if you guys know that clip.
I've hit the wall twice. It's okay.
Okay.
Okay, so I had some confusion, and I wanted to wait to talk to both of you on the prompt because I couldn't tell who was fighting what in this instance, because I know the gender/sex thing is like Mel, you're affirmative that there is a difference, but Rob, are you even acknowledging gender and sex are even the same category, or?
Yeah, they're roughly the same thing. We could argue the semantics if they're technically the same or just 99% the same, but I'll negate. No problem.
Okay. I feel like there's an additional topic piece, like a subtopic built in here, and I feel like we'll just naturally get to
Yeah,
it.
as long as Mel, stylistically, my style of debate, is wherever, I don't give a shit if the conversation naturally evolves to something else as long as you're comfortable with it as well. If you think we're running afoul of what you thought the topic was, by all means, say that and I'll bitch about it and say you're a coward or whatever. But no, seriously, I it don't bother me. I'm not big on the semantic, but whatever, you pick the topic, so I'm more than happy to talk about it in the manner that you would like, so.
Yeah, sure. I'll be pretty strict on sticking to the topic until we at least go through it once, but I also don't want to circle the drain, of course. So if we start circling the drain, then we can switch.
Perfectly fine by me. No problem.
Okay. All right. As long as I just wanted to make sure we were on the same page with that and we were talking the same thing, because I figured you were in the right wheelhouse, Rob. But I just wanted to make sure we were.
Yeah.
Okay. So everyone's good with I believe I gave you 8-minute openings.
I thought 4.
I wrote below it. You might have not seen it because it was right below the thing. It did.
Mel, did you prepare for 4 minutes? I'll limit mine to 4. That's fair.
I mean, it was already going to be a ramble in the first place. I just don't like writing stuff, and I didn't this wasn't enough for me to actually write something and practice it after I'd done all of my preparation. So
I will keep my opening statement to around what you do. So if you go 8 minutes, then maybe I'll go up to 8. If you limit yours to 3 or 4, that's what I'll do.
I have 8 minutes worth of notes, but yeah, I also didn't know there's not a lot of debates available that show you talking on this specific thing. So I didn't know what specific talking points you make. So I'm being very broad with it all.
Yeah, yeah. Whatever you roll up, it'll be fine. I assume you're going to give as the affirmative the first opening statement. I really don't give a shit. Like the formalities of this, it's as long as we both have a relatively equal opportunity to say our piece, I'm cool with it. I don't give a shit how we do it. It's fine by me.
That's fair. And thanks both of you for being flexible. Mel, I'm sorry because I wrote in right below it and I was like, I wonder if she sees that because you know how in Discord when it sends messages and they're so tightly together. But that was totally my fault for not kind of like flagging that big.
It's also my fault. I didn't read it all. I actually scrambled to see like, oh, if it's 2 minutes, maybe I will just write a quick blurb or something. Okay, but I don't want to sound robotic reading it.
Here's what I'll do. I will leave the opening pretty open to both of you. If you want to do 4, do 4. If you want to do 8, do 8.
I'll aim for 4.
Okay, that's fine. Either way, it's okay. I think Rob's pretty flexible to that. And quite honestly, I don't know how people can ramble for 8 minutes.
Well, I could do a 30-minute opening statement if you want.
Oh my God, Rob. All right. So Rob, you are fairly new to the debate side over here. I mean, you've done the throwdowns, obviously, in open panels.
I'm going to be away for a moment, so I'm just going to assume everything you're about to say now. Yeah.
You already know it. So my big stickler thing is interruptions. I absolutely despise them. Even if she's filibustering, whatever, I will still say land the plane. If you're kind of like making faces and, you know, and I'm feeling it too, I'll say land the plane, you know.
Let's see some faces I might make.
Right. But if it goes into like, you keep interrupting her to, you know, like, I'm just going to let her keep going only because like if you keep interrupting, that just disturbs their train of thought. And I don't think that's a fair ground for anyone. And I will return that same to you as well. I feel like I'm a pretty good stickler with that. And I just don't like it. I think it's very rude and bad tactics for a debate. I love lines of logic. If you want to run a line of logic and say, I want to ask you yes or no questions, I do push that. I do like that, but also that comes back the same in return as well. So if Furby decides to run those with you, you have to be just the same. We'll go for about 2 hours. We'll do opening statements, 2-hour debate about. So I expect 11:15 will be our stopping point. If for any reason you guys kind of are at like it's getting stagnant, circular, you've run out of things to talk about, I will offer you both the ability to shut down this portion early, and then we'll go into reading and responding to super chats per usual, and then we will open the panel. You are not obligated to stay for open panel, but most people enjoy doing it, and most people want to come on to offer pushback to you. So it's highly recommended, most fun. You get a lot of kicks out of it. But even at that, if you stay for open panel, you're welcome to leave at any given time after that.
I'm probably good till around midnight, just to let you all know. So I'll definitely stick around for a while, but I've not got much sleep the past few days. So
I'm right there with you.
so and then I'll have to go back to my channel and tell everyone, yell at them for not donating enough money before I go to bed. So, you know,
that's fair.
That old chestnut.
Fair. That is fair. Do you have any questions with my particular style or anything going on there?
Nope. Sounds all good.
Okay. Fair enough. Mel, I think you're pretty solid on everything we do here.
Yeah. The only question I have right now is where's my goddamn phone? Because I actually...
Oh, no.
I lost it literally right before coming on, and I've been running away to find it, running back, and I still can't find it.
If I call your Discord, will it beep on your phone?
No, it's not the end of the world. It is nice to use.
Thank God it's not the end of the world. That would be bad news.
It is the best way for me to keep notes of what you're saying while you're making the argument, but I have alternatives.
If the world is hinging on your ability to not lose your phone, I think we're in bad shape. So.
No, we can't debate anymore. That's the problem.
That's fine too. I'll take the default victory. That's fine.
Fair enough. I'm going to utilize the time to tinkle one more time, and then we will. How I do it here, Rob, I'm going to put everybody backstage. The intro video starts, my fun spaceship, Battleship Galactica fun stuff. That'll kick off. I know it says moderator Monday. It's Friday. We all know it. And then about 30 seconds before the video ends, that's when I'll put you back on screen. And that's kind of your cue that you have 30 seconds. Don't pick your nose or anything, in that moment, or make stupid faces or
I
do
can't.
it.
My arms are too short.
Sorry. All right, I'll be right back, and we'll start in 2 minutes.
Okay.
Did you find your phone, Furby?
No, I'll be looking though.
All right, you got 2 minutes. Well, technically 4 minutes. Just go now. Search.
Yeah. Thank you.
I hope we have a mid-debate nap time. That'd be all right. Yeah. Sorry, Mel. I'm just talking to my audience, but yeah, you guys are going to feel terrible in my chat if the Crucible folks come in and out-donate you. How will you look your family in the eyes? Yeah. Better get the donations in now. You want me to tell you a story, Brent? I don't know. I have a ton of stories, but now that you've asked me point blank, I don't know what to say. You've just screwed up my entire debate strategy. How's the audio on my end? Can you all hear Mel and Sarah good? I'm terrible at equalizing audio, and I almost always harm myself by lowering myself too much or screwing up the technical aspects of it. But I really try to make sure that the screens are even with me and everyone I'm debating and the moderator. Some people, when they debate, they have themselves big on the screen and then everyone else little. I try to make it as equal as possible when it comes to audio and visual presentation. Not my fault that Mel's not using a camera. That's not my fault. That's their choice.
We've accepted and embraced the Furby's picture and imagery.
It's fine. It's totally fine.
We've embraced it here.
I'm gracing you with my non-presence.
There you go.
Yeah.
Probably for the better,
Yeah.
I'm just messing with you.
All right, Mel, I'm going to go ahead and kick off. You'll still have about 2.5 minutes if you want to keep searching. All right. All right. I'm going to put everybody backstage and we'll kick it off, and good luck to both of you.
Captain's log, June 2nd, 2836. After 27 years of war between the Degen Coomers and the Sainthood Slayers, a new hope arises. As the battlefield lay weaponized, locked and loaded for destruction, negotiations for a peace treaty are in transition. The moderator has arrived at Station 42. Can this war be ended? Will the Coomers and Slayers find a middle ground?
Abort mission. I repeat, abort mission. Negotiation failure. Abort mission.
bastard, Mom. We don't have one.
Good one, Ambrose.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Raging Tomato. I am Sarah, bringing to you live another Moderator Monday, but on a Friday night. We've got a pop-up debate stream. I love these. And going forward, any 1v1s will be held on the weekend, so keep an eye out for the pop-ups like so. This evening, I have Melanie, the Cosmic Fox, and Rob Noir making his debut on a debate here. They will be battling out the question of, is gender different from sex? I'm interested to know what this difference may or may not be. Mel, if you'd like to kick off with your opening statement, please. You're muted.
Hello, yes. So first of all, thank you to Sarah for hosting this debate and to Rob for having this debate for me. For those who are interested, I think we're going to both roughly target 4 minutes, but not strictly, just for out of common courtesy. I am here tonight to take the affirmative, near absolutist stance on sex and gender are pretty much entirely different things. In fact, they're so different, it's hard to call them the same thing. Sex, well, here, let me give you just a one-liner, right? Sex is our physical attributes, gender is a mental attribute. So when it comes down to it, sex is a common theme throughout the planet, right? Plants and animals can have a sex and they are born with it. There's core biological sex, which is the fertilization between a small gamete and a large gamete. But there's also the sex of an object, and that is defined by whether or not a nominal, bimodally distributed set of characteristics of one set or another point to the production of small or large gametes. Gender is a set of intrinsic inclinations any human may have, which are enacted by that individual in accordance with social expectations about sexual presentation. So if I want to belong to a certain group, say women, I'm going to ask, well, what do women do in society? And I'm going to answer that with my behaviors. In fact, some even reduce it down to something called speech acts, but we can get there if we need. Proceeding to behave accordingly is an expression of desire to be a part of that group, is what I'm essentially saying. A man is the performance of an individual, a man is the performance of an individual trying to be seen as a man. So I know that sounds circular, but that is actually how we use this. Why? Because these things change culturally, folks. And I forgot to run my timer, so I'm going to assume that was 2 minutes and for 2 more minutes.
You're fine.
The term man and woman are often, but not always, define what the other is not. So a woman does what a man doesn't. A man does what a woman doesn't. Nature's not really like that, by the way, and I think we'll get into this. There are 4 main facets of these sort of things that kind of come into this discussion. The first are physiological and bodily aspects. Most of that is just reproductive sex, but we can call some of that gender expression, like secondary sex characteristics. When I'm looking at someone on the streets to figure out what sex or gender they are, you can use either when figuring out their pronouns, then I am looking mostly at their secondary sex characteristics, right? Not their chromosomes, not their hormones, not their genitals, because we normally conceal those. I am looking at that in particular. So if we come into the question of what is a man or what is a woman, I think we'll have interesting conversations about what is a necessary condition. So gender and sex are distinct concepts, although they can be intertwined, although there are plenty of things that are intertwined that don't necessarily, that don't need to be delineated. So for example, there are certain things in sports, there are certain statistics that can be similar, but that doesn't mean that you get that statistic the same way. And so we don't consider all those sports to be the same category. I don't know if Rob's a sports fan. He seems like one to me, so I was trying to do a sports thing there. Were you keeping track, Sarah? How much longer do I have?
You go as long as you need. We're not worried about it.
Fine. You're fine, Mel.
I mean, I have. Okay, well, here. I'm just going to summarize, actually, because I want to get to the meat of this debate. So at the end of the day, these are things that aren't just different concepts. They occur in radically different ways. One of these things you were born with. The other thing, in terms of the question, what is a woman, you become over time. How can those possibly be the same concepts? And with that, I finished my opening or something. I don't know. My brain's not working well tonight.
That's okay, Furby. You're all good. Thank you so much. And Rob, to you.
All right. Thanks so much. Appreciate everyone being here. Happy to be here as an official debater for the first time. Hopefully the first of many times. So a topic that probably the people listening have heard been debated many times over. I don't find it particularly a topic where there's much new area to broach, but I always enjoy talking to someone because I find the specific definitions of these terms to be incredibly interesting. The term gender is now being used by people that are activists and engage in sort of a cultural Marxism in order to justify interchanging words when they find suitable to get cultural and political victories. They would have you believe sex is malleable, and they'll insert terms like men and women when it suits them to talk about sex when they're using those terms that they call gender. For example, we'll see throughout this debate that there are often people on the left that will talk about studies show that men are more likely to be aggressive than women. Studies show that women make 79 cents to the dollar than men. But then they'll tell you, well, actually, man and woman doesn't mean the sex characteristics. It means sort of self-referential, what you feel like, or exhibiting sort of the behaviors that you think that those sort of biological realities would be. They use this as a clever trick that they'll be able to attack men when they feel like it, which they view as an oppressor group, but then simultaneously say when pushed, oh, no, we're not attacking men. We're talking about the gender expressions that come therefore from. The idea that gender was different from sex is sort of a new concept that occurred in the 50s, and it came from queer theorists. We could get to the actual person that was most responsible for pushing this, but suffice it to say that it was a radical sort of Marxist-type belief that was used to try to subvert sort of the established orthodoxy, as we saw a time when communism was failing and Marxism was failing spectacularly. There was no equivalent term that captured this distinction between biological sex and what they'll call social psychological aspects of identity, or which Mel has identified as sort of the idea of what people think is presented by the sex. It's sort of a crazy definition. It actually uses the term man in defining what a man is, which shows that that definition is ludicrous. All of these definitions will come down to sort of self-subjectivism. At the end of the day, Mel's going to be forced to argue that a man is basically someone who says they think they're a man. It might be the extra step of they think they're a man because they think they're exhibiting the characteristics that they feel men should exhibit, but nonetheless it'll be self-subjective, which is going to be defeating and proves the word to be meaningless. Nonetheless, we could see that before this sort of change in what gender was, pre-1950, the word was almost used always as sort of a grammatical category of the idea of sex. So when you hear people talking about it circa 1800, early 1900s, and all times before that, man was just an adult male and woman was just an adult female, and boy was a male that was not an adult and girl was a female that was an adult. These are the ways that terms was used, and in fact, one of the reasons that the word gender started to be used was because actually using the word sex was considered uncouth. But for all effects and purposes, gender and sex were the same thing. It was just grammatical differences in words like pronouns and how you would use it. And I would argue that the fact that that was radically changed by someone with a political and cultural axe to grind in the 50s would show that the true definition for the history of time was that there actually is no marital difference between the idea and the concepts of gender and sex. It's just embraced by people that are pushing this sort of cultural and political values. Remember, if the term is subjective, if woman means anyone who calls themselves a woman, then the term becomes meaningless because in communication, we have the sender and receiver. The real understanding of the importance of a word is that the receiver has an understanding of what that word means. And if the word only means what the sender thinks it means, then the receiver has no idea of what that word actually means. For example, we could say that language is a social construct, and so the term tall means anyone that's over 1'5" But then when you say, guess what? A tall guy stole my car, that means that I would have to assume that it's anyone from 1'5" to someone that's 7 feet tall. It renders the term completely meaningless. And language is important to have categories so that we as humans could understand each other. When people for political and cultural reasons seek to subvert that in order to make these terms, and the effect of it is that these terms then become meaningless because they just basically mean, well, man is what I think that a man does, then the term becomes meaningless, which further proves that I will be able to negate this, that actually gender is not different from sex. In almost all aspects in how we use the term man and woman, we see that the term is used in the useful sense, meaning basically grammatical categories of sex. For example, if we go through a litany of history and the studies that talk about the differences between men and women, none of them actually went through and asked all the people. For example, women make 79 cents, which is basically a bullshit stat anyways, to women. They didn't actually ask, oh, and by the way, do you identify as a woman? They were using sex. That's what the term meant there. So that's my opening statement, and I'll be happy to get into the rest of it.
Thank you to both of you. And kind reminder, everyone, we will go into open panel after this. We will have the debate. We will read and respond to super chats, and then we will open up the open panel dumpster fire per usual. Both of you, I leave the floor open.
Okay, so let me start with a rebuttal to everything you just said.
Everything?
Yeah, I did take notes, and that's what I do, so that way we don't have to interrupt each other as much. So you said this is used by people who are activists and cultural Marxists. From what I've read, this was actually started more by postmodernism. Some of those people may have been Marxists, but definitely not all of them. Would you say that that might sound like a better word to you?
Postmodernism actually is sort of a philosophy that has to do with eliminating the idea of capital T truth. Would you agree with that? Just so we get our terms correct. Is it fair for me to explain what I think postmodernism is? Is that okay?
It's about it's about critiquing former notions of capital T truth.
Right, but they don't believe in sort of that there is a capital T truth. They think that truth is subjective. And so queer theorists like John Money that popularized this term, they were a queer theorist which talked about the importance of using activism in places like academia in order to subvert concepts of truth. So I would
Money, can I just point some stuff out since that was a lot? First of all, Money only introduced the word used as we know it now to the scientific literature. It was used way before that by people like Judith Butler and stuff like that. And in terms of the people who were post-truth, the post-capital T truth group, some of them were postmodernists. It was a common theme in postmodernism, but they were discussing it. Not all of them were actually post-truth. Some of them still thought can
you give me an example of one?
But for example, sex is an objective truth. Reproductive sex is an objective truth. No. We can look at someone's chromosomes. We cannot look at someone's gender. We cannot figure out what someone's gender is.
Just real quick, I promise I won't interrupt much here. You're not saying some postmodernists believed in capital T truth. You're saying some truths postmodernists believe. That's the argument you're making?
Yeah, I'm saying they weren't against all truths. They definitely agreed with an objective reality, but they were trying to say, like, well, for example, the category of man and woman, taking that for granted that assumes their sex right out the gate, that can be misleading. And sex is something that applies to more than just humans, yet man and woman is a human-specific category. So to try to relate that to sex could be erroneous. For example, taking for granted that all people who have a certain gender will identify with their genitalia.
Okay, so if I could rebut this. First, I think the vast majority of postmodernism, from my limited redneck understanding of it, admittedly, by no means my big Michel Foucault understander, but I think that a lot of it has to do with sort of the rejection of capital T truth, and a lot of it's rooted in things like Marxism. Queer theory itself was attempting to subvert common accepted ideas of what truth was, and it sought to break people in sort of a oppressor versus oppressed mindset. We can see that this is done through all sorts of categories, whether it be through race, through economics, through ability, through biological sex, etc. And in that subversion, it sought to create activists and use language in order to control a narrative. So I guess my first question to you would be, if there is such utility in the way that John Money and the postmodernists, or the queer theorists, however you want to put it, I'm not really interested in the semantics of that. If there's such utility in the way that they have changed this form, one, will you admit that the word gender ultimately meant the grammatical expression of sex for the vast majority of human history? And second, how was there a lack of utility of that term before it was changed by these queer theorists?
So first of all, no, I will not agree that that's how it started. It actually started as another way. Like if you look at the term genre and stuff like that, it came from a lot of similar root words for kind or category and stuff like that. So it is of itself a category, and it's always been used as a category for utility. You said something interesting to me,
Right,
which
a grammatical
was common
category.
ideas. So I just want to respond to everything you said as a whole, because I'm not interested in debating postmodern ideas specifically at the moment. You said common ideas. I don't think all of these ideas proved to be useful once we had better information. Like, for example, the information that not everyone might identify with their genitalia. Well, that's useful because then we don't make statistical or categorical errors. Do you see what I mean?
Well, but no, because what you'll see is the way that that's used when we're talking about studies and we're using in academic literature, straight down to colloquially, the way that average people use the term is using the term as literally connected to biological sex. For example, are you aware of studies that are cited by feminists all the time that say that women make 79 cents to the dollar than men?
So, okay,
just a yes or no would suffice
I
for now,
am,
because
I am,
I
but
want to expound upon it.
I have,
So please,
I am,
promise.
but I have a counterpoint.
Okay, that's fair.
I am
You
familiar,
can
but I
get
have
your
a counterpoint.
That's totally fair, and I promise to give you a chance to issue that counterpoint. Well, given that, if those terms clearly aren't being used, that you're not suggesting that those studies asked each individual in those studies whose salaries they were looking at how they identified, are you?
No, I think you're making a different argument. I think you're actually arguing that none of these studies that you're citing conform to that postmodern ideal, which is true. There's still a lot of studies that can be outdated that are even coming out recently by that standard. So it's not a ubiquitous thing in the literature by any sense.
But the problem you're going to have is every time we use that term in some sort of utility where we're seeking to understand pragmatic differences between outcomes between men and women, and almost every time it's using that term using biological sex. And if that's the most common way that it's used, even in the academic literature, certainly it'll be easy for me to prove that outside the scope of sort of radical left-wingers, that's the way that the average people are using it. So why should we assume that because some radical people want to subjectively say, well, when it suits us politically or culturally, we think that it means different than sex. But when we're using studies that imply that women are disadvantaged and we want to argue from that sort of left-wing cultural Marxist perspective that men are oppressors and women are the oppressed, then it's okay for us to use those terms meaning biological sex.
Well, because what these people are trying to tackle is an issue. It's an issue that leads to statistical problems, medical problems, all sorts of systematic issues for trans and gender nonconforming people, where when you take for granted that calling someone a woman means they're a reproductive woman with XX chromosome specifically and lots of estrogen flooding through her system, as well as being fertile, then you not only kind of stereotype that category and make essential claims about them that are not necessarily backed up by your literature, but also you basically erase those people, right? Now, would you agree that, like, if we were to erase all white men, just like pretend like they don't exist in any of the medical literature and stuff like that, just never mention them, that might be a bad thing?
But that's not what's happening. It's not erasure like that. For example, studies that reference men and women aren't talking about all sorts of other subcategories, but that doesn't mean we're erasing them. For example, a study between a man and woman might not take into account men who are schizophrenic. So are they being erased because this study had to do with men and women? The fact that there are people out there with mental disorders that think that they are in the wrong body biologically, my heart goes out to those people. But by no means does that mean they're being erased, because we have a utility for terms that we've had for years and decades in both the academic literature and in colloquial sense, and we all understand what those words mean, but a couple people felt left out because they have some sort of disorder, and so we have to remake our entire language to suit them. And we see the negative ramifications of that. Now we've catered to this small minority. Real quick, please.
Can you let him finish his thought? Let him finish his thought, and then the floor is back to you.
And so we can see how that control of language has helped lead to the catering of this small minority population that basically have mental disorders, to the point where we're actually saying that biological men get to compete in female sports, that we have to change our entire structure of the separation of men and women in places like restrooms, that were said that we have to get rid of our cultural norms. All of this started with a control of language, which you're incapable of defending that there's utility in that.
So a lot of that was actually non sequitur, because it does not follow that those things necessarily create issues.
We could argue.
But I'm going to address specifically the need for us to actually not erase those groups. So when you have a categorical error in your research, you specifically do not include research on groups that are a significant variable to your research, then you're actually missing data. And that data could give you different results. And the fact that it could give you different results also means that the results that you got without that data could be wrong. And so it makes sense that you actually want to include that data. This is not catering to an entire group. This is recognizing other variables that may exist in an equation.
So if I choose to subjectively define the term man as people with small gametes who don't have schizophrenia, and I say that women are all other groups, and then I say the fact that you're unwilling to accept that means that when you do a study that says men are more likely than women to do X, that's erasing biological males with schizophrenia. Do you see the absurdity of that?
Well, it's absurd to say that like the category would involve people who don't have schizophrenia because it does not follow that sexual reproductive function has anything to do with schizophrenia.
But it doesn't follow that. That's irrelevant to the question. You have a subjective.
No, but like
it
you
is.
created.
I'll explain why. The metaphor still works because your objection to it's irrelevant to what I'm discussing. Because by the same token, the idea of how you subjectively feel the expression of a normal man and woman is, so you subjectively call yourself, has nothing to do with the physical nature of what the term man and woman have meant throughout history.
So if you want me to agree that your unrealistic hypothetical is ridiculous, then yes, that is ridiculous. But it's not realistic because that's not what you're going to see in the literature, since a huge part of being a scientist means observing which variables do apply and which ones don't.
Show me a study.
So if you're doing a study on schizophrenia and sex differences, that might be a good way to control for a certain group to see if there's anything that pops out from the other group, which are the men who don't have schizophrenia as well as women, just in case there's any sort of covariable there. But you might want to have a hypothesis for why that would be relevant. So what you did there is essentially straw person the scientific method.
I didn't straw person the scientific method. Now, notice what you did there was you just directly connected sex and sexual reproduction with the concept of gender. So in
yes, they are interconnected.
Please. So
but as I pointed out in my introduction,
you got it. You owe her an interruption back.
You got it then.
Go ahead, Mel.
They are interconnected, but as I pointed out with the sports stuff, just because things are interconnected does not mean they're the same.
So when you said in your opening statement that, quote, you led off saying they're entirely different, that's clearly not the case. And any expression that people any expression that people try to say that there is sort of a difference between biological sex and the concept of gender, right? Most of the time what they'll say is something like a definition you gave, your proprietary definition that says what has to do with what people think men traditionally do. We'll get to problems with that definition in a second. But notice it has to do with the subjective idea.
That was an example,
please.
by the way. That was really bad faith.
Hold on. Let him finish his thought, Mel, and then we'll turn it right back to you.
Right. So what you see then is that, like, when you get right down to it, it's always an expression of what we assume the normal expression of biological characteristics are, concepts of male and female. So even with your definition, you could see that it's intrinsically tied to sex, which it had been throughout all of history. And then you make this mistake of saying, yes, but there's no reason that we shouldn't change terms if we have more specific terms, and that's what the academic literature has done. No, it hasn't done that, other in the concept of trying to use this as a subversion for the utility in this. But the same sorts of people that use these arguments that are cultural Marxists or people on the left, as soon as it comes to wanting to attack the biological males, what they do is all of a sudden do studies on men and women that go back to that definition. So I'll ask you, you already conceded the vast majority of studies that are comparatively discussing women being disadvantaged are talking about biological sex and the term gender as an expression of that. Can you name me one study that's talking about women being oppressed where it says that there is a difference in outcomes between men and women that's actually went and asked each individual person in that study how they self-identify? Or are they using it as an expression of biological reality?
So I find that to be somewhat irrelevant because I'm not actually making the case that the literature is perfect. So if the literature were imperfect, that wouldn't destroy any of my claims. You said I had a proprietary definition, and then you used a very cherry-picked point from my definition that was actually supposed to be an example to give you better comprehension, which you seem to be struggling with. So here, let me reread the first part without that, so that way you can have better comprehension. Gender is a set of intrinsic inclinations any human may have, which I'll add to this, which align with the sexual schema. Keyword there, schema, so maybe Google that if you don't know it. and these are enacted by that individual in accordance with societal expectations about presentation, and they do that to belong to the group that they feel inclined to belong to. The terms man and women are often, but not always, defined by what the other is not. Is there any part of there that you're lost on?
Yeah, it's irrelevant to what I said was with the way you defined man. So you read how you define gender, but based on that definition, implying it, then you went through how to define specific
Because
genders.
I can't tell you, because these things
yes or
vary
no. I'll just
incredibly.
ask you yes or no. Did you say the definition of man is someone who feels that some form of this, I didn't get the exact wordage, but something to do with someone who's expressing what they think the physical characteristics of a man is? Wasn't that basically your
I
definition?
will read this example. This example, it's kind of like a derivative definition, but it's not really a definition of man. A man is the performance an individual does to be seen as part of a socially designated group defined by the enacted rituals that we commonly associate with men as a whole. And I know that's a big string of words, but all that's basically saying is if society says men does X and person feels like they should belong to group X based on their intrinsic identity, then they're probably going to perform those things. Now, the reason I can't tell you what those rituals can be, because these vary incredibly by culture, not just from like one society to the next or one nation to the next, but down to the local level. Even if you go to the city in the same state, you can find different forms of gender presentation that you wouldn't find out in the country.
Okay, so just getting back to, if we look at what the question of the prompt was, it's, is gender different than sex? You started to talk about when I said that it was sort of a grammatical expression of biological reality of sex. One of the arguments you made that was that, you know, the scientific literature doesn't go this way, and academically it would be a reason to not prefer the sort of definition that I'm throwing out. And yet you yourself are incapable of citing one academic study, not even one, in which the term man is woman is used as you're suggesting when it comes to discussing the differences in outcomes between men and women. And you try to hand wave that away and say, well, just because it's not perfect. It's not that it's not perfect. You can't even give one example. I could give you example over and over again of studies that have referenced outcomes between actions in prison, actions when it comes to sexual assault, actions when it considers violence, the amount of pay that men and women, pay disparities that they have, the amount of hours that they work, on and on and on. Every one of those studies are going to be based on using gender and the term man and woman based on the sexual reality of if they're male or female. They did not go and ask each individual in that, oh, we say men commit 80% of violent crimes. So when we arrest them as we're taking the statistics, we say, excuse me, do you identify as a man? If all of a sudden, all of these people say, you know what, I see an advantage in saying I identify as a woman, then the statistics may say something like women commit 60% of violent crimes. Now, it's not that the biological reality has changed, and the utility of a study like that would be to understand the actual pragmatic things that occur in the real world so that we could attempt to have an understanding and solution. But because of your proprietary definition and people that push those things out there, now those studies lose all meaning because we have no effing clue what we're talking about, because the term just means, well, this person that committed a crime subjectively views themselves as a gender, and we have no idea what the connection to biological reality is. Can you, like, the fact that you can't even give one study seems to suggest to me that you've lost the debate.
Plenty of studies, just not.
Last point real quick. You can't cite even one study of sort of pragmatism in talking about the outcome differences between men and women. Seem to suggest to me, as I suggested in my opening statement, that even with the academic literature and with studies, gender is not different than sex.
So, sorry, I was trying to be silly there, but then I fucked up. So,
I was like, is there a piano?
No, it's not, because for one thing, the fact that I can't provide a study within your very narrow conditions only proves that there's not a study for your narrow conditions. I have plenty of studies for the other thing. A great study that actually talks about everything you're referring to is called What is Gender Anyways? A systematic review of the literature. It basically talks about how to solve this problem and identifies that it's not a simple solution. Now, I could just as easily ask you something that you can't live up to, like show me a study that took a significant sample size and asked people, do you identify with your genitals, and got 100% yes every time. Because if they don't, then that might mean that there can be an incongruence between identity and genitals. That incongruence between identity and genitals is proof that identities and genitals are not always the same thing, and therefore it might be safe to surmise that they're not at all the same thing.
Well, no, it's going to be two completely different things, because what I'm talking about is the way that the authors of these studies that are trying to look at differences between men and women pragmatically are using the term. And the only way that it has utility, and the default way that everyone without batting an eye understands when they say there is a difference between arrest rates or labor rates or finance rates, etc., we all understand that implicitly, without a question, that that's talking about men are biological males, women are biological females. We all understand that. It would not be pragmatic to do any sort of study like this if the definition in man and woman was how do the people self-identify. It would be impossible to do those studies, and they would lose all utility. And language is important because we need to have these categorizations so we could find the most close path to objective truth in the real world. If these languages are self-subjective, then it loses all meaning, and any sort of study like that would be irrelevant. You can't give one example. Then you say, oh, but I can ask you things that you wouldn't give an example of, and the study...
That's just wrong. I have plenty of examples. I mentioned one study already.
Please. Then when you say, I can name things that you can't ask, can you say that there are people that 100% say that a study that shows 100% of people self-identifies their genitalia? It's irrelevant. No, I will completely concede that there are plenty of people that don't identify with what their biological sex is. So, doesn't change the different definition of man and woman. That means that they have some sort of mental or physical illness that we should talk about. Just like we wouldn't say, well, a person that has multiple voices in their head, we now have to say that humans have multiple voices. It could be 1 through 4, and we have to change the language of what we're talking about when we talk about humans. Elsewise, it erases people that are schizophrenic. It's nonsensical. Yes, there are clearly people that can identify however they want. Similarly, I could say to you, I identify as a thin, tall, muscular man, right? And if you would say, okay, what do those words mean? We'll say tall, muscular man, right? You would say, well, this is what tall, muscular man means. And I'd say, can you show me a study that 100% that only tall, muscular men identify as tall, muscular men? Oh, you can't? Then that means that the definition of tall and muscular is inaccurate, and therefore we must change it. Quickly, you can see how all language then becomes meaningless because the words just become subjective, and when we use any descriptive term, it's completely irrelevant because all the descriptive term will ever mean is what I myself claim that those things mean.
And let me interrupt for just a moment, Mel, before you respond. I do want to point out you both are taking long time frames to kind of spit out. I'm allowing it because you're both doing it, and I'm okay with it. As long as we are not interrupting and it's pretty equalized, you are very balanced on the as far as the mic is concerned. So continue on. Mel, to you.
I'm personally okay with interjecting if I say something wrong about your claims or something like that, because I don't want to be wrong about your claims. I do have a long response again.
That's fine.
So you said, sorry. So first of all, you said I had no studies that I posted. I posted a link in the side. Again, it's called What is Gender Anyways? Let me get back to the top so I get that right. A review of the options for operationalizing gender. Now I have to get back to the part I highlighted. Oh, and did I mess that up? Yes, I did. Very good. Basically, God damn it. And I tried to copy and paste it in the side too. So I just need a moment to find that section again.
As you look for that, I'll just say quickly, as you look for that is not the sort of study that I was talking about. Yes, there are academics that
it literally
sort of
talks about, no, it is because it literally talks about the importance of doing what you're talking about, the utility of having gender.
Okay. That could be fine. It could say that. I'm asking you to provide me a study that talked about pragmatic outcome differences between men and women that use gender in the self-subjective way that you're claiming that we should. Show me one study.
It's not proof of anything that I can't come up with something for your narrow conditions. Now, I'm not done responding yet, and unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to read the spot I lost because I totally lost it. I'm going to try reading this. Response is possible to categorize. I'll try to come back with that. But I think that it's interesting that you're trying to do this. You have no studies saying, because I clearly do. When you have no necessary condition for what a man or woman is that is purely biological, I have one. Asking somebody, if somebody tells you that, like, I identify this way, that's a very good condition for somebody committing to that, because someone who's committed to that gender and performing that gender over their lives will definitely and confidently say what they are. So is there any biological factor that you could think of that is a necessary condition for man or woman?
Yes, the necessary condition for how we use the term man and woman is man is a biological adult male and woman is a biological adult female.
So
if you're a biological male and you say I'm a woman, you are wrong.
So, and by that you mean gametes, the production of gametes.
Sure, we could say gametes, though I will admit that sometimes on the fringes, there can be exceptions to the rule. Some people might look at it purely as genitals. So having a penis, doesn't matter, exceptions don't prove. We still, for example, any sort of categorization is going to have exceptions. For example, we could say humans are beings that have 2 arms, 2 legs, and 23 chromosomes, right? And yet you could find humans that through mutations and other such things don't have that. That doesn't change the fact that the descriptor that has utility and the way language works is humans are beings with 2 arms, 2 legs, a head, and 23 chromosomes. The exception doesn't prove that that's the rule. It's a disorder. It's an illness. And therefore, by definition, it doesn't disprove the actual definition. It just proves that everything is able to have exceptions to the rule, particularly if we describe them as things that are outside of sort of the norm of what those things are.
So when you say that there are exceptions to the rule, but then you also say that it's a mental illness, you kind of make it seem like it's not naturally occurring. I would argue it is actually. In fact, we see this not just in humans, but that the bimodal distribution of sex characteristics, and I'm not even talking about gender yet, the bimodal distribution of sex characteristics inherently, statistically account for the possibility of some differences in sexual development.
Of course, no one would disagree with that. Let me ask a question to see if I can understand, sort of get to more of what you're talking about. I'm trying to steel man your position here. So you're saying that there is some connection to her sort of sexual reproduction with the concept of gender. Can you explain what that is just briefly?
Yeah, so these things are interconnected. Really, the interconnection that makes them observable would be like a historical connection where, like, back in agrarian times, the way we divided labor between men working in the fields and women working in the home did make a lot of sense. But we have lost a need for those categories, especially today. And what that's kind of shown us is that there's, and sorry if I'm losing track, I'm also trying to find something, that there's more of a overlap than difference between these groups, which is actually why it makes sense that gender itself is also a spectrum.
Okay, can you define it? I promise I'm going somewhere with this. Can you define the term transgender?
People who are transgender are people who are born or exist, because born is still debatable, but exist with a gender identity that does not conform with their genitalia. Okay,
so for example, this would be someone who is born as a biological male, but then as they get older, their identity is, I'm not a biological male. I am the opposite of that.
No, well, no. And in fact, most trans people are aware of acknowledging their reproductive capability. I can't say all because I don't know them all, but most are. I've never met one who hasn't, in fact. And that's because, like, if you're a trans man, you got to realize that you can get pregnant. Like, that's sexual health. And so, you'll probably meet most leftist debaters who will point out trans men can get pregnant, trans women cannot. And that's acknowledging the biological reality right there.
So just to be clear, a trans man, by the way, I'm not saying this to be rude. I always screw this up. A trans man is a biological female that identifies as a man. Is that correct?
Female to male is the best way to think about it. And the only reason we call it that is that's because that is a colloquial usage. It's not a scientific usage.
So there's utility in understanding that there was a biological reality to your sex, but there is an incongruence and you represent or self-identify as sort of the other sex. Fair? With
the same gender that the other sex does, yeah.
And so that's
because again, these are schemas.
Sure.
And so schemas are representations of the mind. They're not like physically grounded.
That's the definition. Can you tell me how many genders there are?
Not off my hand. I heard 22.
22 genders. How can we come to that label? What if someone comes up tomorrow and says, actually, I identify as something different? Would you then accept that's a 23rd?
So first of all, I'm gonna have to answer. I'd love to give a linear algebra example with like matrices and stuff, but I don't have paint up in the right way and to screen share it. But the basic way of putting it is that since this is a spectrum, first of all, it's not binary, and so it's possible to be both or neither. And since there's even some interplaying between and extrinsic categories from just that narrow definition I just gave, you get a lot of diversity there. It's essentially saying that, like, another way of thinking about it, actually, here, let me try to put this in a way that it's more conversational. We lose the need for these things once the actual, like, biological origin of these things start to disappear and we evolve and grow as a species. So then people can play more with their forms of gender expression and then come up with, like, what that means to them. I'll be honest. 90% of these you won't encounter in the wild.
Okay, well, that's sort of irrelevant when your argument is the exception proves that the rule can't exist, because there's people that it's sort of a bimodal sort of, so there are people that are intersex, therefore we can't say that biological men are blah, blah, blah. So saying that 90% chance you won't encounter, it's irrelevant. Can you name me just 2 or 3 of the other genders other than sort of man, woman?
Sure. So gender non-conforming, bigender, there is an intersex gender where people actually just say I'm intersex and I'm okay with that.
I'm Zer. What's that called? What's my gender if I'm Zer?
That's a set of pronouns.
Okay, but what gender would that represent?
That's used to differentiate themselves from traditional uses of gender.
Okay, so given that, whatever that defined term would be, someone who identifies as the gender that differentiates themselves from traditional concepts of gender. You've already said that gender is intrinsically tied at some level to sex. So
not intrinsically, it's interconnected.
It's interconnected. So what's the So given that, no doubt at least one of those genders will have to do with something that's not just both genders, non-genders, not identifying as gender. So those genders that are outside the scope of that, either agreeing with the predefined genders that we already have based on biological reality or existing intentionally, definitionally outside of that scope, those that are identifying as a third gender or any sort of gender that's outside of being defined by those first 2 genders, what's the biological connection to sex for them? So for example, a Zer person, what are they transgendering from and to? Right? Because if you, as a transgender person or someone that was a biological male who doesn't identify to that, and there is some sort of interconnectedness to sex on the term gender, so now you're connecting to female, what is the sex that there's interconnection to a Zer?
So as I've pointed out, these definitions often stem from, like, traditional interconnections that we don't even really see a need for anymore. And so when I say that these are non-traditional kind of identities, what I'm saying is, like, these people are creating an identity that's completely independent of their sex rather than trying to uphold, like, traditional binary sex categories.
So then you would say that sometimes gender has an interconnection to sex. For example, a female to male transition has an interconnection nature to sex by definition because they don't express themselves in the same, identify biologically as male, therefore they're female. Yet other genders are the complete opposite of that in that there is 0 connection to sex whatsoever.
Well, it might help to be specific because it's like the ways that it connects is specifically in the gender roles. Someone's sorry, 1 second. Someone's internal gender identity, that being subjective as it is, can happen either dependently or independently of those traditional sex interconnected roles. So again, gender can still happen independently of its connections to sex.
See, already we could see that not only is the definition that you're giving self-referential and subjective, which destroys all utility, but even the characteristics of which you define it does, and we'll get to that in a second, but even the characteristic of which you define it are malleable even in the incredible opposite direction. There is interconnection to sex. There's no interconnection to sex with others. The other point I want to ask on this point before we get to the self-referential portion of this is, how would it be that someone is transgender? How do you know? And I don't want to make this personal, I promise, but I think that it would be easier to ask, are you transgender? Is that fair? Do you mind answering that question?
Yeah, can I actually respond to some things you said real quick?
Sure, why not? Then we'll get back to this.
So first of all, gender has always been malleable, and the definition has been debated for a while. Thus showing that there was never really set in stone to begin with. I think you're also confusing potentiality and actuality. So would you consider gender, or let's start with sex. Would you consider sex to be a potentiality or an actuality? Just someone's sex, not actually reproducing.
I think it's actual.
And gender would be an actuality or a potentiality.
Yes, it is a grammatical category in the way that we talk that has to do with the biological reality of being male or female.
So you think that's an actuality as well?
Yes.
So how come people aren't born as man or woman? Then?
Because the definition of man, which is a quote gender category, is adult male.
Right. So when someone comes into this world, there would have to be a formal cause that gives it that makes it an actuality. Otherwise, it's a potentiality.
Well, but
There's
the
some other
definition
cause to it.
It's an absurd distinction, right? It's trying to use sort of semantics.
No, it's not.
It is because right.
This is the distinction that led to. This is the distinction that led to the Catholic Church admitting in trans what is it again? The thing with the body of Christ where they're like transfiguration, transcendentalism, I forget. But like basically this is such a powerful argument because here's the thing, right? If the categories that you're creating for sex don't actually tell us about gender, then they can't actually move it. And using those categories as a study for humanity as a whole bastardizes the whole point of studying humanities to begin with, which is to understand us, understand us more, not less.
This is so absurd because all I'm saying is that the concept of gender is just the way that grammatically we categorize based on biological reality or sex. Within that, we could have definitions of specific terms that we use in that grammatical category that could be hyper-specific to types of male and types of female. For example, if I say an elderly man, you can't say, oh, well, elderly man's sort of a bad definition because you can't be born an elderly man. Therefore, we can't consider that an actual definition. That's absurd because the definition includes the part about age. The same would be true of man and woman. It is adult male or adult female. You are born a boy, which is a non-adult male, or a girl, which is a non-adult female. That's so the idea that just because you're not born a man, which by definition, man has a portion of it that has to do with age, is absurd to say that it's not actualized.
So I think you don't kind of understand the point that you're making about causes. You're kind of making a cause from form, like this actually kind of exists in some sort of platonic hyperspace, rather than it being something that actually makes sense. Gender is not something that we're born with. Just having a certain sex doesn't automatically lead to gender being expressed one way or another. What we see is that humans create that, is that cultures create that, and that this varies incredibly across these things. And the reason for that is that even though sex, the statistics of sex are very much the same, when humans make stuff up, then definitions automatically kind of become circular because it's a man-made thing, and B, it becomes malleable because you can have different populations that come up with different definitions of things. And that malleability is actually proof to my point that there is no such thing as real objective gender. There is only gender as we perceive it. Now, going back to the causes
wait.
Aristotle.
First up, please, let me go before you go to
I let you ramble.
Please,
so
before you go on to
row.
another point, you do.
Here's what
I've
I'll
been so patient.
Hold on. Here's what I'll say, Furby. Here's what I'll say, because you did say I do want to be corrected if I misrepresented something that you said.
That's true.
And you offered that, so I will allow it only because you
reminding me.
offered that. Okay.
So just to be clear, this was an interjection on the question I asked you about being trans, and we went down a path that you wanted, right? So just to be clear, that's how we ended in this spot. You're sort of begging the question there with your response. The question, I'm fundamentally disagreeing with your definition of gender, and you say, well, Rob, your definition can't be correct, and then you proceed to say the reason it can't be correct is because your definition is correct, but that's circular. No, I don't believe that you have to self-identify, and that's what gender means. I believe that gender is a grammatical categorization of biological realities of sex. And so, yes, you can be born a gender. You fundamentally are arguing that no, actually, it has to do with the way you identify, and therefore you won't know how you identify when you're an infant. I disagree with that, and I think I'm doing a tremendous job arguing why not only is it the reality that anytime this term's used with utility, we're talking about it in biological sex and being a categorical expression of that, but the only time that it's not used in that way are by people that are trying to have cultural inroads through sort of this queer theory in order to subvert language to interchange the words to achieve political and cultural outcomes.
Well, I can think of other things like people who actually have trans kids. I just want to point out, like, the definitions I'm giving are actually observable. So the differences in gender across culture, I can post you studies about this. This comes down to the local level, these changes. And like I said,
so it's observable. Is Sarah a man or a woman?
Sarah, let me ask Sarah something for a second. Before you do, Sarah, you're a country girl, right?
I'm both.
Oh,
I've been
okay.
in both.
Do
Yeah.
you see a difference in how men in the country versus men in the city act?
I mean, you could go with accents and things that like hobbies are differing for the most part.
Are men in the city more likely to be feminine? It's like maybe a better way of putting that question. Sorry to narrow it.
No, not the ones I know.
Oh, okay. I've met a lot of people who disagree, but sorry, I just thought maybe you would observe that too. And Rob was asking you, or were you asking me if she's a woman, or
Yes.
you were asking her?
No, I'm asking you. You said it's observable. So am I a man or a woman? Is Sarah a man or a woman? Or are we some other third gender?
That's not what I said was observable,
Then
Rob.
what's observable?
What I said was observable is how we handle gender, how we define gender.
Right. You're right. How anybody defines anything is observable. Can you think of one term that the way someone identifies isn't it observable of how they identify? Can you think of one term that doesn't fit that categorization?
In terms of internal, not offhand, because
Right.
I
So
want to
then
make a
you
different
basically,
argument anyway.
so your argument here is basically, well, because it's observable how I define gender, therefore that gives it some form of legitimacy. Absurd. Every term fits that category.
Well, you're also sort of saying that just because things have some overlap, that we should also consider them to be the same thing. So, like, if you want to get to absurdity, like neither of us are free of that guilt, and so that's a very poor argument. What I will say is that I think that if you went out into the world, if you took like maybe several gender studies courses, talked to some actual gender studies professors, maybe even if you got the chance, talk to Judith Butler, that would be amazing. On these things, what you'd hear is that there is no universal definition of gender. There is no definition that if we wipe all of our brains clean, that, you know, tomorrow everyone's going to wake up, all the women are going to start wearing makeup on their own, all the men are going to start wearing loose fitting jeans and stuff like that. You know, some of these things are convenience, but when you think about it, like there's nothing about having a penis that stops you from wearing a dress. There's some inconveniences, but there's literally like there's not it's not like the penis says warning cannot be worn with a dress without catastrophic consequences.
Okay,
Can I
but
ask
it's
a
sort of
clarifying question to that? Don't we call that like drag? If a man wears a dress, it's not transgender, right? I just want to make sure.
If they still identify as a man.
So if I may, right, I think that it's glib in how you're sort of approaching this and saying, well, it can be benign. Just because a man wears a dress doesn't mean that you have to do X, Y, Z. Yes, but there's clearly subversion when it comes to controlling language. And even Judith Butler and company would admit that. He who controls the language will be able to subvert in many ways. Let me tell you an example. You asked me to take gender studies courses. Not only have I debated some of the premier gender studies debaters that occurred in the country back when I used to debate many moons ago, but I took a lot of these courses to try to get some understanding of that. So let me tell you one of the courses I took. One day, an issue came up that talked about the difference. It said there are studies. The reason that we see a disparity on women getting custody of children in divorces more than men is because there are many studies that talk about raising children in a feminine household is better than raising them in a masculine household. So I raised my hand and said, can you define the traits of what this study means when it says feminine and masculine? She says, yes, feminine is caring, nurturing, providing support, feeding on time, those sorts of things. Masculine would be beating your child, starving them. And I was like, so in other words, the study says raising kids good is good and raising them bad is bad. It just affixes the terms masculine and feminine. And she argued with me. And I said, are you saying that biological males are less likely to be better caretakers than biological females? She says, perish the thought. I wouldn't say that. And then immediately goes back to explaining why biological men should be less likely to get custody of children. What happened was a subversion of the language by interchanging what we mean by man and woman, and sometimes saying that it's just a self-identification category, and then when it fits you to say, actually, no, when we're talking about sort of disparities that prioritize the victimhood group, in this case, women, we'll actually talk about the sexual differences and say there's a sexual connotation. That's what I'm talking about of subverting language and starting to create activism, which ended up leading to a lot of the outcomes. We could talk about these outcomes of sort of what I see as sort of perverse nature and degeneracy that's occurred because of things like this idea of transgenderism. But I want to get back to the question that I asked you because
I have a bunch of stuff to
I'm
say
sure you
before
do, but I would like to get
redirect
back to the question.
bro.
I just want to ask you, do you identify as transgender? Because I have a point that I would like to ask you about this.
Okay, I will answer that at the end of what I say,
sure.
so that way you can. So subversion can happen for a reason, particularly when things are wrong and people are able to point out that there is something like an injustice or even a categorical error, which we agree are harmful, which is why I'm arguing to avoid them. And yes, I am transgender.
Okay. How do you know you're transgender?
Because I feel like I'm living a lie, like a literal lie, by pretending to be a man.
Okay, but how do you know you're not just a woman as opposed to a transgender woman?
What do you mean just a woman?
Like, why do you affix the descriptive term transgender? Why aren't you just a woman?
Oh, no, transgender woman and cisgender woman are both women.
Okay, but my question is, why are you not a cisgender woman? Why are you transgender woman?
Well, because I'm not a woman on a reproductive level.
Oh, so woman, why? So explain to me the connection again between the reproductive level of woman and how that goes with the term that you define as gender, which is woman.
So when someone is a cisgendered woman, their reproductive function matches their identity. When someone is a transgender woman, their reproduction function can be different than their gender identity.
But can you define what a woman is for me? To you, I know that it's the characteristics of a woman. So can you tell me what those characteristics are that make you want to call yourself a woman?
So depending on what culture you're in, women can
your
be
culture, you specifically, I mean, that's what I'm asking you.
Oh, my culture.
Yes.
I mean, no, that's a little kind of hard because, like I said, it can even vary locally. But
you're you, so you know how you.
I thought you wanted a one. First of all, like, okay, so women here present as very feminine. They often wear a lot of makeup. They
define feminine.
Define feminine.
Yes, you're defining woman as someone who acts feminine. My understanding is feminine by definition.
Can you define red for me?
Let me finish.
Well, let's run the line of logic.
Yeah.
Let Rob run the line of logic, and then Mel, if you want to return one as well, we'll do that.
Without
I
like
have
thinking
to
about
return it on him because it's fundamentally impossible for him to define red the same way it's fundamentally impossible for me to define qualia like feminist, like.
I think I would find it to be productive if we run through either the yes or no or how you define something, because we have been laying in semantics pretty hard tonight, I think. And I'd like it to at least establish kind of the foundation of where you're going with the conversation.
My only contention with that is I've already asked Rob what the necessary conditions for a woman is, and he still hasn't given me any that actually work. It's a qualia. It actually has no objective definition. I don't think it means much. From an artistic standpoint, sure. No, that's not my first definition. That's not my first definition. So this definition varies heavily based on what a cultural schema for women is, right? So first you have to know that information before you can actually define what women is in any given place. But then the definition would be someone who follows that schema accordingly so they can fit in with the group they feel they belong to.
Okay, but you're making a broad categorization. You're like, well, it could be different place to place.
Women is a broad categorization.
By the way,
Rob.
can I real quick? It's just a technical issue. You guys can hear me all right? Can my audience hear me? The question, I think I accidentally muted my mic on mine, so I'm just going to repeat this real quick. My audience didn't.
You're okay on ours. Your chat saying it's fixed.
Okay, so the question that I asked you was, I think that feminine, if it's true that feminine is just the characteristics of women, and I ask you to define how you subjectively define woman, and you say feminine, you've basically just defined, I define women as people with the characteristics of women. And then your answer about this schema thing, yes, you might be right in a broad categorizational, but when your definition is the subjective belief of an individual, and you're like, yes, but each culture, each woman within that category could subjectively believe woman is something different. I'm erasing all of that by asking you yourself, who identifies as a woman, who admits that the definition of woman has to do with exhibiting the characteristics that we traditionally think that a woman would. How do you define woman? What are the characteristics that you think are women? Not some woman in Swahili, not some woman in France, you yourself. So it's not sufficient to say, well, actually, women in different areas can identify it differently. I'm asking you, how do you know you're a woman if your definition of woman is exhibiting the characteristics of what we commonly assume as women? I'm asking you, well, what are those characteristics for you, not hypothetically for other people?
Yeah, so I've grown up in this world. And you asked for me, so I'm giving you a very personal answer. Sure. I grew up in this world wanting to be, and this is quote, like her, right? And so I would see what women do, and I would think that feels like the category I should be in. So I want to be like that. That's my intrinsic identity. And so I started orienting my behaviors and stuff up to a point, a very particular point in my life, that would have been deemed more feminine, because I felt like women were the group I belonged to and not men. I also didn't really question it prior to that point. So there wasn't like, I'm doing this to rebel or something like that. It was literally just like, I don't necessarily feel like a boy. And since I'm not being pushed heavily into one category or another, I don't feel like a girl either. I'm just being myself kind of.
But
and then
you understand how that definition, if I'm legitimate, and by the way,
well, you asked me about my personal gender history.
Right.
That's inherently not a definition.
Listen, but when you say that the definition of woman, it has to do with the characteristics of women, and you say, and I am a woman, and I ask
schema.
you, and I like whatever, then your schema of women is, I ask, what's that schema that you have? And you're like, I just always identified as her. That's not definitional to any of us. I'm telling you, your answer here is proof why you're incorrect.
I didn't realize you were asking me what my specific schema was.
Let me finish, right? Your answer here is proof how your definition of this is so useless.
I think you need to ask your questions better, buddy.
Please, let me finish my
no,
point,
like,
please.
Hold on.
You're complaining about how I answered the question, but you didn't answer the question right to begin with.
He's not. I see what he's saying. He's basically saying like what you're saying is, well, I represent myself this way, X, Y, Z. Really doesn't have any definitive answer that we can put into an equation or something.
If I can real quick, give me 10 seconds to explain this. Your definition is useless because right now, everyone listening still has no idea why you identify as a woman. They have no idea, which shows that there is zero utility because everyone's sitting. I'm trying to honestly hear from you. I'm not coming at this from a stance of I want to make fun of you. I'm like, how do you know you're a woman? And you're like, because I identify as her. And now you're like, well, I didn't know you were asking for my individual schema. I could not have made it more clear at least 3 times. I'm not asking about women in Swahili. I'm asking about you.
You didn't say schema. So in terms of my particular schema, I was thinking long hair, wearing makeup, wearing flowery, pretty clothes, being a little quieter, a little bit more demure and stuff like that, being more agreeable, making eye contact more, smiling more, a lot of the things that can be a little bit broader. But here's the thing is I don't consider my own definition to be sufficient. I don't think anybody's individual definition is sufficient for something that is inherently a broad category. And yes, I gave you a definition of a broad category. I still feel kind of unsatisfied because I think you're just doing this all to deflect from having to answer what is a necessary condition for a woman on your end that isn't just biological.
You ready? You ready?
Yeah.
The necessary condition is being an adult biological female.
So what is a female?
A female is someone with large gametes production.
So if someone does not produce large gametes, and this is a condition that females can have, are they no longer a woman?
No, then
that's not a necessary condition, Rob.
No, that's not true because we could have every definition for any specific term, particularly when we're talking about biological life, will always have exceptions. That does not disprove that the definition has utility and is true. For example, how many chromosomes do humans have?
But then if you can have a definition that doesn't rely on that, that's fine.
I asked you a question.
If you can have
answer? How many chromosomes do humans have?
I'm rebutting now because I'm the one leading the line of questioning now. You can have something that doesn't fit the definition, and all that means is that that's not a necessary condition for it. It's a possible condition, but not a necessary condition. I'm asking you for one thing that there's from women that if it's not a woman, then they're no longer a woman. What is it?
If they're not a biological adult female.
But we've already reduced that down to their haploid.
How many chromosomes? Now, I went through your line of questioning. You just admitted that it got circular. How many chromosomes do a human have?
Rob, do you concede that there
Why
is
are
no
you incapable
necessary
of
condition
answering
for a
this?
woman? Do
Yeah,
you
I
concede that
already
there's no necessary
I
condition
will
for a
repeat.
woman?
I will repeat my answer for you one more time, and then I would
see
appreciate.
the point coming. I see the point coming. I think it would be better to answer. It is a simple question. Go
Okay,
ahead.
ask it again.
How many chromosomes does a human have?
23.
But wait, there can't be humans without 23 chromosomes?
No, because no, there can actually, because they just wouldn't
So
be
then-
reproductively compatible.
so then you
but we
just-
still might call them. Wait, Rob, will we still call them man or woman?
It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant to the question. I'm controlling the line of questioning now, so I'd appreciate if you answer. So given that, if now you're changing your definition, then can you give me a necessary condition of how many chromosomes a human has?
No, sorry, that's not a change in definition.
Sure it is.
That's-
You at first said they have 23, and then you
because we
said, please, let me
because
finish.
that-
Please,
we
let me
created
finish.
a new
Please,
term for that different.
please,
No, I'm not done.
please.
I'm not done. I'm not done.
Hold on. I see where the point's going, and I want to see it finish. And then, Rob, after you finish through that little walkthrough,
Sure.
then we're going to turn it over to Mel, okay?
That's fair. When I asked you, you gave a definitive answer, 23 chromosomes. When I said, but what about a human that doesn't have 23? You said, you changed, and you said, oh, yes, there can be humans without 23. The point that I'm trying to make is quite simply, yes, there can be abnormalities, but that doesn't prove that the realities of what the norm for human biology is, just like the norm for any biology of any living being, can't be discussed because there could be abnormalities that occur through within that. And my definition is always going to have far more necessary conditions because your definition is always going to be subjective. For example,
None of those necessary conditions seem sufficient.
that's
Interesting.
okay. So you give me the next. Then again, you would understand that for all sorts of reasons, it would be important to be able to scientifically describe the makeup of a human. Correct?
I don't think we can describe it with a high degree of precision.
But nonetheless, it would be important to define terms to actually attempt to know
Yes.
as much as a body. Okay, so given
In-
that,
in
can you give me the necessary condition for chromosomes for a human being?
Necessary condition for chromosomes for a human being.
Yes. To say
not
this,
offhand, actually, because I'm not that familiar with the human genome in particular.
So you
I
can,
wanted
and
to
I'll
point-
finish. I promise this is the last word on it, and then you could control the questioning. So you could see that the stylistic way that you're arguing and saying that all language is malleable and there's always exceptions to the rule, therefore we can't say that there's
I
ever
didn't
a
say that.
that's the logical implication of what you're saying. Therefore, we can't say that there are necessary conditions for anything. It makes language a total social construct, and it defeats the utility of language.
No, it's not all language. So first of all,
Give
this
me an
is for
example of any
gender in
necessary
specific-
condition of human.
This is for gender in specific. Rob, the thing that we did once we realized that not all human chromosomes were 46 XX or XY was we created up a new term, right? We created up something called karyotypes, and the word karyotypes is kind of like the word gender, in that there is no such thing as a mandatory set of karyotypes. Just because karyotypes as an idea and the concept exists doesn't mean that the bimodal distribution of our chromosomes aren't 46 XX or XY. We still need terminology that can factor in these differences. Otherwise, we're just ignoring this and having imprecise language. So again, I'm asking you to either concede or find me a necessary condition that without it, we no longer have a man or a woman.
You proved my point. Thank you so much. Yes, what we did was we created new terms to define the abnormality, which is exactly what we should do with the concept of gender, which in a historical connotation meant the grammatical category of male
Rob,
and female.
do you have a
Please, let me
karyotype?
finish. Please, let me finish. So given that, we should have created new terms like
No, that's not what we
gender
did with
dysphoric.
karyotypes, though. You're just
Please,
wrong. Rob,
please.
why do you want to be wrong about this?
Hold on.
I will give you, Mel, I will cede the floor and you could tell me how I'm incorrect about this. Go ahead.
Mel.
I thought you meant after you finish. Sure. Even if you have a normal karyotype, you still consider to have a karyotype. This isn't something that's
Define
only
karyotype.
Karyotypes are the count of chromosomes that can exist for a given group. So for humans, we don't just have 46XX or 46XY. You can have 45 or 47, or you can have 46XXX or 46XXY. There's many different combinations possible because nothing in nature is absolute, or almost nothing in nature is absolute.
And so we created a new term to identify the fact that there could be significant abnormalities, and so nothing is absolute. And so there could be a broad range. In fact, even if there's never been an experience identified of a human being having something like 17 chromosomes, hypothetically it's possible. So we defined this term, which I've never heard of before, but we created it, that says, well, wait a minute, there could always be exceptions to the rules, so we need to have a term that describes that. We created
You understand its utility,
please,
at
let me
least,
finish.
right?
We created a new term. The same way that we should have done, such as gender dysmorphic or people with mental illnesses that don't identify correctly with the biological reality that they exhibit. Yes, we should have created new terms instead of subverting language, and you've already conceded that
It's not subverting
historically, the
language.
way that this has been used, again, you can't provide one study that talked about the pragmatic difference in outcomes between men and women, not one ever that you're able to cite.
I can give you one for
that is-
karyotyping, actually. Karyotyping
What does
is
it
a
have to
great
do with the question that I just asked?
that when we came up with a new word, there was a utility for it, which is the only time we ever make these words. So again, with karyotyping, actually being able to do fertility studies on people, that was an important thing about understanding why some people are infertile. Going back to the trans stuff, we're not trying to redefine sex. Sex is the objective category. Sex is the thing that actually happens. It's a real thing. Gender is something that occurs in the mind. It is a representative schema and enacted behaviors. You are your sex. You can only do gender.
That's untrue. Again, you're saying that I'm right because I'm right, and therefore I'm
No,
right.
I'm not. I'm telling you the difference
I'm
between
telling
these
you. I'm
things.
telling you that I disagree, as have humans throughout most of human history, and in all ways that there is utility.
And
when
those
they
people
use their,
were wrong
please,
for a
let me
long
finish.
period of time.
Please,
No,
okay.
Rob, that came before we had any scientific knowledge on things.
Okay, so explain
Seriously.
that it's absurd because it's just a change in definition of a term that's already existed. You just admitted when it came to chromosomal differences, we created new terms to be more specific. Your argument is that we were forced to change the term gender to now about identity, which it never was previously.
I
until
never argued
basically,
we were forced to.
Yeah, well,
for
we
one
should.
thing.
All right, we should. Which previous to that, it had nothing to do with identity, but we should change. Else we'd be erasing people. But you've already given the solution to your problem. We could create new terms, therefore those people wouldn't be erased. I again show you that I'm
gender is the
obviously
new term.
real quick. I again show you that I'm obviously correct because in any study that you could think of that talks about pragmatic differences in outcomes between men and women, which is how we'll use this term to have like real utility in the real world, such as difference in pay gap between men and women. Every single time that you could think of, it's not discussing how these people self-identify. It's discussing the biological reality of them being adult males or adult females. You can't give one example, which
Yes,
proves
I
that
already
you were
did.
wrong. Yeah, and I just want to say, this proves you are wrong on the descriptive claim of what is, because the majority of people that use this term in all ways that its utility are using it as a grammatical category of an extension of sex. And we could get to the ought if you want, why it's not only that way, but it ought to be that way.
So again, I can already point to a study that literally talks about why we should do this. So you keep saying like it's not being done, it's not talked about in literature, blah blah blah. It is. And John Money, as much as I hate some of the research he did do that. In fact, John Money used to be just like just an environmentalist and say like, oh, it's all just environmental. Nobody has any like intrinsic inclinations. He later realized like, no, we actually have our own intrinsic inclinations to be a part of a group.
What does the
to
word
look at one group or another and say that's the group I want to be a part of, and the reasons, and we don't have a word for that in particular because there's no reason for that word. The reason that we created the word gender is because when you walk on the street and you decide what pronouns to use and how to interact with somebody along lines of sexual differences, you don't actually look at their genitals. You don't look at any of that stuff. You look at presentation.
We didn't create the word gender to do that. The word gender existed long before it was defined as something as was identity. So no, that's not why we created the word gender.
Do words
That's
change
why
over time, Rob?
that's why certain people, for political and cultural reasons, tried to subvert language in doing that. But I get to this. If we're talking about erasure of people, let's go back to this example. I identify as tall. Correct or incorrect? Am I tall?
No, that is a measurable thing.
How is it measurable? What's the definition of tall?
With a ruler.
Okay, so how many inches do I have to be tall?
Oh, that's subjective.
Okay, so then if I say I'm tall because the definition is subjective, then you have to agree no matter how many inches I am, I'm tall, correct?
I mean, I can't disagree with your internal identity. I can disagree with you along other lines, like inductive arguments. Like I've seen a lot of people who are taller than you, so I wouldn't personally categorize you.
Right, and your biological reality is also objectively measurable, and you can think whatever you want in your own mind, and I can't control what you think of yourself in your own mind. You could be schizophrenic and hear voices in your head, and I have people in my life that I love. I work with people with disabilities who have issues like that, and I don't treat them like shit because they have voices in their head. They're welcome to think that the voices in their head are real. But you know what I don't believe? That those voices are real. Just like because it's measurable, we could determine if someone's tall or not, but they themselves could choose to characterize themselves as tall, even though everyone else in the world might say, no, you are objectively not tall. You're only 2'6". I can't control what individuals think, but I can control what the objective reality outside the scope of that is and how we use terms to be descriptive so we have a collective understanding of them. So you're welcome to think that you're a woman, but you're not.
Okay, so that was a really clever way of going out of our debate of the actual topic, is gender different from sex, which I've actually mostly heard concessions from you on, into the trans stuff. Well, I'll address that in my conclusions and you can respond accordingly. Just to point out, like, just because language recategorizes and changes over time, that doesn't always make it a subversion. When people are subverting norms, that's because they have a critique of those norms, and you have to actually identify if the critique is valid or not. I've been arguing this whole time the critique is valid, not only has merit but utility. But we can get into other stuff so that way we stop circling the drain.
No, I think this is good. Can you, like, real quick, maybe it would help each other, the moderator and the audience. Can you tell me, just in a nutshell, like a minute or two, what is the utility of gender being about self-identification? And then if you don't mind, I'll respond at what the utility is in my sense, and then we could go back and forth again, 2 minutes apiece, what the damage is for how the other person defines it.
Right. So the utility is that the best measure we have of somebody's own internal schema is actually to ask them. We have no better measurement. And so when we actually get this information from people, we might be able to make mostly psychological or sociological predictions about their behavior, the groups they might want to be a part of, and their gender history as well.
Okay. I think that the utility of defining gender in the way that it always was before this radical change was that it allows a grammatical categorization and words to be used that are descriptive of biological sex, and that's important for the utility in language, and it means that there is a universal understanding with, granted, some things at the fringes that could be different. Like, for example, when I say cat, you might think of an image in your head that's slightly different than mine. I think of a big orange cat, you think of a big black cat because we've each had cats or something like that. But we ultimately have an understanding, and all terms have utility based on each other being able to understand that terms. Language and definitions become meaningless if the terms are subjective. And so the downside of your claim is, or the way that you define gender is, because the term itself becomes self-referential, even the definition you give is basically, at the end of the day, man means people the way they think act like men. It loses all utility because you may think men act a certain way and I may think they act different. So therefore, when you give the descriptive term, I am a man, that is a man, that is a woman, the word loses meaning because I say that could literally mean anything. If you were born in Africa, you will think that a man presents and has characteristics different than someone who was born in Los Angeles. And so when you say that is a man, I literally have no clue what that would mean. Once the word loses utility.
Wait, you said 2 minutes, right?
Did I go over 2 minutes? That's fine.
I might have started.
I may have gone over 2 minutes. That's fine. Go ahead.
So, like, I agree with you. We need language to be functional. The difference is that, like, this is not something that is intrinsically real. We already have a word for biological sex. It's biological sex. For gender, though, what we need is something that identifies that not everybody who has a penis, for example, is going to want he, him pronouns. And understanding the difference between that, aside from, like, getting really into, like, the deep neurobiology of it and, like, the interactome, is to say, well, certain people are born into this world inclined to identify a certain way. And that inclination makes them want to be a part of a certain group. They look at what that group does, and then they emulate that behavior. And thus gender is an action. It is not something that you are, it is something that you do and you choose to do based on an inclination. You can also choose not to do it, right? You can subvert your own internal inclinations, but then somebody would change the gender they perform to do. They would no longer perform the same gender as if they didn't subvert it. So again, it all comes back down to that. And I'll just point out, like you said, like everything I'm doing is making things meaningless. I think conflation makes things especially meaningless, on top of the fact that you're actually the one doing a categorical error.
It's not a categorical error. Now, re-explain what's going on here. The problem with what you're trying to say here is the problem you're trying to solve is easily solved by just creating new terms. Right? So we could create a new term that means someone that has a biological reality but identifies in a different way. I think the utility that would most come from defining those terms have to do with an idea that the word being defined means outside the scope of normal human experience. Like an illness, that would be a more accurate descriptor, so we could create new words that mean that. The problem is, you could redefine the term gender, but there are already words that exist within that scope of what gender is, such as man and woman. And what you've done is completely eliminate the utility of those words. And that's bad, because those words, seeing as how they were a grammatical categorization of biological reality, have utility. Now, I already talked about why in the studies, but let's give an example from a hypothetical that maybe you'll understand. Let's play a little role-playing scenario here, if you all don't mind. Sarah, Mel, would you care to join me on this journey? Mel, let's say that you're...
I don't know if I want to role play with you, Rob.
I assure you, it will be quite painless. Mel, let's say you're walking down the street and you have a...
Can you do this with Sarah?
Yeah, Sarah's going to be included in the example, right? The reason I'm using you as the aforementioned person is because I'm trying to be more diplomatic about the fact that you're trans and don't want to use you as the other part of this example.
Rob, okay, so first ask yourself, is this going to age well?
Yes. Ready? Okay. I think very much.
I'm being playful.
Just to be clear, I don't think that your ideas are aging well, as society's rejecting in wholesale this sort of complete.
Do I get a prize for playing along?
You do, which is the dignity of participating in such an epic debate. That's the prize you get. So, all right, Mel, let's say you're walking down the street and you have a wallet, a purse, whatever you carry your money in. I don't give a shit, right? And Sarah, that thug that she is, glibly walks by you and grabs your purse, wallet, whatever, with all your money in it. And I happen to be a police officer, and I'm walking by, and you yell, "Officer, officer, someone just stole my purse." And Sarah's running down the street, but there's also like 20 other people on the street. And I say, "Who?" And you're like, "That person there." And you start to describe with blonde hair, maybe, I don't know how tall Sarah is, but let's say 5'8" or whatever, 5'6", whatever she is.
God.
And I say, "That man or woman?" What are you going to say?
Okay, so this is an interesting question. I'll give you that much. So I'll take my time to answer it the best that I can. I think this depends heavily on how you want to identify that person. If that person's abnormally tall, then say they were really tall. If they had blonde hair, then say they had blonde hair. If you're going to say man or woman, I actually think their presentation matters more than what their gametes or hormones or stuff like that is. So you kind of prove my point with that. By the way, I didn't get a full chance to respond last time because your whole thing was wanting to role play.
I'll say take your time, Mel. But
I need a full rebuttal.
Figure it out. Figure it out.
Please, we could go. I want to stay on this example for a second. But as an officer, I just asked you, like, you start to describe blonde, 5'5", blah blah blah. And as an officer, I look and I see like 2 people that meet that description. And I have a limited amount of time to track down and get your money back. And I say, that man or that woman? What are you saying?
You use what you think the officer might identify. So if it's a trans woman and they've got a wig and a dress and makeup on, and you don't want to be to the officer like, it looked like a woman, but I think it might have also been a man. You just say that woman, so that way he'll go find the person in the fucking dress.
That's right.
But that's schema. That's again presentation. That's gender presentation. That's not biology. That's not biology.
It has nothing to do with schema.
Rob, is that biology?
Again,
is that biology? Yes or no?
I understand you realize you've disproven your whole argument here, and so now you're geting sort of frantic and spurging out a little. Cut back on the glibness just a bit here. No, what you've proven is when I'm being a little tongue in cheek. I'm not upset or anything.
I know.
But
You guys are fun.
But what I'm saying is, right, when the rubber meets the road and you need utility, the way that you know to define woman is exactly what other people will see as the characteristics of woman. You wouldn't say to the officer there, well, officer, wait a second. I can't tell you if it was a man or a woman because I did not get a chance to ask Sarah the mugger if she identifies as male or female. You understand that in that moment where it matters, and this term matters, that the utility in that term is saying the objective appearance and how people interpret what a man and woman is. You're absolutely correct that someone could look like a woman and not actually have the genitalia of a woman. But what this proves is that there is an objective reality. Your subjective view, let me finish, your definition that relies on subjectively what each individual defines as themselves becomes completely irrelevant in every single situation where there is utility that requires the receiver of the communication you're giving to have some sort of understanding of what the term means. It will never have any utility.
But I need to be super clear on this. For one thing, like if this were a proof for like a biological woman, we'd see the logical argument. If their biology matters, then we would tell the officer about their gametes or their chromosomes or their genitals or something like that. But we don't. Therefore, it seems like biology doesn't matter. It seems like you're proving my point for me, buddy.
It's not true at all. There is an objective reality. There is
what do you mean it's not true at all? You just proved my point that we don't recognize those things. We recognize the length of their hair, whether or not they're wearing makeup or wearing a dress.
Right. The categories that we understand comes from the biological people that normally present us those.
Those words, those biological though.
They all have to do with phenotypical expressions of the biological reality. They all.
Gametes don't work.
Compare my definition to your definition, which would be that the definition of woman is people that act and present like a woman compared to their own individual definitions. That circular, self-referential definition literally means nothing.
Sometimes definitions can be circular, so that's a fallacy to think that all circular definitions are like that. For example.
Sure.
For example, the color red, you can describe it on technical terms like its physical properties, but I cannot tell you what the color red looks like if you have never seen the color red. It is that simple. I can tell you all the other things that were red, but that doesn't mean I can tell you what red is. Just like the qualia of experiencing being a woman, I can't tell you that on a deep down level. I can tell you how I got here. I can't tell you what it's like. That's a much different thing. And so that's why these definitions become circular. When you demand a definition, then that's what you get. My question for you is, what is a necessary condition that's rooted in biology? Because I've already
adult human female. Adult. This is the 8th time you've asked adult human female
in a way that doesn't prove that.
Let me answer you again. Condition. Adult human female. Do you want to ask the question?
I've already proven that female is not sufficient as a necessary condition.
I disagree. We had this debate. We already talked about this. Yeah. You were unable to prove it. Just like with the chromosomal issue, you acknowledge that we still say that humans have a particular amount of chromosomes, and then we created another term to exemplify, yes, there could be abnormalities. But we haven't skirted with other chromosomes. We haven't skirted the definitional utility of saying that there is a utility because all language has to have utility that the receiver understands what's being discussed. And so the fact that
I not only responded to that directly, I posted something in the side that you can read all you like and try to refute that if you'd like. I think you need a necessary condition on this.
Necessary condition, adult human female. What's the necessary condition for women for you? What's the necessary condition for women for you?
That's not a sufficient condition because female can mean a lot of different things. Female can mean a lot of different things, and no singular thing about female.
I feel like that's become we're going back in circles again because I do believe we already tapped into all of this earlier. So we can continue it if you guys want to duke it out again. I'm happy to oblige.
If Rob can admit that he doesn't know what a necessary condition actually is,
I understand what a necessary condition is.
Then you're unable to actually argue.
That's not true. What is the necessary condition for chromosomes that a human has? We're literally relitigating the argument that you've already lost. But if you need to relitigate it again, we can. What is the necessary condition for the amount of chromosomes that a human has?
Since we relitigate this, I'll jump to the chase. We still call the people with different chromosomes humans, just like we still call the people who don't have those certain conditions female, right? Because there is no such thing as a necessary condition.
That is true. So there can be, for example, It's basically true, right? We say that there are abnormalities, but people would still exist within these categorizations. So, for example, we can say that if the biological reality made someone closer to the biological sex of female, even though they might not meet the necessary conditions of what we consider female, which is biological sex, that we would still say that we would categorize them as female because it's closer to that. I could demonstrate this easily if you want. What is you say necessary condition for woman? How about this? What's the necessary condition for female?
So necessary condition, there is no singular necessary condition. There are a bunch of conditions that together increasingly point to someone being female. Now, reproductive.
No, wait.
Now, no, do you want the answer?
Sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
let her answer.
Now, there's a more narrow reproductive definition that doesn't apply to humans in particular, and that is the production of large and small gametes. But I will point out that even if someone is not able to produce gametes, we still call them women. So that
we call them
necessary condition for female does not go all the way to gender. It does not extrapolate to gender.
Do we still call them female? I noticed the clever sleight of hand.
Actually.
Oh, so
yes, we do.
So it's just to be clear, if the other characteristics that would make up what we consider female exist within a person, but they have some sort of abnormality where they're incapable of producing large gametes, you would say that they're still female.
I'm saying my general point, by the way, is that without a necessary condition, you can't say that there's any biological essentialist argument for gender.
I didn't hear a yes, no, an answer to my question.
That's fine.
Would you like me to repeat
I think you're losing track of what my argument is, which is specifically that we need this necessary condition to make any biological essentialist argument.
I noticed once more.
You can still have female and woman interchangeably.
Why are you incapable of answering the question? I'll get to the utility of why I'm asking this question. I'll ask again. If someone met all the conditions biologically of what we consider female, with the exception that they had some sort of abnormality where they didn't have the correct gamete production, would we still call them a female?
Yes, because these so-called abnormalities are naturally occurring. Therefore, we don't need to uncategorize them as like some different group, except for when we're making those distinctions. So the same for transgender versus cisgender woman. Sometimes we're just talking about that woman over there, and it doesn't really matter if they're trans or not. But if I were talking about a trans issue, like trans rights, and how that differs from the rights of other women, like cisgender women, then we might want to be able to make those distinctions every time I say woman, right?
You just defeated your own argument because by proving that there are no, quote, necessary conditions that would be applicable to all definitions of female, and yet we could still look at biological reality in determining who's a female, even if there are abnormalities. Then when we go over to the term woman, when I say as an adult human female, you say you can't use that because you can't give a necessary condition. Yet you would defeat your own argument based on your argumentation. Then we could never call anyone a female because we don't have an exact definition with complete necessary conditions. Once you say that we can make exceptions for the term female, and my definition of woman includes adult human or is adult human female, you don't get to say that that definition can't apply because it falls victim to the very things that you're saying that are acceptable with the term female. You've defeated your own argument.
If women were something like comparable to height, for example, that we could measure, there would be necessary conditions within the category, within the definition of woman, that we could also measure.
Like what?
When this conflicts with how society uses things, then when you're doing something more than just biology or genetics, or for example, sociology, you need something that actually talks about the way we interact. You can't just say, oh, well, certain people have XX, certain people have XY, therefore we can assume everything based off of that. You can't make any further predictions off of something when none of these things are necessary conditions to begin with.
So I just want to say a clever sleight of hand there, and this is what I was talking about, of people that try to redefine the term gender to meet self-identification, that it has to do with subversion of language, and you could interchange it as you see fit. Your criticism of me, please, let me finish.
We're trying to be more precise.
Your criticism of me using the term woman to mean the grammatical category of adult human female, right? Or gender is the grammatical category of the expression of sex. Your criticism specifically looking at the term man or woman is, but there are physical characteristics that you will not be able to have necessary conditions every time because there's abnormalities. But you agree that the term female should mean what we've accepted female to mean, and there are biological realities to it, despite the fact that it falls victim to the same criticism. So your real criticism of me using the word woman is that actually the word female is not always precise. You can't define exactly what a female is, but then you defeat your own argument by saying, but that's accurate. You can't define exactly what a word female means, but we accept it even though there are abnormalities.
Hey, Rob.
Therefore, like the idea that we have to reject the term woman for that is nonsensical. And when you say like,
you're not rejecting the word woman, Rob.
Real quick, when you say yes, but now you completely change, you're like, yes, but we need some sort of word to describe sort of how humans interact and their self-identity. Yes, we could have terms like that, but that is not historically what the term woman is meant. That's not the way we use it in any utility, and that's the is claim. Every study that we look that looks at pragmatic differences between men and women uses the term man and women to have an extension of biological reality. When we're talking about sort of the idea of using the word man, woman in a sentence to when it's the rubber meets the road, we're never talking about people's subjective definition of what they think man and woman means outside the scope of biological reality. The fact that someone could misidentify the biological reality is irrelevant to the greater scheme, that my definition is always going to have more utility than your definition, which is not only circular, which uses man in its definition of men, but it's, I'm almost finished, but is self-referential, and it could literally mean a different thing. Like, will you concede this? Every single person watching this chat right now could define the characteristics of men differently.
No.
That's not true. Explain how that's not the case.
So for one thing, there is some ubiquity to some of these categories to the point where most people you're going to meet are like that. Although if you want to see a good example of this difference between cultural norms, check out the Beverly Hillbillies. That show gives a great example of how those people just don't understand culture like we did. And so their gender norms were inherently different. And what I'm trying to, just to keep you on track here, what I'm trying to get to is that since we can't make any inferences on what sex someone is from a singular variable, because none of these are necessary conditions, you also can't make higher order claims based on that variable as well. So just because someone is a human female doesn't necessarily tell us what they identify as, right? This comes down to accuracy and precision. We want language to be precise, which is part of why we change language over time as we learn more things about it, which is why we don't just always use things based on their historical context. But it's also about accuracy and making sure that if I say woman, I'm not excluding certain people who would otherwise qualify as woman as far as our best definition can be. And instead it is actually accurate enough to include the people who would also be considered women. Now, if you're doing a study on medical science and physiology and stuff like that, then you probably care more about what their sexual reproductive functions are, what their chromosomes are like, what their hormones are like.
Then why not say male, female instead of man, woman?
That is why in such medical literature, you do tend to see that distinction without as much. Well, you see medical literature that talks about healthcare differences for trans versus cisgender people.
Okay, but that's not like we're talking about outcome difference between likelihood to commit aggressive crimes. They use man, woman.
No, you see that too.
What's that?
You still see that too,
but most of those use the terms man, woman interchangeably.
But again, like that's not a criticism of the definition itself.
Let me. I want to call bullshit.
How the scientific,
if I may,
Rob,
real quick.
I need to get in here because you said something ridiculous.
You've been going a while, but so it's fair.
How the scientific.
I feel like it's balanced.
I didn't even get to finish. How the scientific literature handles something is more of an argument that they should do better. Which again, I've already posted a paper that talks about that. Not an argument that the word itself is useless.
Your paper just talks about the utility of having a term that has to do with self-identification. I will not
Which you
argue.
said I haven't been arguing for utility. That's utility I've been arguing for this whole time.
Please. Yes, no one denies that there is utility for terms of all sorts of things. The problem is using the term man, woman, or gender to change the meaning of what it's historically and colloquially meant. It has more damage than the utility of just creating a different word.
Though, Rob.
Now,
what specifically has changed?
Please, let me finish.
I don't know what you're talking talking about though, bro?
I'm just not going to answer you because
what
what
he's
did they
saying is
specifically
that
I'm not gonna answer
you're making the argument for utility, but you're not even utilizing it as the utility in which it should be meant, right? So if you change the utility constantly, then what's the point in that aspect?
You're
Or
saying
if you
there's
don't have a defined.
you're
not
saying
true.
there this study says there's utility in using the word man woman to mean self-identification because it's important to have terms that don't erase people by not including how they identify as a self. I'm saying that your harm
That's
of needing a
accuracy.
term like that could be solved by creating a new term. But there are unique harms that come with subverting the language and changing the definition of man woman to where it literally means nothing. Now, let me explain. I'm going to call bullshit on your claim. You're counterintuitive to say that each of us couldn't define man and woman in our own way because your definition of man or woman is the characteristics in which are usually exhibited by men. You use the term schema. People
I think
who
I
have,
heard you. I think
please,
I heard you wrong there.
I'm
No,
going to
legit,
stop saying
I
please
think I
and say.
misheard that question.
Okay, I'm going to stop saying please and say. Is that better? Because please isn't
But
getting
don't
the
you
word
want?
across.
No, I'm
so,
trying. You're getting me wrong here. Do you want to be wrong about? Just real
Remember,
quick.
Sarah.
I think I
Well,
heard.
hold on, because you were agreeable, Furby, to being corrected. However, Rob did not state that or be agreeable to it. So he wants to finish what he wants to
Okay,
say.
if he wants to be wrong about what I said, then fine.
And that's okay for you to come back and whatever the word is.
No, yeah, no, I'm dropping it. It's fine.
Okay, like Sarah said at the beginning, when someone constantly is like, "Blah, blah, 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 blah," like it's difficult to keep a train of thought. So for the sake of having a good conversation, let me finish my point. So the point I'm going to make is when I said, could each of us define differently? You talked about the definition is people that have this schema of thinking different characteristics, and you said different people in different areas of the world could have different ideas of what those characteristics are. You yourself said that the characteristics that made you think that you're a woman, the schema, you said, oh, I didn't know you meant my schema. And then when I said, well, what is it that you think are the characteristics that make you identify as a woman? You said things like long hair, things like that. So I know someone who identifies as a woman who's fucking broad shoulders, butch. She has large gamete production. She has a vagina. She has short hair. She's got tattoos. She wears the clothes that we normally associate with men, flannel shirts and shit. Yet she identifies as a woman. Her schema is the exact opposite of what you say a woman's phenotypes would be. Is she wrong that she's a woman, or are you erasing her?
No, this all just proves my own point that I was making, that we actually can't use biological traits to determine gender identity and vice versa. And by the way, I didn't, when you first asked that question, I definitely misheard you. I thought you were asking more about within the scientific community, if we read a scientific paper, can we read that paper with different definitions and would it still mean the same thing? Because that was what we were just talking about. No, but you can definitely meet people who feel like it's more masculine actually to be a good, be good with kids and be funny and actually have good emotional self-regulation rather than being super angry or loud or whatever, versus other men who think that being loud and strong and super imposing on people and stuff like that, and not caring about kids so much as they care about work, and women can't be funny, so blah blah blah, all these things these things vary a lot between people. So I definitely misheard you there.
Okay, so then in fairness, so you would acknowledge then, now that you're hearing me correctly, let's say that there's 500 people across different channels that are watching us right now. Each of us could come to vastly different conclusions on what the schema of what a woman is. We could all have 500 different unique proprietary definitions of that schema of what the characteristics that a woman exhibits are. I lost you there.
Mel, are you still with us?
I think you muted, perhaps.
Yes, sorry. Yes,
No
I
problem.
did.
No problem. So there could be
and
500
yes,
different definitions of that, correct?
No, because not everyone's necessarily going to have the same one. Just some people will.
No, wait a minute. So if you're telling me right now that if I asked, let's lower the number. If I asked 10 different people, define to me the characteristics of what a woman is, that there's not going to be differences in each of those definitions?
Some differences, not total differences.
Okay, nonetheless, there would be differences. And when I asked you what your schema was, I'm telling you, and you could say I'm full of shit, but I guarantee you probably personally know people that this is true of. There are people that exhibit almost the exact opposite characteristics that you were saying the schema of women, such as being butch, having short hair, etc. Please, let me finish. That still identify. Please, that still identify as woman. So even if I ask, for example, a butch lesbian who's like ripped, facial piercings, exhibits like basically the characteristics that you would associate with a man, but she identifies as a woman. If I asked her, well, what are the characteristics that you think normally identifies a woman? It's entirely possible that she could say, oh, being petite, having long hair, wearing makeup, and yet still I call myself a woman. So why is, when she's admitting that the schema of what she says a woman is opposite of what she is, and yet she still calls herself a woman, why is she wrong?
Wait, no. First of all, can you provide me anyone who's like that?
Yes, there's plenty of lesbians that would say, I'm abnormal for what most women present as.
So in the butch lesbian context, these schemas, again, like I said, the butchness is a rejection of the norms, right?
Sure.
So someone aligns with that schema still, but they also reject them. So that person might also say, yeah, I'm a woman, but I don't do what other women do. But other women care about being pretty, they care about having nice long hair, or maybe even straightening or curling it. I don't give a shit about that, right? And so again, gender expression varies heavily between people, even if their genitals don't vary that much.
But that's going to be bad for your argument for two reasons. One, it proves that your definition isn't a necessary condition, to go back to that term.
I don't need a necessary condition.
Please, let me. Okay. It proves that it's not a necessary condition because your definition, correct me if I'm wrong, Liz, woman is someone who has like the schema or exhibits the characteristics of what they think a woman is. And so down you're saying, but it could also be the opposite of that. That a woman could be someone who intentionally subverts the expectation. So it could literally be the thing or the opposite of the thing.
So when you run into things like this, they're often social constructs. And the funny thing about social constructs is that they don't always exist within the plane of reality. Now, what happens is we start with like a term that we use more colloquially than accurately, like gender. And then we realize that like, oh, we're calling this group woman, but these other people who basically do the exact same schema as the woman around them with the intent to participate in it, and yet we exclude them. How does that make sense? And then a discussion evolved over time. You can say that's postmodern or cultural Marxism. Some of those people may have been, but not all of them were. Some of them were just very curious. How can we have this discrepancy without us actually either including them in, or like you said, coming up with the new term? The reason they didn't come up with the new term is what that paper talks about, the utility of it. It depends on what you're researching. If you're researching trans-specific healthcare, then of course you're going to want to ask people what they were assigned at birth, for example, or if they've transitioned or anything like that, because those details will matter greatly to the results. But if you're doing a sociological study on something that has nothing to do with gender and your only options are men or women, how do you know if a trans woman has selected man or woman? That's variability in your data. That's bad for research, especially in the soft sciences. So the best way to confine that is to remove that. In broader society, unless you want to be wrong, it's better to ask people, for example, what are your pronouns? And then they'll tell you, and then you can respect it, right? It's just the utility in society is a common courtesy thing. And the reason for this is because gender is not just a social construct, it's an internal identity, it's a behavior. It has nothing to do with biology. Biology happens at a much lower level in the neurobiology dogma, right? So you can have any set of biology and still give a certain set of behaviors. And likewise, you can have a specific biology and give a whole range of behaviors. Category A does not tell us about category B.
Okay, so that was a lot of words to say absolutely nothing. What your study's actually going to say, the way you described it, that from now on, I'm going to pause 10 seconds every time you interrupt.
Okay? Yeah,
if you're going to open your rebuttal, buddy, if you're going to open your rebuttal with an
listen.
attack on my points, then you can sure as hell expect not to be in.
That's sort of what a debate is. It's an attack on each other's points, correct?
Check this out. We've only got about it's right around 10 more minutes left. So if we could be respectful of each other's time. You guys have been fairly mild this evening, but still pretty interruptive to each other as well. So if we could just respect the last 10, and we'll get into the open panel, and then the cutthroatery can occur. Okay.
Rob, I will say I'm sorry for assuming you don't want to be wrong about the things, about the claims you made.
If you're going to attack my position in this debate, then I get to interrupt. Yes, that's a debate. We're attacking each other's So by definition, you say I get to interrupt you if you disagree with me. Good stuff. Anyways,
Go
I'll make
ahead,
the
Rob.
point. I'll take my 3 minutes that you just took there, if not longer, right? So this definition that you're talking about, or this study, what it's going to say is, well, it's important if you're discussing trans issues to talk about whether or not someone's trans. That's fine. You don't need to redefine the terms man or woman to be completely subjective, to be able to be particular and have that some sort of research. When you then say, when we take it to sort of the social sciences and we're trying to determine, it would be inaccurate if we didn't have these specific terms of how people self-identify, is wrong. We can see that the accuracy is something that's important, and the definition that you offer, the harms that you say that we need something that has to do with self-identification, would be met by just having other terms. We could ask someone, are you a man or a woman? And they could say man, and we could say, do you identify as having the characteristics of a man or a woman? And then they could answer that. That would be sufficient, if not creating two entirely new terms to solve the harms you're talking about. However, your solution creates a litany of other harms. For example, when we look at those sociological studies that have been done all through the past and are continuing to be done, and it says women make 79 cents to the dollar as man, they're clearly talking about the biological nature of male versus female. They did not take that study to ask people, well, how do you identify? Nor would there be utility in asking the question, how do you identify? And the study determining the difference between people that identify as men and identify as women. The utility would be in understanding the pragmatic differences between the biological sexes in outcomes that we have. No one gives a shit in how people identify and what the differences are and how they would identify. And again, when we get back to the utility, your term basically means nothing. You started off talking about schema. I started off my opening statement discussing that no matter what, that your definition will basically be, at the end of the day, you're a woman if you think you're a woman. You tried to make it complicated by saying, now actually what a woman is someone that exhibits the characteristics of what they think a woman is. Yet then when pressed, and I say, but what if someone exhibits the exact opposite characteristics of a woman, but still calls themselves a woman? You're like, well, that would be fair. They would be allowed to call themselves a woman because they're subverting the expectations of what a woman is. Therefore, in effect, the definition of woman, based on the fact that it could either be the thing you're saying, exhibiting the characteristics of woman, or be the opposite of that and exhibiting the characteristics of men, but that could still make you a woman, then the definition is quite simply, you're a woman if you say you're a woman. The problem with that is that means that the definition is entirely subjective, and no word that has a subjective meaning to each individual will have any utility whatsoever when it comes to a broader context, because the receiver of the message has no clue what you're talking about. Which is, again, why I get back to the point that if there are 500 of us listening right now, and you say there is a woman, we have 500 different examples of what we think that could mean. Some people might say, I think that woman means someone with long hair. Other people might say, no, I don't think that's sufficient. When I think of woman, I think of my mom, who had sort of a beehive haircut. So I don't think long hair comes with the definition of woman. And what we see is there's zero utility, because each individual now says there could literally be millions upon millions of definitions of what someone means when they describe someone as a woman. Language has to mean something through the receivers. There has to be sort of at least some sort of communal understanding of what that means. If the term is completely self-identifying, which you're conceding implicitly that it is, then the term loses all utility. All of the harms you're talking about erasing people and needing terms that mean self-identification, are met by creating terms that have to do with self-identification. But separating gender, which has historical accuracy and is used in all pragmatic senses, including today, whether it be in studies, whether it be in someone discussing man or woman, there is always a connection to objective meaning and a rejection of woman. When I say woman, I literally just mean people that think that they're women. There is zero utility in that. So the way that things are is that gender is not different than sex. It's a grammatical category representing sex. And the way that they ought to be is to continue to be that way and to reject your ideology, because actually it makes the words completely meaningless, which rejects the accuracy and utility that you claim to be mentioning through this study.
All right.
Okay, this is going to be our final thoughts.
We'll move into that in about 5 minutes. So you're welcome to rebuttal and answer back to Rob. And you're welcome to take your time uninterrupted, as thank you for being respectful.
Yeah. Language has to mean something, sure. It also can't miscommunicate things. And I think the biggest problem that we're facing today is that if you want to have a set of words that describe only normative people, then sure, but then you inherently have to make up new words for things. Now, the reason why we don't always do that is because A, there may already be words that exist that that perfectly describe it fine. And they're not all contexts may even need this this differentiation. And what you kind of realize when you think about the trans issue for a while, think about how much it actually matters when you meet someone on the streets, if they have a penis in their pants, when they're not telling you or not, it's minimal, right? Like we're talking like if you're planning on banging somebody, that's debatable. You can just, at the end of the day, you can always just walk out of the room. It's not like going to kill you if they end up having a penis when you go to lay down with them. It's certainly not gay if you walk out of the room, so it's not questioning that. And when we talk about like what's the utility of not including trans people, unless like you really don't like trans people, or you really hate having to come up with some maybe more nuanced answers to things than we used to have, then there's every reason to include non-conforming people into a group that they otherwise seem very similar to, and otherwise we normally don't need to make this distinction. If this were like let me tell you right now, if there was like a huge crime ring of trans people using their transness to scam people or something like that, I'd start to be like, okay, maybe we're giving this too much acceptance. But at the end of the day, like I'd start to maybe see the utility there. But at the end of the day, like they're distinctions without a difference until like we're talking about something like medical science, or this is like I'm talking to my actual psychologist about my gender history. So
sorry.
So just to wrap it up, there's no reason, for example, not to use woman for a trans woman. And there's plenty of reasons to make that word inclusive for both groups in the majority of scenarios.
Should we have separate prisons for men and women?
Well, first of all, we have separate. We have segregated prisons.
I asked a simple
already.
question. Should we have separate prisons for men and women?
I'll say yes to segregation because separate.
So you would say that your answer is yes, we should have separate prisons for men and women.
Segregation, sure, yes.
Why do you keep saying segregation? I'm just asking quite simply because we might
because prisons exist where it's like the same building.
But I just mean when someone answers a question by throwing out another term and then saying yes, it implies that you're not just giving a simple yes/no answer. I'm just asking, would you say that the answer is quite simply yes, we should have separate prisons for men and women?
I think it's very clear that I'm saying yes either way, but I'm including segregated prisons just that way there's not any confusion.
Okay, so if you think we should have separate prisons for men and women, why would the reason be that you would think that?
Typically, there are differences in sexual abuse rates, sexual assault.
Really? Can you cite those studies?
You need a study to know that?
Yeah, I do.
That men are more likely to be the purveyors of more violent sexual assault, and women are more likely to be the recipients of more violent sexual assault.
Can you explain to me what makes people that identify as the characteristics that the schema of men more likely to commit sexual abuse? Can you explain that to me? Why people that have a schema of men are more likely to commit sexual abuse?
This is something that the APA actually has a fascinating document about. It doesn't sound like it, but it's actually called something like recommendations for practices for boys and men, but they talk about something called gender role strain. And this has a lot to do with how we define masculinity in society. So if I say men are stoic, men are very straight, and men are super strong, right? We're going to keep it simple for now. And then someone feels emasculated in society, then they might resort to something like physical violence more likely than somebody who doesn't care if they feel emasculated, like a woman. Now, going to the sex-related stuff, the interesting thing is that it seems like a certain part of the brain, especially in men, it has developed a certain way, so that way men are less likely to understand the difference between sexual behavior and aggression. Versus women tend to see a very clear line between these things. Again, not all men, not all women. And so again, it's more likely that men will act out sexual aggression than a woman.
So you even just there are conflating the terms sex and gender. You're conflating the term men and women with male and female. Okay. Even just please. Come on. I'm trying my best.
You want to know why?
I'm trying my best to stay silent. And it's within 3 seconds every time of me talking, every single time you interject. It's just bad form. That's all I'm saying, right?
I will be agreeable.
You're conflating the terms even there. Now the truth
is
not
a conflation. Because I'm not talking about
Mel,
reproductive
Mel,
sex.
if you have to mute yourself to stop the interjections, please do so. Otherwise, Rob was kind. He gave you the floor, and I asked, we've got like 2 minutes left, okay? And then we'll go into closing thoughts.
I will take those 2 minutes. So it is obvious that the reason that we
No,
would
you
have
get 1 minute for me to respond.
Mel.
No, if he takes 2 minutes and I need 2 minutes to respond.
We would have had 3 minutes had you not continued interjecting, and then you would have had a response.
This is just logistics at this point. I'm just trying to work that out so that way I actually have time to respond.
I wonder if men or women are more likely to interrupt. Interesting. Anyways,
men.
So you're a dude.
No, because a woman
Thanks.
starts interrupting someone, it doesn't make them a man.
Okay, now, nonetheless, getting back to the point, it's clear why you're conflating sex and talking about biological males more likely to be aggressive, et cetera, and you're using the term men and women when doing that, because when I ask you specifically if we should have separate prisons for men and women, and you say yes, the clear understanding of why that is because the studies that you guffawed on, you're asking me for studies, you don't know that. Yes, those studies say that men are more likely to commit sexual violence than women, especially against women, and it has a lot to do with the biological reality because it's using the term men and women to be an identifier for biological sex. It's not saying, studies that say that men commit 80% of sex crimes. Actually, those studies, what they did was interview every single person that commits those sex crimes that were a part of that study and said, how do you identify? Now, you then have this clever, again, sleight of hand where you're like, well, it's entirely possible because men, let's just say hypothetically that the definition of men are people that identify the characteristics that are masculine, such as of aggressiveness, et cetera, trying to then shoehorn the idea that a biological female that identifies as a man would have similar sexual aggressive characteristics, sexual assault characteristics as a biological male. That's not true. No study's going to say that, but that's not going to help you anyways because we've already gone through why your definition of man would be someone that exhibits the characteristics we think of men, or someone who intentionally subverts and has the opposite characteristics. So therefore, if we took to the logical extension of what you're saying, having one prison for men and one for women would literally just mean we would have to ask every single person, are you a man or are you a woman? And if the person said, I'm a woman, even though they had all the characteristics of a biological male, we would say, fine, then you go over there into your women's prison. Now, what likely would happen in that scenario is women would be scared shitless because now biological men are being put in their spaces. So they would say, well, shit, I'll pretend to identify as a man. Then all of a sudden the categorization would mean nothing. And prisons would literally just be made up of biological males and biological females interspersed amongst each other because instead of assuming that man is, and we should segregate based on man and women, which has connection to sex, we're just saying it's all self-referential, which means the physical harms, last point, which means that the actual real world implication is more biological females, or what I would call women, are going to be sexually assaulted. There is real world danger. And the fact that you interchange, even as your answer, as someone who claims to have a better understanding of what the term gender should be, and you yourself make the mistake of conflating man and woman, meaning male and female, proves that I win the prompt once more, that gender is not different from sex because you can't even help yourself in interchanging those words.
You got 30 seconds, Mel, and then we'll move into closing statements.
Oh, hell no, I don't.
Yes, Mel, listen.
This is why I interrupted him to point out that taking 2 minutes is a filibuster against me.
Reagan.
So are you filibustering me too, Sarah?
No, Mel, listen to me. What I'm saying is that he was trying to get his thoughts out and you continued to interrupt him. Then we went into the semantics or meta of talking about the talk. Okay. I'm giving you 30 seconds so you can still hold your thoughts for closing statements, which you can go on all night long practically. So 30 seconds for a quick response, and then we'll go into closing statements, please. Thank you.
So you just must like being wrong about my points because that wasn't a conflation. I started talking about gender roles strain, and then I explained how there are differences between groups. The simple answer for why that would still prove my point, by the way, is because we actually still need to examine trans people and what their rates of abuse at the hands of cisgender men are. Guess what? It's actually higher than it is with women. So definitely don't want to put them in a men's prison.
All right. Rob, if you'd like to begin with your closing
Do we have a
statements.
time frame we're looking at? I'll keep it whenever you say. It could be 1 minute.
I mean,
2 minutes.
I'd say like
How
4
about he
minutes?
gets 30 seconds and I get 2 minutes?
I'd say we can go into 4 minutes apiece. We'll kind of, I'm
Sounds
not
good.
going to like hard line
Sure.
it, but be, mindful.
Okay, so to the prompt, is gender different than sex? I argue in two ways. That one, the way it has always been and is before there was a radical change by people with political and cultural axe to grind, was that we actually use the word as a grammatical category that is an expression of biological sex. Of course, there could be extremes where things get lost in the shuffle. People can misapply it. But in general, that's what we're talking about. We're comparing that to gender and the idea of it being self-referential, where a man is anyone who thinks they're a man, a woman is anyone that thinks they're a woman. We saw that there was a clever rhetorical trick that was employed that said that it was something more than that it had to do with schema. But then he admits, or they admit right through the gate, that actually, when you start to investigate that schema doesn't really matter, because you could have a schema of what women are and then actually be the opposite of that, and still, because you call yourself a woman, be a woman. So therefore, as I predicted, any definition that you hear people that conflate gender in the way that he is always going to be something that is self-referential. And you could see the real world implications of how that's bad. All the studies that talk about the difference of men and women are implying a biological reality to it. When we talk about the necessity for having women's spaces and men's spaces, you could see, as it's admitted, that we should have segregated prisons for men and women. You could see the conflation even there. They sort of backtrack on it because there's no possible answer to that conflation when he say, yes, men commit more crime, blah, 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 more sexual abuse. Again, that's not him discussing people that identify as men. That's talking about people that there is a connection to biological reality. Mel understands that actually, because of the reality of men committing aggression more against women, that we should segregate them. The fact that there is a population that chooses to present differently, and perhaps they should have their own segregated space, is fine. But it doesn't change the fundamental question of whether or not we should have a segregated space for men, i.e. adult males, and women, i.e. adult females. Because if we didn't, there would be real world harm of women being abused in these prisons all the time. Because there's an abnormality that would lead to people being attacked. It would be the same with people that aren't transgender but are dragged and exhibit that in prison. The assaults that they would receive would probably be very similar to trans people. They could be self-segregated, that's fine. However, we could still see the need for this segregation. So there is the way that things are, and there is the ought of how they should be. I think that it's clear that the definitions that's being offered by Mel are self-referential, they're circular, that there's a mistake that Mel makes constantly with conflating these issues, and that the only downside of my issue, or my definition, where it's saying that it's adult human female, adult human male, and that it's a categorization, gender is just a grammatical category of the extension of biological reality. There's really no harms but you're erasing people that identify in a certain way. You can see when we get to specific terms, for example, when I'm talking about, I identify as a way as tall, Mel again makes a mistake of saying, you can't do that because there's an objective measurable reality. Same would be true with the idea of man-woman. We could objectively measure whether or not you're a male or female, an adult human female or adult human male. It's just subversion for the sake of subversion. We didn't get into the history of John Money and all the stuff he did. We didn't get into the actual harms and how the people that use this are being subversive to sort of increase degeneracy, increase indoctrination to children, and how it's being used to set up this categorization of oppressed versus oppressors. It is clear for the sake of utility that all terms need to have some sort of meaning that's outside the scope of each individual's subjective meaning. The term that Mel gives for what a man and a woman would be would literally mean that anytime you hear the term men, you're going to think something that's completely different than the person next to you, and the person next to them, and the person next to them. So what is the meaning of that word? If tall means anyone higher than 6 inches, then that means that everyone's tall, and therefore the definition loses meaning. An even easier point to understand is if to be tall just means anyone who considers themselves tall, then the meaning of using the word tall ceases to lose its descriptive functions. And the idea of saying, but that's measurable, isn't going to help because your biological sex also is measurable. So for those reasons, I think it's easy to see that there's all sorts of insanity that's going on here in circular logic We actually do exist in a society in all utility, and the way people colloquially use the term, that gender is basically the same as sex. It's a categorization of it. People are increasingly rejecting Mel's worldview, and I'm happy to say it. That's why it's more than an 80-20 issue, all of this crazy batshit lunatic trans stuff. And we're seeing that when it comes to utility, that every time in the instance of like the police officer scenario, you yell, it's a woman. The reason you yell that, it's not that you can't be inaccurate in identifying it. And when you're saying woman, it's because you think they look like a woman. It's that we clearly understand that the definition can't be subjective. You would not in that moment say, I don't know if it's a woman. I didn't ask them what they identified as. And my definition of woman is merely if they say they're a woman, they're a woman. Mel's going to, in the closing statement, say, no, that's not what I said. Throw terms around like schema. But I want you to remember, as Mel rejects this, that's what happened. Ask yourself this, but wait a minute, Mel, if someone says the schema, i.e. the characterizations of what they individually think a woman is one thing, but chooses to call themselves a woman and exhibits the exact opposite characteristics of what they themselves say a woman is, are they still a woman? Mel has to bite the bullet and say yes, else she's erasing people. And so therefore the definition is quite simply, despite all of the add-ons, if you identify as a woman, you're a woman. If you identify as a man, you're a man. So any claims of needing the utility for terms that reference self-identity is outweighed by the fact that you have taken these terms that historically have meant one thing and have utility and made them completely meaningless because they literally just mean if you identify it as it, you are that. I think it's an easy win.
Thank you, Rob. Mel, the floor is yours.
Worth noting that peacocking, which according to Urban Dictionary is the act of pretending like you won and puffing out your chest when you didn't, is something I've noticed men mostly do. We started this with me saying gender is something very not circular, by the way. I purposely didn't use woman in it. And then I gave an example within that definition that did, just so that way people who might have gotten lost can maybe get brought back on track. And Rob decided to fixate on that. And I think that there's a theme going on here of actually very stylistic rhetoric from Rob that doesn't really rebut most of my points. In fact, I don't feel like I've had any of my points truly challenged tonight. For example, my point about gender schemas, my point about other things. Whenever I brought something up, what I got in return was, you don't have a study on this, or you don't actually have a response, or you're just conflating things, not realizing that Rob's actually kind of proving for me that he doesn't understand the difference between conflating things in something that's interconnected with something else. Because as I stated at the beginning, just because the way we score things on two different sports are interconnected does not make those sports the same thing. So maybe, Rob, try again when you actually know what a conflation is. And even better yet, when you can remember what my arguments actually were, especially since I made both circular and non-circular definitions of gender for you, since you seem to want those circular ones. You should also stop saying that, like, I don't have studies for things. You didn't really ask for studies, nor did we actually unpack any of these things. Granted, when I went to go read a passage, I lost it trying to make sure I got the name right, which is a huge fail on my part. So I will give you that. There is no biological reality, quote unquote, that's your words, that you can point to that actually tells us what a man or a woman is or isn't, because as I've proven tonight, there is no necessary condition that you can identify that without it either is or isn't a woman. Therefore, there is nothing that is in the definition of woman that can be dependent on that thing. And I can agree there's a bimodal, again, interconnectivity that we associate to these things based on tradition, but just because something's traditional doesn't make it right. And the utility here is to be accurate about it. When we say woman, sometimes we want to say trans woman or cisgendered woman to be more specific. Sometimes we're just talking about all women regardless if they're trans or not, because sometimes we're saying statements that don't rely on being trans. Going back to the prison thing, this is where your example about segregation falls apart completely. I 100% agree. We need to examine these issues closely. We need to talk about the differences for cisgendered and transgendered inmates and look at all possible avenues of solutions as a thing, because I'm actually interested in the best outcomes for people. And that kind of goes back to what you're saying about like, oh, if I had a schizophrenic person who thought they were I forget what you actually said. I think you made it personal. I don't want to attack that because that was actually very nice of you to say. But the reality of it is, like, if we don't affirm schizophrenic people's delusions, because that will lead to worse outcomes. But if we don't affirm the gender identity of a trans person, guess what that does? That leads to worse outcome. So if you're a clinician and you're actually trying to improve the outcomes of your patient, what you want to know is, how can I help treat them properly? Not how do I enforce my dogmatic worldview onto them? How do I actually treat them and help alleviate their pain, which is why we treat gender dysphoria the way we do. It has nothing to do with cultural Marxism, it has nothing to do with feminism. We came up with these new words as a slow discussion in the literature about how the old way of using it is not precise enough to actually give us the resolution we need in statistics. And then it became eventually like, oh, maybe we've just been kind of lazy with how we've been using this word the whole time. When I say that these things are not the same, it's a very, very visible thing. People act out gender. You cannot be a gender. You cannot be born of it. You can act out of it. You can be a part of that group, or you can be seen as not a part of that group, or you cannot do the actions. But at the end of the day, someone will look at your presentation when telling the cop, that's who mugged me. They're not going, you're right. I'm not going to ask that person who just mugged me, by the way, what are your pronouns? I need to tell the cop that. That would actually be pretty comical. Maybe even, ask them like their social security number and stuff like that too, just for extra clarity. But I will tell the cop the features that I think identify them the best. And so again, going back to, unless it matters, trans women are just as much women as cis women, because the notion of gender can happen independently of biological sex, and that's why you don't see necessary conditions. I did actually enjoy this debate. Rob, I do think you can do better. I don't think you...
Oh, I thought
I don't think you made very salient points.
You accused me of peacocking, but isn't this a form of that? I think that you absolutely got crushed, which is ironic, seeing as how this is probably the topic you talk about the most.
I mean, that's your opinion, and I certainly can't tell you that what's in your own head is wrong, but I can tell you that from an exterior perspective, there's a lot of things that don't.
You want to take a poll?
Someone who's winning here, like telling me I don't have studies when I clearly do.
You didn't actually
name
the study you cited.
Here we'll do this. Nobody ever wins the debates. The chat always wins the debates.
Actually, that's what I was going to finish on. My point, by the way, before I was rudely interrupted. I will say this, I don't always agree with your chat, Sarah, but your chat is always going. We've had over 1,000 comments since this debate started, and that blows my mind. Like, that's not even my record, and I feel like accomplished for helping you hit that, Sarah. So your chat really is great. It's always a blast to be in there. And Sarah, I always really do appreciate you hosting these debates, because Lord knows I'm a difficult person to put up with. That face, yeah. No, that's 100% facts right there, was that face.
Mel, you always like to push my limits to, you're lucky I have children, because it makes this significantly easier, because they like to push my limits on a daily basis, and you always take it one step further. In any event, I'm very thankful. Mel, I would actually go as far as saying this is the best performance from you that I've seen yet. Still mildly into the interruptions, but you're doing significantly better, and you were very focused with your arguments, and I thought that was a very significant piece. So I want to commend you for that. You're
Rob,
doing much better.
Rob, despite what I said, and I'm going to reverse my own peacocking here, because I slightly agree with you on that point. You are a difficult person to debate, even if I thought you could have done better on certain things. That's just my own opinion, and you can take that as being trash if you want. That's why feel free to give it.
Listen, most people think that they won the debate. I think, or when they debate, they think they won because they prefer the type of arguments that they themselves are making. Obviously, I take no offense whatsoever to anything you say. I enjoyed myself thoroughly. The interruption thing got a little aggravating by the end of it, but that's no big deal. It's not like we were physically assaulting you, they're calling for violence or some shit, it could get way worse, so.
This was pretty mild. I mean, JimBob's been here, and that's probably one of my toughest. Well, I call him my bulldog here because he's just one of the toughest ones to rein in with the interruptions. But let's go ahead to the chat. I have dropped the open panel dumpster fire link. If anybody's watching on Rob's end, I know Mel, you're not dual streaming, but if anybody's watching on Rob's end, or Rob, if you want to pin that same StreamYard link to yours, that's fine as well. I know people are already backing up into the backstage. So we're going to run through these super chats. Some really interesting ones came in, and we'll get through those, and then we'll go ahead and go into open panel dumpster fire. All right. Jess Gerald is whoring around from the Crucible again, and he's running over on Rob's side too. Nobody tell Andrew. There's a distinct lack of super chats. Sarah's going to need to grift harder. And thank you for the kind reminder to everyone, Jess. I appreciate you.
Jess is always on point with his super chats.
He is. He's pretty good. And for the record, you guys are welcome to respond to the super chats. If you have nothing, no worries. Otherwise, we'll just keep moving on. Rude Mudcrab in with the Big 10. Sex is objective, whilst gender is subjective observation that differs through history and culture. Men once wore dresses, high heels, and makeup. Debate over. Have a nice day. I think that one's to you, Rob, if you want to respond.
Sure. If you say, by default, I say my definition of gender is correct, therefore it's correct. Right. I'm disagreeing with you that that's what gender is. If you look, like you say, throughout history and culture, when people said men, they might say it's men traditionally wear this clothes. But when they were saying men, they meant adult biological males. And so it's just because you have decided to accept the change in definition, probably for bias reason, doesn't mean that that's the way things have historically been, nor does it mean it's the way things are today. People are rejecting that, and nor does it mean that it is the way things ought to be. The definitions that you would embrace, that every single person I've ever debated or saw debate on this, is the definition of woman is anyone who thinks they're a woman. The definition of man is anyone that thinks they're a man. That has more harms than any slight flaws you could see with saying that gender is just the grammatical category of sex, and that a man has a biological component to it and a woman has a biological component. So I massively disagree with your conclusion.
By the way, I remember something I forgot from my conclusion. Like when you say it's a grammatical definition, I partially agree with you. Actually, like we need it to explain to us why we use pronouns the way we do. But again, we need to use it to describe it accurately. And one of the things that aren't involved with discerning pronouns, aside from their tangential relation to secondary sex characteristics, are hormone levels, your gametes, and chromosomes.
I don't understand what the point you're making is.
It would just suck as a grammatical definition if we tried to include biological factors in there.
No, that's not true. It is biological factors, and it's the things that as we observe it, we understand what men traditionally look like and women traditionally look like. But the term itself, so you could misapply it. I could say that someone's a man, and it turns out that they're not, that they're just presenting as a man. That still doesn't change the fact as whether or not they're a man or not.
So why do we need it to be a grammatical definition?
Because you have to use identifier words like he, she. Like for grammar and the way that syntax works for our language, we need terms that mean that, right? And you wouldn't say that she is male, right? Right, that's not a term, or you wouldn't say she is sex, right? You need a specific term that is the grammatical expression of sex, and we called that term gender. That's what things like pronouns are.
Well, actually, you could say she is biologically male because, as I'll point out, the second half of the definition you gave for gender is all we really need to figure out, for example, how to use pronouns, which was a part of the example you gave. We actually don't need, again, to know someone's biology to know through gender presentation whether or not someone might expect he or she pronouns on average.
But again, you constantly, including rude, I'm not going to say that middle word, crab.
He goes by mud crab too, by the way.
Okay. you beg the question. You say, well, by definition is correct, so therefore it's correct. No, what I'm saying is I'm saying that the word means something completely different than what you're suggesting. It has nothing to do with self-identification. And if we're evaluating whose idea we should prefer, and we've both conceded that things like utility and accuracy are important, I think that it is inevitable that the side that says the word literally means what each individual says that it means is always going to be worse for utility and accuracy than me saying at least there's some sort of stable quantification that people understand to expect what it means. Like, you can't get away from it as much as you're continually self-contradictory when you're like, you understand saying like, well, it has to have utility. And so when we say man, what we really mean is someone that presents as a man. And then it's almost under your breath, you have to say, or someone that doesn't present as a man. Then what good is the term?
It's not internally contradictory. In fact, a lot of definitions are internally gender or that conflate sex are the ones that are internally contradictory.
Give me a term that's descriptive that can mean itself or the opposite of itself.
Rob, actually, no, I forgot. It is internally contradictory, but only because, again, it's man-made and it's not reliant on any actual true factors in reality, other than the fact that we can observe that people express their gender. They don't just say like, they aren't just thinking like I have a penis all the time, so therefore I do this. They're acting out a sense of identity. That identity defines who they are. And so they develop over time a certain set of behaviors. Now, when we're coming back to accuracy and communication, the point of pronouns isn't to tell me what genitals someone has. The point of pronouns is to help me figure out if I'm talking about one group or another. Groups and genders are almost like synonymous.
No, they're not. Right? No one, when they say men, it's no one that's referring to men says people that exhibit the characteristics of men or people that don't exhibit the characteristics of men. Can you give me, you say that, well, yes, it could be internally contradictory because it's a social construct. Can you name me one term in any language that's not a social construct?
Final thought, Mel, and then we're moving on.
Yeah, anything that observes through objective reality, like tree.
No, that's not true. Tree is a social construct. We created a word that is a symbol of sounds that means the term tree. That is a social, all language is a social construct by definition. That doesn't mean that we should have utility of having internally contradicted definitions for terms.
Okay. The sarcastic saint comes in with a big 5. If Logan paints his fingernails, puts makeup on his face, lipstick on the lips, and waxes his legs, then what should he identify as? Man, woman, or creep? And I believe there was a little chat war going on in there for that minute. A thumping Weevil with the big 2. Why argue with a man about this?
I guess that's for me? Or no, it could go both ways considering your chat.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it really could. The chat's always like back and forth on left and right. Gesturald with the big 2. Woman, an adult human that was born with a clam. Why do people keep trying to complicate something so basic? Why do we need they, them, turtle, self? What is the utility beyond trying to make oneself believe they're special? And I will add to that, I think that is because we would normally, if a dude tried to dress up in a dress, for instance, and go to the grocery store and pretend to be womanly, we would just call that a weird dude, right? Before all of this other stuff came out. Like even if he tried to present or so on and so forth, or said, yeah, my name's Claudia or some shit like that, like we would just say it's a fucking weird dude. So I am kind of questioning that whole, I'm agreeable to the concept of they're special, right? Everybody wants to be special, so then we can just change up definitions to make us special.
By the way, putting yourself into a category that gets bullied and faces more violence is a weird way to feel special, but okay. The utility is, again, like we're getting smarter with these things, and now we realize that that when we say like that's basic, right? It's almost too basic to actually also describe sex, because, for example, someone else might say chromosomes, and that person who's born with a clam could be a 46XY with androgen insensitivity syndrome.
It is about feeling special. The idea that there aren't privileges that come with that are nonsensical. We have a society where many cultural institutions have embraced victimhood as the top sort of currency that you could have. So I personally known at least several people in communities I in that were far left, particularly the collegiate debate, that were white males, and therefore they were at the bottom of the social justice stack, and they inserted themselves straight to the top of that community by saying, I'm trans, now I'm a woman. Now they have the highest victimhood of anyone. And so the idea of inserting yourself, again, you could do this literally with any category, right? The idea of, well, we have to include people that think they are this, even if it's just because they self-identify, regardless of what the objective reality is. And that is what your definition is, because you could be the schema that is what people think women are, or the opposite of that. So it's just self-referential. Then I could say that every single study that we do on any term, such as firefighters are more likely to have long-lasting marriages than others, I could say, but that erases people that technically aren't firefighters but identify as it. Why have you erased them? You can see the absurdity of this, how we just make language then completely self-referential, and it's impossible to have any utility with the terms because we can't have any descriptors that have objective meaning between people. That doesn't mean that each term that we have doesn't have fringe sort of escape of what we mean. When I say chair, you might think of something slightly different than chair. But if chair could mean shoe or cat or horse, or the opposite of chair, something that you could only stand on and not sit on, then the term chair no longer means anything. Same would be true with the terms man or woman.
So going back to the first thing you said, because that was a lot, needing protection is not a form of privilege. Immunity from the thing that you would need protection from is the privilege, right? So systemic violence, needing protection from that does not create privilege. In fact, it means that you're inherently outed by that protection. You're often a minority group, by the way, so it's not very easy to have privilege as a minority group. But most importantly, the having to fight for that protection is usually not a privilege. Privileges are defaults.
You have a categorization error where every category that we could see, whether it be, you could break people into infinite categories. What is your sex? What is your gender, if you want to use a different term? What is your height? What is your religion? What is your ethnicity? And we could say, the conflation is people say, well, one of that group has privilege and the other doesn't. That's not true. For example, I am white. I have privilege as a white person. It is also detrimental to me to be white in certain circumstances. So even if you could say overarchingly, trans people are more likely to be victims of violence, et cetera, there's not a direct line that it is because they have self-identified as trans. For example, the type of person that has a mental illness that makes them think that they're trans might be one reason, but it still doesn't mean, even if we concede that there
wouldn't be— Can we do one point at a time for super
Yes, I'll
chats?
finish. It still wouldn't mean that there aren't certain privileges that are provided to you, even if there are certain detriments, because every category has detriments and privileges.
So, if you want to categorize things properly, you certainly don't want to be so reductive that you miss things, and thus you're wondering why do all my studies have weird results? My categories are inherently better than yours, especially because my categories aren't the sort of things that only an ignoramus could love, right? Like, I actually look at these things with nuance.
Let me ask you this. Would that by definition mean that we should always prefer broader definitions for every term because it would be more inclusive?
No, this is less broad than just simply conflating sex and gender.
That's not true at all. In fact, you're saying by just conflating sex
More
and gender,
specific.
it, quote, erases people. And so therefore we need to broaden it to make sure that there aren't people that
No,
feel
that's
left out.
inclusivity,
Please.
not broadness.
Okay, so then we should have more inclusivity. So any term, if we could have a more inclusive definition of it, we would always prefer the more inclusive?
When it's more accurate, yeah.
What would define accurate?
Define the thing that actually describing the thing that is the purpose that we're trying.
But you're saying we should have this gender mean this because it's more inclusive, therefore it's more accurate because it's more inclusive.
Yeah, in this case, it is more accurate when it's more inclusive.
But why is it more accurate? Just because
I've already pointed out when you do these things, then you do like a survey and you don't include those categories, then you get a bunch of noise in your data where people choose what they think is the right choice and they don't actually know, and therefore, and you start getting results that you don't understand. When you actually have something that okay, well, we're asking all women, but wait, cis women and trans women exist. Now that we know this, we're not just going to forget that and pretend that they're all cisgendered. We're going to actually ask them the difference, because the difference matters here.
But you defeat your own argument again, because then the status quo before we changed the definition of gender would have erased all confusion. We all understood what we meant by the term man and woman. The confusion that would be brought in is because people like you decided we're going to change the definition. When I ask you why,
I don't think you understand semantics, though, Rob.
Let me finish.
No. Like you've been cutting me off.
Hold on, Mel, because you're gonna have the
too.
last thought on this. You're gonna have the last thought on this, and we're moving on.
When I ask you why would we do this, you're like, well, because it's more accurate. I say, what makes it more accurate? You say it's more inclusive. Therefore, we would reason that any definition of any term that, quote, was more inclusive, i.e. included more people, should be preferred. And by definition, we would say because it's more inclusive, it's more accurate. So therefore, I decide to define the term firefighter as any red-blooded American. There, it includes more people. Therefore, it's more accurate. It's more inclusive. So firefighter means any American.
So no, you cannot create logical inconsistencies with your claims, and this is what we're actually not doing, is creating a logical inconsistency. To put it just like that was such a bullshit salad. It's really, really simple. It's so simple, right? The term dog, right? We don't, every time we say dog, we don't always specify a breed, but if we're talking about breeds of dog, then we probably will, right? Do you understand how language works now?
Yes, I understand how language works. That has nothing to do with that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. You're saying that the definition. Wait, again. You're saying that the definition.
I'm going to throw something in here. You cannot exclude yourself from a certain thing and then ask the people around you to then include you with these new conditional concepts.
That's not what happened. So that's completely irrelevant.
Sounds like it's a form of excluding. You're excluding yourself from, let's say,
it has nothing to do with what I said, Sarah. Sarah, my point is very simple.
I'm making a point.
How language works is that when we categorize
you are
things,
excluding yourself from a certain definition and then asking everyone to mold the definition
that has
around
nothing
you
to do with what I said, because nobody's excluded themselves.
To re-include yourself back in. That makes no
totally
sense.
Irrelevant.
I agree with the special concept.
Totally irrelevant to how language works. So here's how language works. By the way, when you were speaking colloquially about something, when you were speaking about a broad group, you use the term that refers to the broadest category. When you're talking in specifics, then you talk in specifics. One of the things that we have started doing less and less in this modern, much more brave and much smarter era is not making false assumptions, so that way we can avoid category errors. It's that simple.
So I'll finish with this, right?
Thought,
he said, when you can see the absurdity of this, because when I say, well, then I want a broader definition of the word firefighter, and it'll mean something like everyone that lives in this country. And they're like, Mel's like, well, you can't have it be an internal contradiction. But there's no reason given why that's an internal contradiction. It's just I've changed the definition.
No, I said it can be an internal contradiction. I said the logic can't defeat
Why do you do this?
Mel,
It's so damn frustrating. Repeatedly, I sit here quietly and let you ramble on and on and on. And then I start talking and you interject repeatedly.
I literally just got interrupted by the host, dude. Like, come on.
Then talk to the host.
Stop acting special.
I'm going to finish my point.
Stop victimizing yourself.
So I'm going to finish my victimizing myself. Please.
Finish your thought, Rob. Mel, if you need to mute yourself, you can scream behind the mic with yourself muted, and that might help.
So literally, the internal contradiction, there's no reason given that this is an internal contradiction. It meets the criteria of being the broadest definition possible, which would be a good thing. And even if we say, well, wait a minute, what does that really have to do with firefighter? The same would be true of the concept of gender, of how we understood it, that it had to do with sort of the expression grammatically of sex, of male and female. What does self-identification have anything to do with that? But because Mel prefers that and says because it's preferred, because it's more inclusive and broader, we should accept it. The idea of, but it can't be an internal contradiction. I can't make it more simple than this. Your definition literally is an internal contradiction, because man means someone who presents what we think a man does, and someone who presents.
Definition, buddy. He's not letting his plane. He's just doing one fucking straw person after
Mel.
another.
Okay,
please shut
Mel.
up.
I take back my compliment I gave to you. You have now referred back to old traditions and habits of interrupting everybody. Please stop.
Because he's just going to
Brett,
use this.
Mel,
to
it's his
filibuster.
opinion.
Do you know
Let
what
it,
is a filibuster, Sarah?
Mel,
What is a
now
filibuster?
you're arguing me. This is how
Yes.
people lose access to my panels, by being completely disrespectful little shits. Please stop. Let
What
him
is a
finish his
filibuster?
thought. Mel, it doesn't matter. It's the
It
fucking
does, because
super chat.
when you give the definition, it'll be
Mel,
what he's doing.
it is the super chat read
Right,
off.
so he should
You are
land his
out
plane
of
at
the-
some
No,
point,
Mel.
right?
Okay,
Then he should probably
all
land
here's
his
what
plane
we're
at
gonna
some
do.
point.
Mel,
Yes or
I'm
no?
going to give you an opportunity to stop before I have to do things that I don't want to do, meaning use the mute button or put you backstage so that he can finish his thought. He has been respectful. Please give it back.
If you're gonna say it's the
Rob.
super chat time, then
My
you also got to
fucking
make sure he
Lord have
lands his
mercy.
plane.
All right, I can just take my ball, I can go home, and we can end all this, Mel, and I cannot platform you anymore, and you can go find another panel. Which
Can we
option
just make
would
sure
you
he
like?
lands his plane
Which
in some reasonable
option
point?
would you like?
I would like him to land his plane within a
I
reasonable
would
amount
like
of
you
time.
to choose. Would you
I
like
would
to
like
shut
him
your
to land
mouth,
his
or would
plane
you like
within
to
a
go find
reasonable amount
another
of time.
panel to hang out on?
I would like him to stop being an NPC
Mel,
with no end,
you
with
are
no
being
limit.
emotional, and this is becoming a bothersome to the show and moving forward. There are a bunch of people waiting backstage to get on. I cannot move on if we don't finish our fucking thoughts. Now shut your mouth or turn the mute button on so you can talk out loud all
I'm
you
not
want.
stopping you from muting me.
without Mel, you know I have a transparency rule in which I try not to mute people. I'm trying to be respectful and give you the opportunity to do the shit for yourself.
It's disrespectful to let him filibuster.
Be a fucking grown up and shut your mouth. Thank you. Rob, if you'd like to finish your thought, please, and then we'll move on to the next super chat. Thank
No
you.
problem. So the definition given, even though terms like schema were used, was man is a person that presents the characteristics that they think of men. And also those.
All right. I'm going to do it for you. I'm going to do it for you. Thank you.
So he said those that present the characteristics of what they think men are. And also it could be those that intentionally do the opposite of presenting those characteristics, thereby exhibiting that his own definition is a contradiction, which he said we cannot accept.
Okay. Is that the end?
Yeah. It would have been much quicker. And to the point of filibustering, Mel, we've both been talking at great length. The difference is I don't accuse you of filibustering and interrupt, and that's what you do to me.
All right. So let's move into the next one. And
I'm sorry, I'd like a response, please.
No, we're moving on. I said
So
we're
if I can
moving
trigger
on.
you with one
Okay.
word, you're just a snowflake.
Mel, you're not triggering anyone. What you are
I did
doing is
literally wrong,
disrupting
and he
the
acted
movement.
like, oh my
Okay,
God,
I'm going to do this again. You're disrupting the movement of a show. It is a show for a fucking reason. There are people waiting backstage. We have a rule. We try to move through super chats as quickly as possible so that we can get them up. You are now disrupting the order, and that pisses me off, and it's very obnoxious, and I have no reason to platform you anymore going forward. So consider this your last panel, Furby, just out of disrespect. All right, we're going to try this again. All right. And if we could get to one response per person at this point, I don't care if there's a rebuttal. I don't care if there's a refute. We want to get through this so that we can move the fuck on. Thumping Weevil in with the big five. I can say for my son that has abnormal chromosomes that he has never confused his gender. It's all delusional if you want to add extra genders. Mel, do you have a thought?
Yes. So
go ahead.
Sex presentation is the overlapping function between gender and sex. Modesty, aka immodesty, behavioral cues, and secondary sex characteristics contribute to norms, aka differences in sex that a society has. When someone wants to be seen in a certain way, they either fulfill those roles, which we consider gender conforming, or they do not, which we consider gender conforming. So here are some arguments for distinction. There's a biological basis for sex, and that does not have anything to do with gender. Chromosomes like XX and XY may exist, but they can also exist in a bimodal distribution that isn't always aligned to a binary understanding. Therefore, at the very least, gender itself can also not be binary if it has anything to do with sex. Hormonal differences can also happen, which also means that we cannot use someone's hormonal status of having lots of testosterone or estrogen alone to infer behavioral outcomes. And the same can be true for anatomical variations. So the easy way of putting this, right, folks, is that there's a lot more overlap then there is difference between these groups. Gender is socially constructed. We are socialized to act a certain way based on what the people around us think our gender is. And then when your internal gender dysphoria, when that's so wrong that you can feel that you can't possibly live up to those expectations, what do? We say, wow, you must be transgender. It's not that hard to consider that you could be across mentally from your biological designation. And you know what? I was going to filibuster, but I think I've made my point.
Rob, do you have a thought?
Yeah, I'll just say real quick on this, but even that statement at the end is proven untrue by the own argumentation, because you could literally think that the expectations of what a man and woman is are completely opposite of what you're presenting and still call yourself a man or woman. And so therefore the term is completely self-referential. And even if we accept that there's any sorts of utility in having these terms mean something about self-identity, which I don't accept, their terms, the way that they are issued, are always going to be worse, because it literally just means whatever you think that it means. It could mean the opposite of what you think a woman is presenting as means you're a woman, or it could mean exactly what presenting as a woman is means you're a woman. So even if we accept that there are problems with the status quo definition, which I don't think there are, the definition that's being offered by Mel and other people that seem to conflate gender with identity is always going to be infinitely worse, because it means nothing.
Okay. And then John Mosman with the Big Five says, Mel, you are conflating the conditions for biological sex for female versus being a woman. Mel, do you want to respond to that since it's directed at you?
Thanks.
Okay. Thumping Weevil says with a Big 10, tell me the difference between a man and a woman's pelvic, because that's where a baby will be pushed through. A man's pelvic can't change like a woman's unless gender is only sexuality to you. Mel, do you have a thought?
Nope.
Rob, do you have a thought?
No, it's fine.
Okay. Trib says it's not hard. Man/woman does not equal male/female. Applying it in real life would have Blair White as a woman and Buck Angel as a man, because gender, use your eyes.
That's not true. Like, for example, if we take that to its logical extrapolation, if I wear football gear everywhere, if I was on here with shoulder pads and, the whole gear and looked like a Pittsburgh Steeler, would I be a football player? I say I am a football player, even if I've never played. And you'd say, use your eyes. Clearly, you're a football player. So therefore, football player means anyone who says they're a football player. No, instead, what would happen would be I was wearing the costume of a football player, but I'm not actively one. So you may be okay to be mistaken that I'm a football player, and that's what I'm trying to present as, but I'm still not a football player, no matter how much I want to pretend to be. The same is true. Buck Angel is not a man. Buck Angel is a woman who is wearing a convincing costume of a man.
Okay. Mel, did you want to respond?
Nope.
All right. Rude Mud Crab with the Big Five follows up saying, I wasn't saying any definition is correct. I was saying that these things aren't the same, as one is objective and one is subjective. They're different.
I disagree. I've articulated why there's no utility in allowing the definition to be self-referential and subjective. Even Mel would concede that there are plenty of people that used historically and even currently the concept of gender to be the grammatical categorization of biological sex. And so there, you need to have offensive reasons why we should prefer having a total subjective definition in the way that Mel's suggesting. I don't see those offensive reasons. Any slight offense that there is has to do with not erasing people, which is solved by having other terms. You could do studies on trans people without having to subvert the language that means that gender is a grammatical categorization of biological reality.
Mel, did you have a response?
Nope.
Okay. All right. And Rob, did you say you needed to leave around midnight? Because I believe it's...
I could stick around till 1. I want to stick around for some people to come on. I don't want to, because there might be some people chomping at the bit to just punch me in the face. So
yeah,
give
I
them
think
a chance.
there are back there.
That's fine.
Okay. And Mel, are you staying for open panel?
I want to. I kind of want to understand something. If you've said JimBob has done this before as well, why is he still allowed on your platform? But
oh my God, this is a whataboutism kind of stupidity. All right, we're going to kick off open panel.
I'm asking if you have a double standard.
You either stay or you.
Do you have a double standard?
The choice is
the reason
yours.
I put so much work into these.
right, we all know the drill. I believe everybody has been familiar with this panel as before. So welcome back, my friends. I hope you enjoy the ride. Buckle up, shut the fuck up, and listen. Pay attention along with what's going on. Stay on topic and fucking don't interrupt, because you've all just seen what an example you can be made of. All right, let's go around the room. I know, Spicoli, you're fast, so why don't you kick off with a question, please? And please don't talk about the JJ and stupid shit. And don't talk, I don't need to hear that Mel is a guy and all that stuff. We already have heard this statement before, so please just get right to the point and the question, because I have very little patience at this point. And please send fucking wine. Spicoli.
Well, don't go off on me just because Mel was rude. I'm not going to be rude. I'm going to be very succinct here. Gender and sex are the exact same thing. They have been for hundreds of years. It's only recently that narcissistic, autistic people have to feel special and think they invented something new when they didn't, okay? Now, what is a man and what is a woman? Since gender and sex are the same, the reality is a man, basically, this is it. A man has a penis, a woman has a vagina. It's that simple. Whether she can get pregnant or not, it's that black and white. Now, can I give an example why this is important real quickly, okay? And then I'll leave. Here's why it's important, okay? No interruptions. I go into a bar. I sit down. I have a drink. I see what I assume is a very attractive woman, and I go up there and ask her if I can buy her a drink. Please don't say anything.
Stop. You all know my rule. Go ahead, continue, Spicoli.
Can I make my analogy without him interrupting, or her?
Go ahead, please.
I'm buying the person a drink. I'm buying the woman a drink, okay? We decide, we're gonna go up to her room or my room, and we're gonna have a further drink. We go up to the room, she's a beautiful woman. We start making out, and slowly but surely my hand goes down between her legs, and all of a sudden I feel.
All right. That's enough. Because I will say YouTube can hit you for going into detail kind of things like that, Spicoli. You fucking know better. All right. Where did Dustin Buck, I believe you were backstage earlier, if you wanted to pop back up. All right. Let's kick off to Corinth, please.
Okay. I have one primary question for Rob here. If gender is what you're defining as, it's a grammatical referent to sex, how do we make sense of the term man up? Are you telling me make more sperm, make more little gametes? Are you telling me make more X, Y chromosomes? What biological part of sex are you referencing with that term?
Just because there are other terms that may use the same suffix doesn't mean that they're the same as the terms we use, such as man and woman. So you could say manly, which would be another thing, man up.
No, it's not the suffix, it's man up. I'm telling you to be more of a man.
Right. And so we would say there are traditional characteristics we associate with biological men. And so when I say man up, you're telling people to embrace those traditional characteristics.
And those characteristics are biological or social characteristics in cases like man up?
That characteristics would be characteristics that come from a biological nature that we normally associate with men. So strength. Do you acknowledge that men are stronger than women? That we consider that there's a biological reality to that quote construct?
On average, but I'm not sure how this is relevant to a case of man up. Are you telling me be stronger when you're telling me to man up? Yes. Physically stronger?
I'm saying suck it up. Right, that's what I'm saying. You
but
disagree
that's a different sense of strength.
Well, it's still a sense of strength. It's a sense of willpower, strength, constitution.
No, this is emotional.
All of those things that biologically we could say are traditional characteristics that have a biological characteristic to being closer to males.
Okay, so this is completely different. This is a social idea of strength here. This is more stoic.
That's not true. There is still biological reality to why people are more biologically. Do you think males or females are more likely to be stoic?
I don't think it's biologically indexed. I think that one's entirely social.
So you don't think when someone says man up, explain to me, take the word stoic out of it. What do you think that term means?
I think they're saying start suppressing more emotions and fulfill a male social category.
Okay.
Be somewhat of a more tempered person.
Okay, so do you think that biological males tend to be more tempered and exhibit the characteristics that are more what we consider a male type characteristic. I can't remember the exact.
Yeah, but I have no reason to believe that this is related to biology over social roles.
Though that's not
over
true.
How we stigmatize people.
It is that the social role that we associate with it has roots in biology. The same would be true of like
Can you show me where?
Yes, right? Because we could reference, if we did studies on this, that we would see that these characteristics are more likely associated with males. So not just men or
I agree,
women.
it's associated, right?
Oh, it's not just associated, it's a reality with them, right?
Yeah, I want you to show the causal link to it being the biological aspect of it.
The
I want to know
causal,
exactly
the causal,
where the biology is
the causal link
to
is,
show stoicism.
The causal link is that where do you think that the societal implications of what we consider masculine and feminine come from? Where did they originally come from?
I'm sorry, I don't know why you're answering my question with the question right now.
Because it gets to the root. It gets to the root of the fallacy of your way of thinking. I'll answer the question for you since you seem
okay,
to
what
be,
fallacy? Then?
I'll answer
what
the
fallacy
question.
am I making?
I'll answer the
question. I mean, you said I'm making a fallacy.
Yes,
you
are.
Fallacy at least?
Okay. All right, Corinth, settle down a little bit. Let's go through one at a time.
I mean, he said I'm doing a fallacy. I just want to know at least what fallacy I'm.
Okay, I
committing.
don't have the specific. I will say you are making an erroneous assumption. Is that better for you?
Okay, where's my erroneous assumption when you made the claim and I'm asking you to substantiate your claim?
Your erroneous assumption is that there's no biological reality into why we have social constructs of the ideas of things that are associated with masculinity and femininity. So the truth is that these sorts of, we could call them stereotypes of what is male behavior, came about originally because that was most likely to be from male behavior. In addition, the entire conversation is irrelevant anyways, because the idea that we would use a term like man up to mean characteristics traditionally biologically associated with men, therefore we have constructs of what we assume manliness is still irrelevant to the question of whether or not gender would have some sort of connection and be an expression of sexual reality.
Okay, it's entirely irrelevant, and there are two things here. First, you just reasserted the position that I asked you to justify, so we have to go back into that. It's not an erroneous assumption when I'm unconvinced that this is a biologically enacted thing. That's you making the assumption that it is. I'm saying, hey, I don't have any evidence of this. Can you give me the case for this? And tertiarily, the third point you made, it is entirely related because this is the idea of social gender. This is a social idea of masculinity. If we're saying man up means this, we're having an entirely social idea of man here. If you can't give me why this is a biology thing, then you're poorly justifying why you think this distinction does actually exist.
I can give you. Can you give me any example of where the notions of masculinity would have came from if there's no connection to biology?
General social realities.
Okay, so
I don't understand. Again, I don't understand how you asking me a question is you substantiating your point.
So wait, is your argument that when the reason that asking you a question proves that if there's only one possible explanation for something, or it is the best possible explanation, then therefore that's the explanation we should go with? When you're incapable of providing an alternative explanation to my interpretation, that the reason that we have principles of what we understand masculinity to be is because it's connected to the biological reality of what males are, then that would mean that we should prefer our definition. Your inability to answer questions without glibness shows that you don't have a definition that would be more suited. Therefore, by default, I win the argument. Now, when you say it's because of general social constructed principles, can you define general social constructed principles and articulate how we got originally to these socially constructed principles? Were they completely arbitrary?
So, first of all, I'm not saying that this is the answer to the question I asked originally. Second of all, you're the one who made the assertion, hey, we do have an explanation for why this thing comes to be. You made the claim, hey, it's because of this. I'm saying we don't have any good reason to believe this is the case over the alternative hypothesis. Sure, both of these are equally as plausible. If you can give why this is the case, you'd be able to substantiate this. But you saying, oh, Corinth isn't able to justify it, therefore I win, isn't actually how this works, because I'm not giving you this is the case. I'm giving you an alternative case to show that you don't have the pure only option here. You have to substantiate why, which is, again, I'm confused as to why you keep answering questions instead of backing up your claim.
You aren't even able to define the term of which you defined as social construct. You can't define why it would be that something became a social construct. Is it completely arbitrary? Is there a 50-50 chance given any society that what will determine masculinity could be X or the opposite of X?
Are you going to answer the question that
Yes,
you were
I'm
asked?
answering.
Like, or are you going to continually try and pivot off of it?
I don't know if you understand how argumentation works, so I'll slow it down for you real quick. If we're asking ourselves a question, why does X exist? And I say X exists because of this. And you say, I don't think that you need to prove it. And I say, okay, the first thing we'll do is ask, is there an alternative explanation for why X exists? And I say, so can you give me an alternative explanation? And you say, no, you can't ask me questions. Then I'll say, fine. You are inherently saying that you're incapable of providing an alternative explanation, which means without any more proof, I could say if there's only one possible explanation, then we must accept that explanation is true. Now, when you do glibly give sort of an alternative explanation of, well, it's just a social construct, now we're comparing, okay, who would be more likely to be accurate in this scenario? You refuse staunchly to answer any reasons as to why that would be the case. I could get deeper into the biological reality if you would like, because of sort of the biological...
I would like that. That's what I've been asking you for this entire time.
You will give me the courtesy of answering my questions. Fair enough?
Sure.
Okay. So because of the biological realities of males versus females, there's different reproductive strategies and different behaviors that become necessary because of those reproduction strategies, because of things like bone structure, strength, etc. So our social construct of men being more likely to be defenders, hunters, etc., you may say those are social constructs, but they come from a biological reality. The idea of having temperance and being stoic comes from that tradition, that we needed men traditionally to be less...
Rob, how many edges does the circle have, buddy?
Who said that?
Hold on, Duck. Let
Let's
him
talk.
him and Corinth
Yeah,
are
it's
having a
Duck,
good
Duck.
back and forth. I'd like to let them go, please. Thank you.
Doc, I know how you doing, my friend. So when we see that, right, that there's like sort of behaviors because of the biological realities, and men had to be the people that were trying to get more women to have sexual reproduction with, and their biological differences and strengths suited them more for being people that were more loners, hunters, things of that nature, where women, because of the reproduction system that they had to be more nurturers and be more communal, etc. We could see then that biologically it makes sense that men would have to suck things up more, because by their very nature they're going to be more loners. So there is a biological reality to the term man up. Now, can you argue to me if there's no biological connection to the frame of social constructs? Is your argument that there's literally a 50-50 chance that masculinity could have meant sucking it up, or it could have meant the opposite of not sucking it up? Why did it end up meaning the thing that you're saying that it meant through a social construct if there's no connection to biological reality?
Okay, so there's two things here. I never said no connection to biological reality. I said it wasn't caused by biological reality. Things can be connected to things due to like tertiary reasoning. We wouldn't say, well, thing influenced part A influences part B, therefore part B is caused the original thing. This is just a complete error of understanding what my position was. Now, if we're saying, oh, it can be as loosely as anything influenced at all by sex, sure, we can entirely grant this to be the case. But then this means that whenever we have any person on testosterone, they're going to be engaging in things of that sex. Unless we're saying, oh, this heuristical category is only acceptable when Rob is instantiating it or when Rob is referencing it, but not when people like Melanie or Corinth are referencing it. If we allowed these secondary sex characteristics to be identical to sex or things that are referenced to sex, we can have this coherent idea of gender being distinct from what biological binary sex of the two modes of reproduction are.
Can I jump in?
No, you can't, Duck.
Corinth is right, but you're missing
no,
something.
Duck, you can't jump in. I'm enjoying the conversation. You never really bring anything to the
About
table.
I like Rob. Just to be clear for everyone watching, I like Rob interpersonally.
You know what? We're just gonna speed date this.
He took Rob away. No.
There we are.
I thought I was going to
all right. So where were we on this before Duck interrupted? No, I'm enjoying this conversation, Corinth, immensely. No, because you've already admitted now that there is a biological characterization to it. You say, well, it would also meet that characterization if we gave someone testosterone. You're right. If we chemically alter someone to be more biologically closer to the characteristics that men have, then we would say, yes, they're more likely to engage in the behaviors that socially we look at through men. That's absolutely true. That wouldn't make them men. You could pump up a woman to the gills with testosterone, she'll never be a man, and yet she would be more likely to have characteristics that are associated with being a man, because of the chemical makeup of what a man is that makes those characteristics likely to happen in the first place. You still haven't articulated. You just say, well, it could be tertiary, but you have no evidence to prove that it's tertiary or that tertiary nature of the biological reality isn't key to what occurred. It is clear that the best possible explanation offered between either of us that the social constructs exist because this had to do with biological realities of what men were, which then had the social constructs. Society was constructed about the biological realities of what people are. For example, even if we take out, quote, sex or gender characteristics, because of the biological reality of humans, we ended up thriving in communities where sort of communication is necessary, coming together is necessary. We need to have communities so we have access to food, water, etc. Those social constructs of like what a town would be or where people are more likely to live all came about because of the biological necessities of who humans are. The same is true of the characteristics we associate with masculinity, femininity, etc. While it is true that there could be exceptions to the rule, those characteristics, much like all stereotypes, started to exist in the first place for a reason because there was biological reality to it. When that's clearly the best reason, it's what we should prefer as the definition between sex and gender. This is going off on a red herring anyways, using a term specifically like man up to refer to a characteristic that we normally associate with men by definition. That's different than the concept of gender and the term of man-woman, because man up by definition means to act like a man, but that doesn't prove that man doesn't have a biological reality to it. In addition to that, you would still have to argue then if we don't accept that and it is social construct, how would you define the terms man or woman?
Okay, so I'm going to go work backwards from that. I'm going to use just because it's a little more fresh. So it's going to be relevant to this case. It's not a red herring because we're saying man up there. If man up is a biological term, if we're saying acting like a man is biologically indexed, then we're referencing you should be changing your behaviors in some biological way. If I tell you, hey, go man up, I'm not telling you to like change your reproductive pathway. At best, I'm telling you change some secondary sex characteristic, but generally I'm referencing some social idea. Now, if we're saying, well, the secondary sex characteristic is caused by the actual sex, then any case we're referencing the secondary sex characteristic must mean that would be affirming the consequent. This is a logical fallacy. When we're talking about this, we can have a second cause of these secondary sex characteristics, like HRT, where if we're saying, well, any behaviors outcome of these secondary sex characteristics would be indexed to sex, then we're referencing trans women as actually being women because we're referencing that sex there. Now, I don't think you think this is the case, which is why I think you have an actual distinction between these two concepts. Now, if we end up going back into the actualization, it's going to repeat into this idea of if we have women being, I'm just going to use man as like the alternative of how you defined a woman, adult human male. Is that okay with you? Thumbs up for yes, perfect. So if we have adult human male there with male being biological sex, if we mean reproductive pathway, primary, like the evolutionary biological definition, where small gamete form production, large gamete form production, that creates the binary. If that's how we're defining male there, then when we have these secondary sex characteristics being derived from, hey, testosterone allows us to function in this given way in society, a trans man who's on testosterone is going to be manning up and acting like a man in that sense. But now, we can have man mean something other than biological sex there, have it mean the social role, have it mean even things related to secondary sex characteristics, and that's still distinct from the original idea of man.
It's easy to defeat this argument because let's take the word man up out of it and use something that's synonymous. If I said act like a man, would you agree that that's sort of part of what man up means?
Yeah. I
Okay,
think like
and so therefore that doesn't disprove that we should interpret man as the biological reality of male, right? The very definition of the term says act like a man. That doesn't prove that man must mean something that's not biological reality.
When you say act like a man, what do you mean?
When I say act like a man, I mean that men are biological males, so you should act like a biological male and the characteristics we normally assume with them.
So
if I tell you
biological
real quick,
male, what are the categories of biological male?
If I tell you act like you need to have the eye of the tiger, act like a tiger, right? Am I saying that there's not a static definition of what tiger is? Actually, then tiger's a social construct. Then it means being fierce and it means being attacking and defending your children. No,
yes, Rob.
No, it doesn't.
That's what we mean by act like a tiger.
Correct. Act like a tiger means that you should act like the characteristics we associate with tiger. But that doesn't mean the definition of the word tiger doesn't have an objective reality to what the scientific data is on what a tiger is. We don't say tiger is tiger. We don't say tiger actually means things that think they're a tiger. We say we could objectively see that that's a tiger. And when we say act like that, we're talking about the characteristics that we see that we know from the objective reality of what tigers are. The same is true of saying act like a man. Man, just like tiger, has a biological reality. Saying act like it means what we associate with how that biological reality makes you act in the real world.
Yes, and that biological reality is not the only thing that can cause you to act like that. And that's the reason this is affirming the consequence. You have some sort of cause for these things. You can be acting like a man. You can be more man-like without actually being any more male.
That's
you can
true.
Have this social idea.
That's true. You could be more tiger-like than some tigers with actually being a tiger. That doesn't mean that we say that the word tiger is just socially constructed and it doesn't have a stable meaning and it's self-referential. I'll ask you one more time, right? Can you define man and woman?
Yeah, I can give you multiple definitions for each if you want.
Give me the definition that we should prefer.
You guys can't break shit down in layman's terms, can you? At all.
Yeah.
It's going to be like largely context dependent, right? Like if I'm an evolutionary biologist, if I'm defining man, I'm generally defining in a biological sense. I'd probably do something like the sex that produces small gametes. But if I'm talking to you and I'm saying man up, I'm not talking about small gametes in that sense of man. I'm talking about those behaviors. There are two reasonable definitions we can use here, and this is going to be a reason why man indexed to gender is going to be distinct from man indexed
for
to
a
sex.
moment. Hobie, I know you're new here, but I have a very big annoyance with people who interrupt while people are talking. Thank you.
All right.
So I'll just finish with this. Again, you conflate the term man up, which has nothing to do with the definition of man is, just like act like a tiger has nothing to do with the biological reality of what a tiger is, right? The definition that we should prefer of man
I'm not conflating, I'm using a different use case of it.
Well, you could say, well, we could use the term man to mean a bunch of different things because I use the term man up, but man up isn't the term man. Man up by definition means to act like a man. And so therefore it's by definition talking about the characteristics of men. It's not speaking to the biological reality of what the term man means at all, by definition, right? And again, the problem is for all terms of utility, like in the ways that we would use this most, it is clear that in any study that talks about outcome differences between men or women, it's always referring to the biological nature of it, because we understand that it would be absurd to talk about self-referential when we're talking about income disparities between men and women or prison disparities between men and women. It would have almost no utility if what that was actually asking for is income disparities between people that identify as something, but there's no biological connection to it, versus income disparities that identify as the opposite, but there's no biological reality or connection to it. So in all senses, in utility, practicality, etc., it makes sense. And you still can't get away from the act like a tiger example where it just because
I'm agreeing with you.
Right, which proves
no, it doesn't prove what you're saying. It proves what I'm saying. We have a social idea of what a tiger is distinct from its biology that we're referencing there. We have a second use case of tiger, meaning some set of characteristics that you can enact.
That's
being
untrue.
Fierce,
When
being
we say,
aggressive.
When we
we're not
say,
saying grow fucking stripes, Corin. You're not telling me go to the Bengali jungles and climb into a fucking tree and catch a bird out of midair. You're trying to engage in these secondary characteristics. You're using this as some sort of general behavioral standpoint.
Right. Just like saying man up just means act like a man. Saying act like a tiger, we could say it means...
Yes, but we're not talking about the biological definition of man. Then.
Please, we could say that you could insert the term tiger up. Yet still, anytime I say the word tiger, we understand that what I'm talking about is the biological reality of what a tiger is. When you use a term like tiger up or act like a tiger, you're talking about the characteristics that we normally associate with tigers. That doesn't change the fact that the only definition for the word tiger when it comes to the animal is the biological definition of what a tiger is. Now take the exact same argument with the term man and woman.
No, so you have to index it when it comes to
what I want to say to this. I want to give Corinth, I apologize. I want to give you the final thought on that little exchange, Corinth, since that was his question. And then I do want to move over to Dustin because I believe he had something quick to say.
Okay.
Corinth, to you. I apologize. I interrupted your
This
thought.
is just agreeing. There is this second use case. When we're talking about act like a tiger, we're not referencing the biological idea of tiger. You're not telling me to go grow the stripes. You're not telling me go run on four paws. You're telling me act in some behavioral characteristics way. Just like when you say act like a man, you're not telling me to act like an adult human male. You're not telling me to grow those chromosomes. You're not telling me to biologically age myself up. You're not telling me to like stop being a cat or something. You're telling me, hey, engage in this behavioral set that we identify as masculine in our given society. And that's what is referenced when we're saying man in a gender sense. If we're talking about like the other scientific idea of these studies wouldn't have utility, there can be easily these ideas of utility. If we find out that trans men fall into the exact category of where men are, a lot closer to where men are in terms of earnings and things like this, and trans women fall closer to where women do, this would actually tell us it's not as biologically related. It would be something a lot more social. These kinds of data points, if we are able to clarify between the two and see how these things line up, will actually be useful, not anti-utility.
It's.
Okay,
I'll just say real quick. Thank you for agreeing with me. You're right. Saying act like a man is a completely different concept than what a man is. Just like saying act like a tiger is a different, completely concept than what a tiger is. When we say tiger,
I agree. There are multiple
we
definitions
always
for the word.
No.
All right,
That
all
it's
right,
saying
let me-
act like we're saying act like a tiger, which is the characteristics associated that we see with tiger, right? The biological reality of what a tiger is and what we mean by saying the word tiger is always the same, right? If I say act like a football player, that does, or I say, act like, I don't even know, an adult. The adult's not a good example either, but you can see the point. You're inserting the word act like and saying because we say act like something, that refers to the social characteristics we associate with it. Therefore, there's multiple definitions to to what the term itself means. That's not true.
It is. It's just not the biology, and you caught yourself there. You even were about to say it, but then you realized I'm not saying there are multiple biological definitions, even though there might be in different fields of biology. But in this given case, we have a societal idea of what a man is.
I say tiger. What comes into your head?
Oh, you're both killing me. I wanted to because it has been
30 more seconds, please.
30
what
more
comes into my mind is
seconds.
the survivor. I talked about it
real
before.
Quick, I saw a tiger.
Bengal tigers coming to my mind right now.
Wait a minute. There's no circumstances where you think that what I actually meant was I saw a person that was fierce and acting like a tiger.
There might be a case where that happens, right? It's going to be context dependent.
So we would still say, so you can see the exception doesn't disprove the rule. We know what a tiger is.
No, it actually does because it's not a categorical.
It's not true.
If it's
then
a
no words would have
if it's
any
a heuristic
definition.
claim, our positions can be reconciled.
I'm good.
If you're not making a categorical, there only is one definition of male, then it does disprove your claim because this is a second use case of male. If you're saying there can be multiple use cases of male, then we just agree in the first case. We agree, hey, man can be referential to gender, some social actualization of characteristics, rather than just being an adult human male.
Untrue.
And Corinth, you are being booted to the back. Sarcastic Saint says with a big 5. Corinth,
fight,
stop
Melanie,
whining and stop acting like the Furby. Go drink some almond milk and enjoy 5 minutes in the back. Oh,
Melanie, fight for me, please.
I have the
So I do have
tiger.
a question for Melanie and actually Rob here, right?
Well,
I
hold on,
watched the
Vibe.
debate
Hold on,
from the
Vibe.
beginning.
I appreciate
Sorry.
you.
I gotta
wanting
take a
to
piss,
switch
so
up
I'll
that-
be right back.
Go ahead and take a piss. Dustin, you had something to add to the closing statement. Was it towards Rob or Mel or your closing statement? Are you going towards Rob or Mel? Dustin. Okay. All right. Well, then go ahead. Vibe.
Well, I'd love
Go
to
ahead.
go, but Rob just walked away, so
Oh, you were going
it kind of
towards.
makes it pointless, doesn't it?
Okay. That's fair. I think Dustin
I
has
do.
full
I
one.
mean, I really enjoyed watching the debate between the two. I took notes and I had some things to say, so I'd love to continue when Rob gets back.
Okay. All right. Dustin, you're having crappy Wi-Fi. Don't keep trying to join. Just let it go.
And how's my audio,
Brandon,
by the way? Is it better?
it still sounds echoey. I wonder if you maybe just need some sound proofing going on. Brandon, did you have something to add in?
And the man himself is back. That's
Oh,
who
there we go.
actually had an
Okay.
argument for him.
Okay.
And Melanie, are you online and just?
But I
mute,
mean, Vibe
or you've
said
gone away.
first, so he can go first.
Yeah, go ahead, Vibe. Ask your question to Rob.
I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, I mean, so as I predicted on this debate, and Rob actually said in the original opening, this has been a dead horse that's been kicked so many times, killed, reborn, the whole gender debate, right? However, he did say that sex and gender are the same thing, so we don't need two different pieces on that. It's just sex for Rob. Mel did say that gender is a feeling, which I totally disagree with. And I really wanted to change both Rob and Melanie's claims on this, that I think there is another solution to this whole view that everybody has, right? So sex and gender are not the same. I do not believe that they intersect, but I do believe they are both binary. So you have sex, which is something that is, you're born. Doctors can look at your genitals and go, okay, you're male or you're female. Gender is also science based on statistics. Most men fit in this particular category. Most women fit in a particular category. It's like a bell curve, right? So on one side, on the male spectrum, you've got Jason Momoa on this one side, and then you've got RuPaul on the other side. But they're still all men. They don't change on their spectrum. And then when you look at the colorful flag of the gender spectrum, we've got all these different people in different genders now. And ultimately, when you look at the definitions that they give, like a cisgender male is assigned by a doctor a gender, right? And doctors don't assign genders. They observe, they see it. And maybe they're wrong, but 99.95% of the time they're right. Basically going, hey, this guy's got a penis, this girl's got a vagina. It's a crazy thing that any doctor assigns a sex, right? So based on like that's crazy, but we can put a pin on the assignment of genders because somebody does assign genders, and that's society. Society. Oh, I heard somebody say, hey, somebody does assign genders. And who assigns genders? Well, you can, let's do a story. Sally and Johnny are married, and they're not racist. They're not homophobic. They're nothing. Like they're just perfectly good parents. But they have their first girl, and they buy her a Barbie. And the teachers go, oh, you play with the girls and you do hopscotch. And
you gotta land this a little faster though, buddy.
Say, hey, you're going to do ballet. So society is actually the people that actually assign the genders. Doctors do not assign genders. They observe and they correctly get it correct every time. Society is actually the whole culprit of this, the whole gender debate that we're having right now. The spectrum is ridiculous, right? You know, you have
I don't know, buddy. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, you're losing me.
Like I could ask questions. I think you're going to go all night. Let me ask you a question. If both RuPaul and Jason Momoa are men, define what a man is.
Well, a man is born male. So
then gender, sex. Next.
Yeah, thank you.
No. So
Reese from Philly, did you have some thought? No, hold on, Vibe, because you like just kind of went on forever, and I already have expressed my impatience this evening at this point. Reese from Philly, did you have something to add in?
Yeah, I chimed in late, like by about 5 minutes before I hit the link, right? So I'm probably the least educated on the panel when it comes to this kind of thing. And I heard a couple terms that I've never heard before in my life, and I didn't understand what they meant. And I was rushing around looking for a pen to write them down, and by the time I found one, I forgot what they were. One of them was intersectional. I don't know what that means. I'm basically up here to try to get some understanding because I don't really have any meaningful input. I'm confused about this whole thing. I don't understand how anyone alive could even consider more than two genders. I don't know how... I'm not religious, but I don't know how believers see that because I know people that claim other genders and also claim to be believers. And then I hear stuff about how it's sinful and all this and that. And then I'm really old. I'm 55 years old, and I got in trouble in school. And
Reese, I'm going to hold the educational format for a little bit later because we are trying to go through questions for Rob. So if
Can
you
I-
need more educational information about it, we'll wait until the panel starts to die down a little bit. Brandon, I believe
Can I say one thing real quick to Reese, if you don't mind?
Yeah, sure.
You said, Reese, you think you're the least educated person on the panel. Is that true?
As far as genders go, yes.
Okay, what that proves is that education doesn't equal intelligence because you're based,
No,
there's
not
two
at all.
genders, and sometimes you get so inundated with this sort of intellectual masturbation of being educated and indoctrinated that you start to believe all kinds of things that's obvious to anyone who's just a normal human being that it's not in reality. There's two genders. Sex is what biological sex does determine what those genders are. Men are adult males. Women are adult females. You nailed it, buddy. You don't need to be educated anymore on it.
I'd like to put a motion to second that on the floor.
Yeah.
Brandon, go ahead.
May I say one thing?
Yeah,
I dropped out of high school. I'm a painter. There's a lot of new words that are being invented that people don't understand, man. Like cis. What's cis? Come on. Like you're coming up with new words,
Or
new
we
languages.
can educate you guys later.
This
if
is
you
a
want.
prefix.
This is the female that was born to my mother when I was not born. Can I put in
Can
a
I-
finishing
no.
statement and then go?
Yeah. Okay. I'll let Dustin
Sure,
do that.
Can I really quickly answer Hobie before he goes?
Oh, my dear Jesus. Dustin, please finish your statement.
I will. Okay. If I pull out a piece of paper, a white piece of paper from my pocket, and I call it $500, is anybody going to credit me with that?
Nope.
No. Yeah, right. But I'm demanding $500 worth of goods, aren't I? So the bigger picture here is you got a bunch of people that are trying to pass off white paper as $500. It's really just that simple.
Well, in a way, though, with that analogy, we do that. We have little pieces of paper. They're all about the same. It's what's printed on the front that makes you think it's like $100 bills versus 100 or
Glad I could add that clarity. I'm out.
Can I take a $20 bill and pretend it's a $100 bill?
No.
All right. Can I ask Rob my question?
Sure.
Okay. I just want to be sure. Do you think, Rob, do you think gender and sex are identical?
I think that gender is the grammatical categorization of sex.
So is that a yes?
Well, it depends. I would say that for all intents and purposes, yes. But I guess you could say that because one has to do with grammar and the other doesn't, that there is a difference in the utility of the terms in that sense, the grammatical sense.
Sure, the utility question is a different
slightly
question.
disagree with that.
So
in the
I do.
sense that
So I
sex,
do.
we
So
all
I.
agree. Sorry,
Hold
go
on.
ahead.
Yeah, so I do have an argument for you if you do think they're identical. So if gender isn't different than sex, then it is logically impossible for gender to be different than sex. But it's not logically impossible for gender to be different than sex. Therefore, gender is different than sex. Is there a premise there you disagree with?
Yeah,
I can put in.
I guess you have to slow down because it seems circular and not to make sense to me.
Yeah, sure.
See,
I'll put
in
in.
my opinion.
I'll put it in
sex
chat here.
is
That's
biological,
using modal
right?
terms that makes
What
it
are we
not apply.
doing? Please stop fucking interrupting.
I pause when he talks.
So I put it in.
They were having an
Okay.
exchange between two people. Please mind that.
I apologize.
Go ahead, Brandon.
Yeah, so I did put it in the private chat there if you want to take a look at it.
Sure, let me
Because
take
you're
a
going-
look. Sure.
Yeah, if you do think they're identical, right? Because I think a lot of this debate is a semantic dispute, but I think you're going to put a big burden on yourself if you're going to make a claim like that.
Okay, so let me read this. You tell me. If gender isn't different than sex, so they're the same thing, then it's logically impossible for gender to be different than sex. So if they're not different, then they can't be different, okay? It's not logically impossible for gender to be different than sex. Okay, explain that premise.
Yeah, so there isn't a contradiction that's entailed from gender being different than sex.
But that's just the way, of course there is.
Okay, so what's the contradiction?
The contradiction is all of the reasons that I argue the descriptive of is, that gender's just a grammatical way to discuss sex, and the reason that it ought to be. Both of those things prove the point.
We're not
talking about ought. But your argument, well, I talked about that real quick, real argument.
Real quick, because we're not talking about ought, right? And if you do think it's logically impossible, I just want the proposition and its negation that's entailed from the proposition that gender isn't different than sex. Can you derive that contradiction?
Yes, sex is adult, or sex is the descriptor of. Gender is the grammatical descriptor of sex. Therefore, there can't be a disconnect for the two. The two are the same. Your critique could literally be offered of any term about anything ever. In fact, it could be offered about the very nature of reality, because I could say it is not a logical impossibility that all of us right now are just brains in a vat and this is all simulation. And actually the term sex doesn't even exist. A simulation programmed that term into our brain today. Isn't that logically possible that that could be the case? Would you agree with that, Brandon?
Yeah, sure. So you're granting the argument as sound.
No, so therefore we
so which premise do you disagree with? Premise 1 or premise 2?
If you let me finish, then you'll hear. Therefore, you would say that we are never able to say there are any exclusionary definitions of any term ever, because hypothetically there could be a world where that has been imprinted in our mind by androids or something like that. That's your argument?
This message is sponsored in part by...
I apologize for the interruption, but Mr. sent in a big 50 on Cash App and said, horse lady video. So there you go, Mr. I hope you enjoy. Thank you for the Cash App. I appreciate you. My apologies, Brandon. I did cut off whatever you were going to respond with.
Yeah, no worries. I just don't understand why I'm being asked questions, right? I'm trying to figure out which premise you disagree with. It sounds like you granted the first premise, you disagree with the second premise, right? So if you disagree with the second premise, then some sort of contradiction is going to be entailed from the proposition gender isn't different than sex. I'm waiting for the proposition.
I'll play this game, right? I disagree with premise 1. Nothing's logically impossible because theoretically anything's possible.
Oh, okay. So it is the case that the sky is blue, and it's also not the case that the sky is blue. That's logically possible?
Correct, because we could have it imprinted in our... Yes, that's the absurdity of the position you're making. You're telling me... No, I just want to be clear here.
Are you a dialetheist? Do you think true contradictions can exist? That's your view?
Welcome to criticizing your own position. Thank you very much.
It's not my position. You just said that there can be true contradictions, right?
That's correct.
Because understood in classical logic is that contradictions are impossible. So on your view, contradictions can be true.
Yes, that's
correct.
That right? That is correct.
Okay.
Based on
that's fine. No, that's fine.
Thank you. You can be quiet and listen to me explain, or you could continue to be glib. So I'll answer the position for you. When we got to the reductive nature of, you said technically anything's true because we could be brains in a vat that had anything put in. Well, if that's true, if that's your belief, then there's no reason that anything ever should be able to be impossible, because the very nature of reality and what we think is possible and impossible is based on the assumption of the objective things we can see. If all things are possible because we literally could be in a simulation, then that means that something could be contradictory and not contradictory at the same time. Now, your criticism,
my position,
that is your position.
This is just gift of the gab nonsense.
It's not. That's what you're doing, right? And so when
how is that what I'm doing?
Because you're literally saying when it comes to
I gave you an argument, and you had to say that there are true contradictions, right? That's your view. Anybody listening to this is going to think, oh, Rob thinks contradictions can be true. That's fucking insane. Nobody's going to think that you look like a normal person, a sane person in this conversation.
So again,
I've seen the red sky, so
please. Premise 2 is it's not logically impossible for gender to be different than sex. And when I get to it, and I'm like, but it is in this sense because I've defined what gender is. You basically default to, but words could literally mean anything. In fact, we could be in a simulation, so any word could mean anything. Therefore, it is not logically impossible because infinite possibilities exist, particularly when it comes to language. And so
the argument's sound.
Please,
you're granting the argument sound when you say that. So it's a sound argument. You agree that gender is different than sex. You just conceded the whole debate proposition.
I did not.
You
I
just
said,
did. You just okay.
I can't believe, like, if you might learn something if you listen. So let me slow it down for you, and please don't interrupt. If it's true that we grant premise 2 that it's not logically impossible for gender to be different than sex, because all terms in language are infinite possibilities, and that we could literally be in a simulation where words could possibly mean whatever they want. If that's true, and that's why we say we grant premise 2, then it disproves premise 1. Because using that same rationale, when you say if gender isn't different than sex, then it's logically impossible for gender to be different than sex, your answer to why premise 2 should be granted is all things are possible, because we could be in a simulation.
That doesn't
if
follow.
all things are possible, then that means that it is
Nobody
possible.
said all things are possible. You're just making that up.
literally-
Nobody said that.
You literally said that the reason that we should grant premise 2 is because language could mean anything. We could be in a simulation,
say
etc.
that.
Then why could premise 2? Give me examples of when premise 2 could be true.
All premise 2 is saying is that there isn't a contradiction entailed from the proposition gender isn't different than sex. That's all premise 2 is saying.
That's not
you
true.
Granted it. You granted it's
That's
a sound
not
argument.
true. That's
the
not
argument
true.
goes
There
through.
is a contradiction because I define them as the
Give
same.
it.
So the way that I define the terms means that there is no light between them. That it is logically impossible.
Okay, so let's write it down. What do you mean when you say the word sex?
Gender.
And what do you mean when you say gender?
Sex.
Period.
Very informative, Rob. Very good job.
You got
And
it.
which is which?
Sex
Yeah,
is,
so-
I'll explain it for the millionth time. I said, as long as we're not talking about there's a difference because one is the grammatical expression of the other, then yes, it would be an impossibility to say that there's a difference between the two. Because the word literally means sex, which is biological reality, male, female, and then gender, which is the grammatical expression of biological reality, male, female. So if you want to argue, well, the grammatical difference means that there's technically a difference, I said I would grant that. Other than that, no, they're the same. You haven't offered any reason why my interpretation is wrong. You're just said, hypothetically, is it true that there could be, it's not impossible that there could be a difference. That's true hypothetically because we could say language is socially constructed, we're in a simulation, etc. You're like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Therefore, I win. And I'm like, but if we take that to the logical extension, it disproves premise 1 because if anything's possible, because words could have malleable meanings, theoretically, they could. Like, for example, every word that you said
Still
there.
going. He's
right.
still going.
That's right. I am because I'm
He's
disproving your
still
point.
going.
Is it possible that if could mean something totally different than what you think it means? Is that possible?
It depends on who's using the word. Sure.
What do you mean it depends? Is it possible or not? Yes or no?
It's logically possible.
Okay. The next word you use is gender. Is it possible that gender means something different than what you used?
Yes.
Is it possible that the next word is something possibly different than what you use?
None of this entails a contradiction, sure. And
what
you
it proves-
agree with
what it
that.
proves-
You agree with that,
No.
by the way.
Again, and I'll finish.
You
with this.
already granted
what it
it.
What it proves is that you
All
can't
this-
say anything.
All of this jibber jabber isn't helping you.
And
You already said you're
let
weak to a
me
contradiction.
spare you, Rob. Brandon, you got 5 minutes in the back, along with 5 vibes back there as well. Vibe time for your punishment, which is 5 minutes in the back. Think about what you did. There is a dunce hat in the back, and you can wear it high grid.
I'll finish this real point. If every word can mean something different, then you can't say that anything's an impossibility. Because every word within that statement he said theoretically could mean something different, which means nothing within language would be impossible then. Like his criticism of me is exactly my criticism of him. You're taking things to an absurd level saying hypothetically all things are possible, all language is possible, but it doesn't refute the central position that I'm making.
It's beautiful. Grid, do you want to add in to or ask anyone something? Anything?
I had a great conversation with a leftist on my channel tonight, and then I came over to this dumpster fire, and I'm going to bed. You guys are
Nobody gives a
insane.
shit about that stuff.
Good night, Grid.
I'm
night,
kidding.
Grid.
I'm not going to bed just yet, but golly, what in the world is going on over here? I've never heard such rambling nonsense in my entire life, and I've listened to Democrats at length. My golly, gosh, wow.
Did you have a question to anyone, Grid? We're kind of round robbing it right now.
This is really self-indulgent, Grid.
Yeah,
I am. That's my nature. I'll have to listen for a minute because I don't know
Okay.
what's been asked. I don't want to ask the same thing twice.
That's fine. Flo, did you want to add anything in? Ask anybody a question?
No, I'm coming in fairly cold, so I'll chill for a second too.
I can light a sorry Sarah, I don't mean to interrupt your flow, but I can
Go ahead.
light a fire for
Go
us.
ahead.
Okay.
Have fun with the fire.
Okay, so this is sort of towards Rob, but anyone, because I know we got a couple new faces. So here's like what you might actually hear at a university from a philosophy professor. I'll try not to bore you. And so you meet like kind of sexy young he she they research assistant, and they ask you to take a survey, and you're surprised because you open a survey, and the only question is, what is your favorite drink? And so you get this survey back, and out of 100 responses, 96 of them say my favorite drink was Starbucks. Well, this is subjective self-reporting, right? Because I could say in a possible world, like I could talk to these people and say, well, don't you like tea? Don't you like energy drinks? Don't you like? What if you had just gotten a beer with like, a close friend or something like that, and you're trying to understand sort of the implications. This is where I land the plane, right?
Thank God.
If I'm talking about sorry, Dusty. If I'm talking about sex and gender, as a scientist, something I would say is that, well, I have to look at like sort of what the genes can actually say, but I have to treat these sort of subjective opinions that people share like they're bullshit, because they don't mean anything. You can say anything. You can picture a world where people say different things. And so at the end of the day, the only sort of concrete description that exists is what do your genes say? What sort of functionally can we say with confidence from science? And then that is talking about what genes do. That is talking about expression, period, end of story. And there is no, comparing it to other things, there's no controversies that could ever possibly come up because of this.
Yeah, sweet. Gender is biological reality. Thank you so much. We'll take it. I don't know how that was torching me.
What was that?
No, because it's shaving off. Rob, if you came up and just said that, you would have been talking for 30 seconds.
Well, no, but you understand Mel's argument is that's not what we should look at. We should say that self-identity is important. I agree with you, though. The whole debate was about why that's a bad idea. You make one succinct point there, but you understand the debate's a little different. Mel's making points, too, that we have to refute, and we have to give different examples as why it ought be the case what you're saying. But yes, your individual preference on something like I like pizza, right, and asking people what's your favorite food, and so many people say pizza, that doesn't change the nature of what pizza is, right? So the descriptive of what does the term pizza means is different than the sort of preference of whether or not you like pizza.
Yeah, but Rob, this is what I'm saying is if you're
basically he's telling you
pizza,
you're just giving Duck, you're just giving like an elementary answer or response to the prompt in and of itself. What Rob's trying to explain to you is, yes, you're right, that works, but it's not the overall understanding of the prompt. We can't just give a one sentence answer and I won the debate, because Mel is going to come back and refute with other points. And it's just going to go back.
That's confusing me now, because I thought I was saying that this whole platform, the floor totally, like, I know people hate floors, but there's
you look nice today, Duck. Your analogy was terrible, but you look nice.
Yeah, the analogy is sort of a non sequitur, but I was trying to bring it back in that preference is different. But yeah, the analogy doesn't really make sense, right? Because your preference on what you like to eat has nothing to do with should we say that gender is an expression of biological sex or not, right? Whether or not people like Starbucks is completely irrelevant to that question.
It does, though, because we also see then we see the Bible Belt Christians going around the United States and boo, boo, boo. But all of a sudden, then there's all this science coming out of nowhere. I don't know where this came from. I don't know where it happened. And all of a sudden, it's not just trans mental health or what healthcare says, what the data says about these hot button issues. And so if I can be charitable and say, well, Rob, you get a political opinion, you also get to be informed by that scientific worldview. If you want it to be a worldview, like, I'll even say that's fine. Let me tell you and show you what researchers actually talk about, what biologists actually think, instead of quoting these Joe Rogan conspiracy theorists about what gender and sex is.
Enjoy
I mean, I
your
guess.
time in the back, Duck.
Thanks,
Thank
Duck. It's nice
you.
hearing from you. I have 5 more minutes, and then I got to
Okay,
run. I'm
I
not
want
trying
to
to be a
hear. I
jerk.
want to let. No, you have gone over and beyond what you initially promised. Zers, did you have something to add? You've been quite quiet.
Yes. Yes. I actually had a question for both parties. It looks like Mel's been quiet for a while, so I don't know if my question to Mel was any good. By the way, I am going to clip that little spurg there, just to let you know. Now, I come from a generation where, you know, we would hear something like, it's a girl would tell another girl, hey, why don't you go date Joe or something? And she'd go, oh no, he's a little sissy boy. Or you would also hear a group of men sitting around talking about how he was a girly man or something when a man was unable to work as much as them. And this primarily was in the heterosexual straight culture, not necessarily in the gay culture or the transgender. At the time, there was no such thing as a transgender culture. And what there were gay people and there were drag queens. And what I was wondering, you know, is what we're basically looking at is there has always been, and in other cultures, there's nations where there's a third sex that they actually worship, that third sex. I can't remember the exact nation, but there is a nation that they actually worship a third sex. That's Google. You can search it up.
Sex or
third
sex or third gender?
A third gender. Sorry, not a third
That's
sex.
no problem. Yep.
Yeah, not a third sex, a third gender, because there's other than abnormalities where you get XXY, XY, what combinations of confusion, you know, you basically have for the most part 2 genders. So when we're talking about somebody who's going to be transgender, you know, we have somebody like this house right here. This house would be like, let's say this would be a what is it? A English farm home, I believe it is, New England farm home. And this house is absolutely a New England farm home. There's nothing you can do to this house ever to change it from being a New England farm home. Well, you know, it is, and it will always be. So that we can look at as sex. And then we have, like, let's say a modern home, a more modern contemporary home. And that home you can never make really into a New England farm home, not without knocking the whole roof off and starting different structures and stuff like that. Unfortunately, inside of this house, now what we're talking about when we're saying gender, what we're talking about when we're saying gender is what the person thinks they are. Do they really think that they are, you know, they can be the house, but in that house is this contemporary home. So if you're sitting inside of this home, I know you as an outside viewer and me as an outside viewer see that person as a clown. They got a contemporary home inside of a modern farm home or inside of an English farm home. So but the person inside feels like their home is contemporary, but it is still sexually the farm home and vice versa. You can have the modern home be totally a farmhouse inside. And this is what I think that Melanie is arguing, is that each individual person inside feels something different. And you made this argument while you were speaking by saying that is the sky green? To some individuals, yes. To some individuals, yes, the sky is green. Does that mean the sky is green? No, the sky is blue. The sky is blue. That's its sex. But to that individual, there's nothing you can do to ever change them from seeing the sky is green, because that's the way their brain interprets blue.
Okay,
So
they're
you're
wrong.
trying to
They're
have a
objectively. So we'll answer this real quick. One, that proves that they're objectively wrong. By the same way you said there's no way that this New England farmhouse could ever be anything but a New England farmhouse. Please let me finish.
Yeah.
And so if I said, no, actually, that's not a New England farmhouse, that's a modern house, you by definition of saying it could never be anything but a New England farmhouse prove that you're saying that I would be wrong. I'm objectively wrong because your definition was it could never be anything else. So I am mistaken. I am looking at it wrong. And the other thing that you did was you literally literally, like, this occurs all through this debate with Mel and with other people that have come in here. You start under the assumption of, I'm correct about what the definition of gender is. Now, let me give you descriptors of what that definition is. Therefore,
Well,
it
wait a
proves, please, let me finish. Therefore, it
Okay.
proves that my
Can you
definition
do it
is
kinda quick,
correct.
'cause I speak
I'm
very fast.
fundamentally arguing that, no, you are wrong.
No, you
That's
don't.
not what the definition of gender is.
I speak
And give
slow, but it
example,
doesn't
and
take
then-
me long to say what I need to
Oh
say.
my God.
does,
Okay,
Jesus.
let me just say something
Sorry,
real quick, because y'all are fucking just pulling me in all sorts of directions this evening. And I didn't get a long enough nap to deal with this shit on a fucking Friday night when I could be doing 10 million other things or even so much as sleeping. Stop fucking interrupting. It's not that fucking hard to shut your goddamn mouth. Really not that fucking hard. So let Rob finish. He just said he only had 5 minutes. Shut the fuck up, Rob. Please continue.
And I just want to say, as a meta point, like, I know I'm quite verbose and I lack brevity. That's absolutely true. But the people that are criticizing me, like Zare there and Mel, you guys go on big, long tangents too. And I sit there and let you do it. So it becomes awkward, like, when you're criticized, you're too long-winded. Like, dude, you just went off on a long story that said, look, the inside of the house could look different than the outside of the house. Therefore, gender. No, you haven't argued why it is that gender is about self-identity. I provided examples all through the debate that showed that's not the way most people use it. That's not the way that most studies used it. It's only people that are when we say, for example, should there be segregation between men and women prisons, everybody goes yes, because they're assuming that it means biological reality. When we talk about men making more than women, everybody knows that those studies are talking about biological reality. That is the way it is. That is the way it used to be before John Money and others changed this that were radical queer theorists in the 1950s. And that's the way it ought to be, because the alternative, if we just say that anything could mean anything, that man just means whatever you think man means and it's subjective, is disastrous, because it renders the term meaningless, because each of us would have no idea what you mean by men, because it could mean a million different things to a million different people. That's it.
Okay. So when you said man up, what did you mean when you said man up? Do I need to get extra chromosomes, or do I need to grow a longer yang, or do I need to get more? I mean, what do you mean? I stepped on a nail. I'm screaming like a little girl, and you said man up. How do I man up? Do I become more man somehow, or do I act in a social manner that is
Flo,
constructed in the way that you?
Can you answer loud and clear what you said? I heard it.
Stop being a bitch.
Thank
Right.
you. That's what we mean by that.
Right.
What does it have to do with biological sex?
It has to do
It
with
didn't change my sex, but I do understand what you meant.
I already went through this exact sample with Corinth, who's very well spoken, and I enjoyed that conversation. I recommend you go back there. To summarize it as quickly as possible, man up means to act like a man. Saying to act like a man itself, by definition, is saying act like the characteristics of the thing we're talking about. That does not prove that man doesn't mean biological reality. And to further argue Corinth's point, what I would be happy to talk to him in the future about this is, if we say, but that proves that man could have two possible definitions, then the same would be true of any noun. Literally any noun in the English language, because we could say it means the thing it is. A tree means what we know biologically a tree is, but it could also mean to act like a tree. And so we would say literally every noun has the definition of what it is and to act like it, which again renders it redundant. And I'm still correct.
It doesn't render redundant. This is the entire basis of the majority of poetry in the history of the English language. This is all of poetry. This is all of metaphors.
Name
But
one
it in
noun.
fact can. Check this out. I have a video that I'm going to be putting. Well, you were talking to me a second. I waited. I have a video that I'm going to be putting out on my channel a few days ago. It wasn't planned around this show at all. I had decided to play it because I thought it was funny, mainly because there was a novelty toy found at the police scene. What we had was a female. What we had was a female that was
like, you're running all over the place. I'm just done with it. I'm done with this panel. Rob and Mel. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna let Rob and Mel give like a final statement. I'm gonna let Flo, Grid, and Reese. You seem cool. Everybody else, I'm just booting for the night. I'm done. I'm so fucking done.
I support this decision, actually.
Thank you. I
I'm actually all right
apologize.
with it too.
Jason, you are cool. I apologize, but I'm fucking done. So here's what I'm going to do. Rob, I know you have to go. If you want to go ahead and give like a final thought, tell everybody fuck off, whatever you want to do. Go for it.
Yeah. First off, I have to say, despite the constant interruptions with Mel, I actually thoroughly enjoyed the conversation. I think that it gets a little exacerbating when you hear, like, particularly people that come in. Like, I think there's no doubt that Mel's conversation with me, again, despite the interruptions, at least we had sort of a flow that was going. People come in with these, like, big stories that you don't know where they're going, and it's like it's a little more difficult. But I thoroughly enjoyed my appearance here, and I'm not going to talk about the specific issue here. I just want to say, Sarah, I thought you were a reasonable moderator. Mel, despite the differences of the interruption and stuff, I enjoyed a conversation, would have a conversation with you again. I enjoyed the sort of panel discussion afterwards. I think that it's sort of reductive, the way we talk about this. Semantics isn't necessarily my favorite thing, but it was fun. And I enjoy the content of being able to discuss things with different people. Would be happy to come on again, and really appreciate, maybe I need to become less of a pisshead to less glib or whatever, but it's fun. And I hope everyone enjoyed it. I hope Sarah made a shitload of money and sort of subscribers and everything. And I hope Mel did too. I think that would be fantastic. So
Thank you, Rob. I appreciate that. Mel, your final thoughts?
Oh, I was waiting for somebody to actually say something directly against me, if you don't mind.
I'm going to head out then, Mel. Take it easy, Mel and Sarah. We'll see you.
See you, Rob.
Holy shit. Holy fuck. Fuck. What is happening? Listen, props to Andrew Wilson, because this shit, you have to understand that I'm just a redneck, right? I'm just a fucking redneck. I'm no scholar. I'm not someone who's a linguistic that's sitting here. I'm not looking at like the etymology of words. I'm pretty simple. That's it. I think I could do a hell of a job arguing that stuff, but god damn. Like, I like Corinth a lot, but if your argument is actually every noun in the English language has two definitions, the thing that it is and acting like the thing that it is, it's like, yeah, I guess if you want to make it that reductive, so therefore we could never say that there is a definition of any noun, not one. Like that sort of, then the dude that comes in, it's like, well, theoretically it's possible, like premise one, premise two. It's like, holy shit. Yes, you're right. Theoretically, it could be possible that there is a definition of gender and sex that are different. I've argued why that's not the case, but theoretically, in the realm of possibility that we could say we're in a simulation, etc., I guess that's theoretically possible. Aha! Then you grant the premise that we could never say that anything is a definition of anything because all things are theoretically possible. Okay, but that disproves premise one, because if all things are theoretically possible, then it's theoretically possible that contradictions aren't necessarily impossible, right? How dare you? That's so fucking childish that you would say that. It's like, holy fuck. And Mel with the constant interruptions, and it's sort of like just the performative contradictions that Mel makes all through the place. Yeah, we should have segregations between men and women prisons. Okay, why? Well, men commit more violent assaults. Can you show me a study? Oh, you don't know the studies say that? No, I do. And what those studies are talking about are males. That's what they're talking about. They're using the term men. We all say men commit more violence, but the studies that back that up and the statistics are about biological males. That's what they're about. They're not about, well, actually, when we say men, we mean that we asked every single person and they all had their own proprietary definition of what a man is and whether or not they identified as being a man or not. And this is how the statistics came out. That's not what anyone means by that. Yes, you could say that with any given term, there are always exceptions to the rule. And if you think this is not true, try to define anything. Try to define chair. Try to define cat. A cat is an animal with 4 legs. Not true. Not all cats have 4 legs. Okay. Well, it has fur. Not true. Not all cats. Okay, it has a tail. Not true. Not all cats have tails. There could be abnormalities with every descriptive factor that you say about a cat, even at the chromosomal level. But we still know what a cat is. We still know what the definition is, right? And to have to get so fucking reductive that you go through these things over and over and over. It is not my cup of tea. And I hope that I did you all a service and was able to argue that effectively and articulately. If it was up to me, I think a broader conversation that's not so pedantic would actually have more utility. But it is what it is. This is what people chose that they were going to attempt to argue. Yeah, it's not a bad question, Lewis. Why is gender a doing rather than a being? Even like I was thinking about this like before the debate started, like, how do you know you're transgender? Well, because I have an incongruence about what I think that men and women should present as. But what if you don't? Like, if it's possible, if being a woman just means you have an idea of what the characteristics of woman are, and each of us could disagree with what those characteristics are. You could think a woman someone with long hair. I could say, actually, I think a woman someone with short hair. And neither can say, because the definition of woman has to do with the characteristics, and the characteristics are subjective to each of us, then none could say that either of us are wrong. So not only can our definitions of what the characteristics are of a woman be completely diametrically opposed, but then further than that, you could still be a woman by rejecting the characteristics in the way you present. So if you're a lesbian who thinks the characteristics of a woman's being meek and long hair, etc., so you shave your head bald and become Butch, you're still a woman because you identify as a woman. So you could disagree on the characteristics and still intentionally subvert expectations and present the other way, and all things make you a woman as long as you identify as a woman. That's the only characteristic. Can't you see why that definition becomes completely meaningless? The entire point of defining terms is there needs to be some sort of agreement that when the sender sends out a message, that the receiver of the message has some idea. For example, if I'm in here and I'm speaking like Aramaic and none of you understand it, then what's the utility of the conversation? It's just sounds. All you're hearing sounds. It's like, I don't know what that means. They're just sounds. You might be able to get cues of what I'm trying to say based on my facial expression, my tone, my body language, but ultimately the language itself and the terms I'm using mean nothing. Similarly, if you say, I think the word tall means whatever I think it means, I could think the word tall means fire truck. Theoretically, I could do that, right? Why not? Then what's the definition? What's the utility of the term? Tall could mean anything to anyone. I suppose because language is, quote, socially constructed, but then the utility of the term goes out. That's why we have agreements within languages on what terms mean, because there's no utility elsewise. So, all right. We're going to get to super chats and then I'll ask some audience questions, but I think I have a lot of super chats to get to. Then I'm going to have to add them up and see if I got how much. Which money are we going for today? That's right. You guessed it. $375. That's what I'm sorry. Oh shit. $357. That's what we're going for. Let's see where we were. We'll just read them all. Pentuple for $5. Thanks so much. Says the new era begins. Some of these I'm going to go through fast because they were already read before the debate. Steve Granger, thanks again for the $5. Naughty Germ for $5 says to all, even you. Yes, you in the chat reading this, even you. Thank you so much. Flim Talk for $10 says this should be like 3% of the Goa. 357. Thank you so much. Travis Rice, $10. Thanks. Well, it was about the time I realized that Rob was about 8 stories tall and was a crustacean from the Paleozoic era. Get to the tree 57. We all know Chef's dad. It's too bad he became a crazed like Scientologist, huh? Next, we have Vita for $2 says, where's Jess Gerald when you need him? Totally agree. Jess, one of the whales around here. I'll bet that a chat came in from Jess Gerald here somewhere. Travis Rice for $5 says, to fill your gazebo with socks, we'll happily do. American Nacho, $7.99 says, I think so still get you a pair of socks at Dollar General. Love me some Dollar General socks. Naughty Germ for $5 says, Futurama Fry impression. Shut up and take my money. Fredo Fonzarelli for $357. Thank you so much. $350 says, heard you need some socks, so here about $350. Thank you. EOD for $5 says, for the children. John Rock for $2 says, my bad, it's work. Super busy. Hope it slows down by debate. Thank you. I think it did. Stank Jesus, $5 says, I refuse to be called Norbiter. Stay solid, man. You are a Norbiter. Sorry. You could refuse all you want, but I subjectively can call you anything I want. Have we learned nothing? Steve Granger for $5 says W for Rob. Thank you. That was early in the debate too. Already getting dubs. Corey Barton for $5 says, here's your big Qatar paycheck. Or is it Qatar? I will take it. Grifton even from Middle Eastern countries. Thank you. Naughty Germ gifts 5 memberships. Thank you so much. John Ruck for $2 says, self-referential. How do you even spell it? I got it. Fredo Fonzarelli for $5 says, Big Rob pulling up at that frying pan. Thank you. I'm trying. I was smacking with it. Steve Granger for $10 says, for the grift. We'll take it. Jess Gerald, I knew he'd be here. Thanks as always. Jess says, for $10, sup Norbiters. Make sure to show Sarah some love. Not the Furby. The Furby bothers me a lot. And it bothers me that I let it bother me so much. But I'm gosh darn bothered. I too am slightly bothered, though. I thought it could have gone worse. It was just constant interruptions and bad argumentation. It could be worse, I guess. John Barrett for $2, thanks as always, says Vegemite and government cheese would have stopped Furbies. Probably true. Brock Van Wagner for $20 says, if genitals don't define gender, then why does chopping it off affirm it? This is a great point. Thank you so much. John Ruck for $2 says, Zer, second guess, bimodal. Nope. So we have a word of the day, and we're trying, you have to have the first person with the super chat. I used a word in the debate that I often, that I would never really use, and I tried to use it over and over again to see if someone could super chat what they thought the word of the day was, and the first person gets all sorts of accolades. John Lee up next for $5 says, the man in the falsetto voice, femname, and Fox avatar is still a man, one demanding to be affirmed in a fiction or else their feelings will be hurt. Thank you, John. Oh, here we are. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our winner. Magus Head for $5 says, glib? Really? Give it up, everyone, for Magus. Yes, the word of the day was glib. Ah! So I wrote it down just so no one could accuse me of cheating for Magus or anyone else who ended up winning. Maybe if I can find the damn page. Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go. So there's the date, and there it is. The word is glib, the word of the day. Congratulations. We will enter Magus's name in my Ask Me About My Pronouns notebook. Forever, Magus, you will be in my Ask Me About My Pronouns. So, Magus, yeah, you did it, man. The Hall of Fame. Thank you so much, Magus, for the $5 and for being correct. Balsania for $2 says, schema. Yeah, loved it. Jess Gerald for $10 says, if a trans woman stole my backpack and ran into a crowd, I'd tell the officer, it was obvious a trans dude over there. Red dress, Adam's apple, blonde wig, thick knuckles. Go get him. Little Gremlin for $5 says, you're laying out your points very well tonight, Rob. Thoroughly impressed. Thank you. I'm glad someone was impressed. I hope more of you were. John Ruck for $2 says, schema. Third guess, self-referential. Nope, it's not schema or self-referential. It was glib. Jess Gerald for $10 says, W. Rob stylistic rhetoric. I try. Thank you. Jess Gerald gives another $10 and says, 357. Legatus Faith gives 10 memberships. Thank you so much. Legatus, I think maybe. K Blue for $5 says, first ever super chat just for you, Rob. I believe in you, bro. Thank you. I'm humbled. First super chat. What an honor that I've received. Thank you, K Blue. Give it up for K Blue. First super chat ever given to me. Singles Dad Club for $20 says, man up equals stop being emotional and do your role. Provide, protect, and lead. Many people in this panel, excluding Rob, are feminist. Lil PP wearing B-Otch is man up. Couldn't agree more. AB, member for 3 months, says, is Rob cooking? I thought I was cooking. I hope you guys did too. Felix gives the $3 super sticker. Thanks so much. Single Dads Club for another $10 says, Texas by Corinth on the left. Have this big grandiose definition in order to sound intelligent but confuse people. Let's get back to pigs. P's and V's. Yeah, the problem with Corinth's definition or interpretation is literally every noun would have multiple definitions. And so therefore, it would technically be incorrect to say there is a definition of anything that's a noun, at least. Lord of the Nerds for $2 says, well done tonight, champ. Thank you. Single Dads Club for $5 says, gender is a social construct, period. Disagree. American Nacho for $5 says, send the quack to the back. Unfortunately, that was a common low-tier college-level argument. I don't even know what Duck was trying to make. Intel Wild for $20 says, shout out to Rob. Thank you, Intel. Appreciate it. And for another $20 says, for your patience, bro. Yeah, maybe I could have handled the constant interruptions a little better, but it was just getting frustrating by the end of it. Look, No doubt I am too wordy and I need to work on brevity. That's certainly true. But I think that it was basically equal to us, me and Mel were talking at long periods of time. And I think that it's night and day. There are a couple times where I would interrupt here and there, but it was like every single time I talked with Mel within like 5 seconds. So, Randy West, thank you so much for becoming a new member. Appreciate it, man. Lord of the Nerds for $10 says a 5-minute read on entomology.com for gender will verify its use when gender abolitionists attempted to co-opt it. In fact, became preferable over sex in Victorian times to be less lewd. I mentioned that in the beginning of the debate, but I never got back to that point. Tainted Holy, thank you, man, as always, for $5. Says, oh my God, Rob, you killed Kenny. You bastard, thank you. And lastly, Lazy Eyes for $5 says nothing, but we appreciate it nonetheless. In fact, we appreciate it even more. So I'll tally those up before I leave, but I'll ask the audience, how do you think I did? Not really my cup of tea, arguing entomology and sort of semantics to that degree. But John Ruck says I got $255. We got $100 to go. We got it before I leave tonight. I'm grifting $100. Now, if it wasn't worth sitting through that damn struggle session with defining words to mean anything, if that's not worth $357, I don't know what is. But yeah, I hope people think that I did well. I thought I did very well. I thought that it's difficult, right? Sort of when the constant interruptions are coming in, sort of the broad, like getting off into the weed stuff. Thank you. I'm glad. It's like when Kramer used karate on the kid. I thought so. Thank you, little gremlin. I appreciate it. Yeah, I thought it was a good night. I really do. Now, I will say that the chat did give 47 different donations, which I incredibly am thankful for. So even if we don't get to the 357, it's been an incredible support. Can I explain why gender isn't a social construct? Sure, because gender is the grammatical description of sex. It's it. There is a biological reality to it. If it's a gender construct, then it means it could mean anything. Technically, you're right that all language is a social construct because as society, we all agree on what terms mean. But normally when people are saying that things are a social construct, they're saying that there's not a stable definition rooted in some form of objective reality. Because we could literally, like we all right now, theoretically, because all language is a social construct, we could theoretically say from now on, hat will mean shoe. So when I say I have a new hat, that literally means the things that you put on your feet. That's hypothetically possible, and so therefore you could say, well, there is no definition of hat because the definition that we've agreed on is just a social construct. So if we all agree tomorrow to change the definition of hat, then it changes. Therefore, there is no objective definition of the word hat. And technically that could be true, right? But in reality and pragmatically, the way that would play out, it would mean that all language is worthless. And we could never say that there's any definitions of anything. Again, it gets back to sort of the point with that person that came with the premises. Yes, we could say that all things are if you're religious, all things are possible within God. God could change the function of the way the world works tomorrow if he chose. If we're in a simulation, all the rules, gravity could be down and up and, you know, black is white. What's the, from, what movie is it? Ghostbusters. Cats and dogs getting along, right? Like, that's theoretically, that's why I say that no, gender actually has a stable meaning. Grammatical expression of biological sex. That's what it means. John Ruck, $2 says, I'm a poor, but I like to support you. 357. Thank you. I also am a poor. Hopefully soon to not be a poor. Thanks to you all's generosity. Thank you. Lord of the Nerds for $5 says, you should review Sitch and Adam reviewing Dyer verse Not So Erudite. I want debate, critique, inception. I'll review that, and then I'll review myself reviewing it. How about that? Magus says, you should just concede that it's a construct and follow up with the fact that it has a basis in reality. But again, that makes it undifferent than every other term. All terms have some basis in reality, and all terms would be construct. So when we're defining terms, what you want, it's actually, I should have made this argument, right? It's actually antithetical to why we have language when Mel says we want to define terms as broadly as possible. Actually, the opposite's true, right? We actually want, the reason we're defining terms is to exclude other things from it. We want the words to mean as specific as possible. That way we have a more specific understanding. Right? So we want the word beagle to mean a specific type of dog. We want it to meet that. If we said, but then if we use the term beagle, that's exclusionary to other types of dogs. Therefore, beagle should mean all dogs. Yeah, that's more inclusive, I suppose. But then the term uses utility. Dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria, that's it. Oh, my wife had to kill a spider in the bathroom. Will I be reviewing Andrew's whatever debate? Possibly. Legata says, Rob, there's an interesting theory that part of the Western world's success over the past 50 years was because English was one of the most precise languages for conveying information. I could believe that. I could. Yeah, gender's just sex, right? All right, who's going to donate? Like, there we go. Intel Wild for $5. Thank you. Says, you versus Destiny and whatever. Would you do it? Sure. I debate pretty much anyone. Like, there are types of debates that I would be hesitant to take. Like, I don't know if I want to do the traditional whatever, like, panel where it's like a bunch of OnlyFans girls and it would be like, rate them out of 1 to 10. I'll be like, I don't know, man. I don't know about any of that. Like, I don't know that I'm interested in that. But as far as going on that platform and having a serious debate with someone, sure, I would do that. Good. It wasn't his best performance, Rob. Who do you mean? Me? Andrew? Who are you talking about? I got to grift harder. See, Paul Page is thinking of sending money, but he's like, you got to grift harder. All right. How am I going to grift harder? I acted like a big tough guy there, but I have to concede Mel was right. As someone who's transitioning myself, we are perpetual victims. I see the way people look at me. I feel the hatred in their hearts. They demand that I stay in a box that they've crafted for me along with the rest of society. But I understand that all things are fluid. Life is a perpetual state of transition. To deny that would be the real denial of objective reality. No longer will I be fearful and hide in the shadows, afraid to tell the world who I really am. I'm proud to say that I am transitioning. Studies show the first few months of when a person transitions is the most dangerous. It's difficult for their mental health. Outsiders may attack them more. That's why I'm asking you to support me through this difficult transition. A small donation of just $5, $10 could help ease my mental anguish. But more than that, it could show the world we're no longer going to accept people that are bigoted to folks like me that are transitioning. I'm going to keep fighting the good fight. I'm going to become the person I always knew that I could be. I don't care what terms you use for me. I'm going to complete this transition. I thank you so much for your incredible donations. And know this. If you don't donate, I don't blame you. But I may no longer be able to achieve the goals that I wanted with my brave transition. Thank you so much, everyone. All right. There you have it. You can also donate to PayPal at Robert Knorr and buymeacoffee.com at Rob Knorr. But Rob, you say, isn't it true that all words could mean whatever you want them? So when you say PayPal, PayPal could actually mean Cash App, and at Robert Knorr could actually be at Mel Cosmic Fox. Theoretically, couldn't that be true? And when you say send money, in reality, sending money could mean anything. So you could be talking about sending socks or something to that effect. I guess hypothetically that's all true. But I'll tell you another thing that's true. Maybe. We're talking here. That QR code doesn't lie. Objectively, that QR code will take you to my Buy Me a Coffee link, where you could become a monthly member or donate to me in other ways. I'll happily take that money during my transition or anytime thereafter. Thank you so much. I hope you appreciate the grift that I'm doing. I'm going to continue to stay on here until I get the amount of money that I find sufficient. And if I have to leave tonight without getting that money, there will be punishment, probably in the form of me doing some terrible karaoke in the near future. I will convince my audience that if I do not get enough donations, I will punish you thoroughly by showing you just how much of an untalented quack I am in everything except talking politics and debate. I'm prepared to do it. So it would behoove my audience here to send in those super chats so we can at least get to 357 for tonight. Now, I will tell you what I'm going to be up to come tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'm going to bed. I'm going to sleep in. That's what I'm doing. I've been going to bed every night at like 3:34, sleeping terribly because I got a lot in my mind with this crazy situation from my former job, and then waking up at like 7. So getting like 2 hours of sleep, and then prepping for debates for me, prepping for debates for people on the Crucible, dealing with my old job that I'm trying to quit, but I still have to keep dealing with this stuff, going to medical appointments, going to T-ball practices. So I think I've earned a little sleep. So tonight, when I go downstairs after I make my 357, I'm going to sleep like a baby. Now, I know what you're thinking. Baby? Define baby. You said sleep like a baby. Does that mean the characteristics of a baby? Or does that mean that you're saying that you are biologically someone who's an infant? Well, to answer that question, I say, I'm tired of this bullshit. That's what I say. Single Dads Club for $20. Thank you, says, but gender has morphed into something else. It can have infinite meanings, which has been proven. Sex is definite. Gender is not, based on society. Right. They have bastardized what the term gender means, and so the way they're using it is the social construct of what you're talking about. I reject that and say, no, we take the term gender to mean what it was always intended to mean, which is a grammatical descriptor for biological sex. I'm taking it back, baby. That's what I'm saying. Of course, the way they use it's nonsensical. Intel Wild gives $5 and says, transitions are very difficult. Please take my grift donation. Thank you. Lazy Eyes for $5 says, to ease your transition. Thank you. You guys are the best. And Single Dads Club, you've been so generous the past couple days. Thank you again. Gives another $10. I got to be close. Who was running the tally? Someone was running the tally. Now, just so you know, Avarice reached out to me and said, apparently there's fancy like Stream Elements apps you can put up that will keep a tally so I won't have to try to do math, nor will anyone else. I don't even know. Can you guys see all of the super chats so that you could tally them up? Because if so, I could make someone that I know is really good at math, like my wife, add it up. Jay Bowman, Jamal Bowman, the guy that pulled the fire alarm, for $5. Thanks. Says truck driver going through Cincinnati. I had to pull over to give the grift. Keep the good work coming. Thank you. Always love my truck driver friends. And my father-in-law's a truck driver. I think they're some of the best people in the world. Thankless job, tough, long hours. Man, it could beat up on your body too. And so always happy to hear from some truck drivers, especially if they're giving me money. Love that. Thank you. Single Dads Club for another $50. Thank you, says. This is a good one. It says sleep like a tiger. Thank you. I appreciate it. I really do. That's got to be it. Did anybody add that up? Wife, add it up. Oh, yeah. See, this is Andrew Wilson through to the T. It's amazing how good he is at grifting. It's time to hold the stream hostage for a super aggressive, totally obscene profit break. The grift must continue to help fund this great entertainment. Yes, the grift must continue, boys. That's true. I'm telling you, I'm close. I'm well over 400. Okay, never mind. I'll stop being a prick about it then. I was going to say, I'm telling you, I'm close. I'm going to start doing karaoke. Then your asses will see. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't do karaoke because then I'll get demonetized. But if we're over 400, then I would like to wrap up by 2 a.m. here. So we did it. We did it. We are the greatest. Everyone that is not fans of this show in the world, by definition, is a piece of shit. Because my definition of the term piece of shit is self-referential. It means whatever I want it to mean. The only way to not be a piece of shit is to contribute to the 357 fund. So the next time you're at the bar and like you spill your drink over on someone because you're all slovenly drunk and they go, "You piece of shit," you just say, "Not a piece of shit. I donated to 357 fund." And the definition of piece of shit is people that don't donate. So if anything, good sir, it's you that is said piece of shit. And then he'll probably beat the hell out of you, but you know, at least you'll be smug there for a minute. Did anybody else guess that the word of the day was glib? I thought I was making it pretty obvious by the end. I forgot like an hour, like 40 minutes into that beta. I was like, oh shit, I got to use the term glib. And then I used it and Sarah was like, whoa, whoa. And I'm like, oh shit, I'm not really saying that as an insult. I was like, specialist tags for lawyers, mathematicians. It's not a bad idea. It really isn't. Oh, who's buzzing me? Someone buzzing me here. Oh, shit. Now I'm getting offers, man. People want me to do debates and this and that and the other. Schema was said a lot. Yeah, but how would I come up with the term schema before the debate? I never heard that term in my life. Sarah was a good moderator. I'm sure. Let me address Mel's criticism of Sarah. But you just said JimBob interrupts a lot. But there's a difference between interrupting and then the mod finally saying, look, that's fucking it. Done. Stop it. And you keep going, now I'm going to interrupt again. I'm telling you, stop it. Now I'm going to do it again. That's the difference. That's why she said Mel's not welcome back. Not because the interruptions, but because once it was made permanent, like, okay, that's it. Please stop. You kept saying, no, I refuse. Okay, that's what the banning's about. Obscene grift. It's working. Who's texting me at 2 a.m.? It's Discord. It's not anyone texting. Am I going to get yelled at? Yeah, it's unfortunate because, I mean, other than the interruptions are incredibly annoying. But other than that, I didn't think there was anything particularly egregious by what Mel was doing. I mean, they were putting thoughts together. I thought a lot of what was being said was like non sequiturs. By the way, I never got around to being clearly able to address this argument. Well, I did cite a study. No, they cited a paper that said, here are reasons that it's important to consider identity in the concept of gender. What I was asking for is like, and I'm sure there's some study out there that exists, but anytime we say men are more likely than women to, or women are more likely than men to, and then there's some sort of study, 99.9% of the time, that study is going to be referring to men as biological males and women as biological females. That's what I wanted to say to that. And the idea of, but I cited some paper that says identity is good. That's not an answer to the question that I've laid out. That's to the challenge I've laid out. It's just, it's not an answer. All right, let's see if anyone's on. Maybe Sarah's still on. We could raid her. I'm tired though, man. I really am. Oh, wait, no. Yeah. That's what I want. Thank you to my audience. You guys are awesome. donating so much money, sticking through me with such a pedantic topic. And if you're just following me for the first time, like, I think I'm a good debater. I really do. I think I did awesome tonight. I think I kicked ass, if I'm quite honest. That's what I think. I don't even think it was that close, if I'm honest. I thought that Mel wasn't able to handle any of the substantive arguments I made almost at all. And I don't even know what the offense is other than it's better to be inclusive. I just don't think there was any dealing with the argumentation that I was making. And I thought the internal contradictions that were being offered by Mel were obvious. But teach their own, like everybody could think what they want. But understand that like my specialty is debating like normative politics, particularly issues of corruption and double standard by our institutions. So, I mean, I hope that I did you all proud, even talking about sort of stylistically types of debate that I rarely do. But maybe I should do more of them because I thought that I was kicking ass here this evening. Did I get some more super chats? Yeah, Single Dads Club, another $10. Thank you. So Sarah's awesome. I hope she does well. Me too. I like Sarah. I'll be on Sarah's channel the last Thursday of the month, and I'll be debating the prompt. We should mock and laugh criticisms of Trump that come from the media or Democrats. That's the prompt that I'll be debating. And they're going to have a nice little call-in show so people can call in, and Duck could call in and say, it's like when you go to the grocery store and you get a head of cabbage. You take that head of cabbage and sometimes you see a deer on the side of the road. But we all know that it's entirely possible for the moon to be a quarter moon at some point. So when you're picking a pencil that you might need, always remember, it's incredibly important to put shoes on before you walk outside. And I'll say, yeah, Duck, you killed it, man. I don't even know what to say. You crushed it, you know? Awesome point. Next. You know, I don't know. That's what it's like to debate some of these people. And I'm not saying they're mean people or bad people. I'm not saying that. I wish them no animus. I don't. But that's what it's like sometimes. I'm just sitting there like, what are we doing here? What are we talking about? At least as reductive as I thought Corinne's argument was, at least it's an argument. It's worth engaging with, you know? So, yeah. All right. Well, thank you all for the grift. Another day, another dollar. Remember when SpongeBob laughed at that? Another day, another dollar. I need to be more mean to these people. Maybe. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. I'm me. I can only debate like me. Some people tell me I'm too mean. Other people say that I'm not mean enough. The only thing that makes me me is that I'm me. See? I've self-identified. But that's the utility in me. I can't be Andrew Wilson. Andrew Wilson can't be me. I'm not going to pretend. It's a mistake the lefties make. They all try to debate like Destiny, but they suck at it. It comes across as disingenuous. All I could do is be genuine. Sometimes, if I'm in the right mood, I decide to be a huge prick to people. Most of the time, though, I try to be reciprocal to the energy they're giving me. So if they're relatively polite, I try to be relatively polite to them. And I think that stylistically, a lot of times that works for me because a lot of people that are watching, the people that agree with me, it's red meat. They're going to agree and they want me to be more aggressive, right? But I'm also trying to convince people of the lunacy of a lot of these behaviors and beliefs that you see from people on the left. And I think that I'm able to reach audiences that other people don't if I'm not just yelling and screaming like, you're a fucking idiot. Having said that, I call people fucking idiots all the time. So I don't know what I'm talking about here. Single Dad's Club for $10 says, when are you going on Fresh and Fit? I guess when I become fresh and fit. I would go on. I don't know. I'm not like a red pill guy. It's not my forte. You know? When it comes to like apologetics debates, sort of like red pill type stuff, I could debate, you know, I give my honest opinion and debate, but I don't think I got any like takes on anything. Like I sort of believe, you know, that I met my wife and she's awesome and I got lucky. And I got lucky that we're relatively healthy. And I got lucky that my son's relatively healthy and really awesome. That's it. That's, I mean, what I don't know, like, I don't know how to give advice to someone's like, you know, I'm 23 years old, I'm trying to meet a woman and all these women are skanks and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, wow, man, glad I'm married. That's it. That's what I got. So I just don't know how to interact like at that level of like, okay, rate these girls. How would you rate them? Like a scale of 1 to 10. I'm like, I don't know. I don't give a shit. I rate my wife really fucking attractive. That's how I rate it. That's all I give a shit about. I can acknowledge when people are attractive or not, but I just don't give a shit. I don't. But that's it. So I don't know what the point of me going on to a show like that if they're just gonna sit there and be like, yeah, you're like the most fucking boring guy in the world. You're like basically got no takes. And it's like, if you'd have brought me on to talk about politics, I'd have had some fire takes. But it's like, well, if he has a political channel, that's different. Same with whatever. I would go on whatever and do the political debates, of course. But the general idea of me sitting in a room with a bunch of OnlyFans girls and being like, yeah, you guys are making a huge fucking mistake here. Like, you're going to devastate your kids, man. That's it. That's like my hot take. It's like, I don't know. Your kids are going to grow up and they're going to find out that this shit happened. You're going to be ashamed, or you're not going to be ashamed. And that's bad too. That's even worse, probably. Single Dads Club for another $10 says, who cares? Is Andrew really red pilled? No, it's your worldview to educate young kids. No, I don't think Andrew's a red pill guy. He talks about descriptors that are commonplace amongst the red pill, but I think he stands apart in that he's offering descriptions that I happen to agree with large amount of them, that you should get married. Now, one potential disagreement that I have with Andrew is I would like to see him make the secular case for marriage more. I understand if you interpret secular as materialistic, he's technically right that there's no good reason from a materialistic perspective that men should get married. Because if it's your goals in life's accumulating the most wealth and possessions, there's almost never a case as a man where that's going to end up better for you if you get married, unless you marry a far wealthier woman. Like, I guess the Dave Chappelle skit where he like knocks up Oprah worked out. But other than that, right, those types of situations. But for me, I don't know, maybe Andrew would agree with this, but for me, I say, even if someone does not share my religion, even if they're straight up not Christian, it is possible for them to value things that aren't of a materialistic backing. And so they could still value things like companionship, having a child, raising that child in the best way possible in a monogamous relationship. I say go for it. If those are the values you have, no matter how you get to those set of values, I think that ultimately, for me, and I think I could objectively make the case, is what ultimately makes people have lives that have more meaning. Not how many cars do you have, how many vacations did you take, etc. It's having a family. It's raising children. It's sticking together with a wife that you love. Do I think your chances of having that occur if you're Christian raise tremendously? Of course. But that's how I feel. Little Gremlin for $5 says, hypothetically, there's a realm of possibility that I'm not actually watching the stream. So it means I'm not actually watching the stream. Sorry, chat. Also means that hypothetically you didn't donate. So you should donate again because hypothetically you didn't. Of course, if you do worry about donating because it would put you in the poorhouse, hypothetically, there's a world in which it doesn't put you in the poorhouse. So all of you should hypothetically donate thousands of dollars right now. I'm liking this subjective language shit. It's great. Single Dads Club for another $10 says, so if you want to have Andrew make the secular case, maybe you can fill in for what you think he's missing, right? Yeah, I'm going to talk to him about it. I know I talked to Corinth about this, and Corinth sort of agrees, but Corinth's a weird lefty. I like Corinth a lot, by the way. Yeah, Andrew and Jake Rattlesnake are going to be doing a show. I think they already do a show, like a weekly or a monthly show. But I will be joining Jake at some point. And I'm sure I'll be joining Andrew at some point. I do not have Cash App yet, to my knowledge. Wife, do I have Cash App? I don't know. I got Venmo? I don't know if I have Cash App. Wife, Cash App? Don't know. Let me see what Kronik says. See, Rob might have a decent argument for the secular to get married. Interesting so far. No one's been able to give us the reason. But he doesn't prescribe state marriage, but ecclesiastically is why. Yes, absolutely, right? And I agree with Andrew on that. I sort of think that the state has no business in marriage. Like, why do I give a shit? Whatever my religious is, if I truly believe that, there is one truth and it comes from my religion and my God, whatever you want to say that type of religion is, why would I give a shit if in the eyes of that God I'm married, but the state says no? Why do I care what the state says about it? Now, legally, I care if the state's throwing me in jail or fining me or shit like that, obviously. But to me, marriage as a legal concept to get financial benefits, the legal partnership when it comes to exchange of finances and shit. All of that exists because the state's involved. But to me, why marriage is important has nothing to do with that. Those things aren't really beneficial to men in most cases. Right? But I think that outside the scope of sort of the legal framework for what marriage is, you ought to want to get married in the sense that you should want a monogamous partner that you're committing yourself to for life that you think will help you have and raise children. Ultimately, as a man, to me, that is the highest value that you could attain in life. In my opinion. It's easy to make that case from this perspective of Christianity because it already prescribes how marriage exists in the eyes of God. It's a union in the eyes of God. Without the God portion, then it's a union that represents what? If it's not state and it's not God, what does marriage mean? Well, I think that you could make the case that it could still mean something in the context of devotion to a human being, in this case, your wife, and a commitment to have children and raise them properly. Theoretically, you don't need the state to sign off on that marriage for that to occur. And maybe you'd say, okay, but then you don't officially get married because of that. But you can make the same case. I would be interested to hear Andrew's argument. Okay, well, let's say I say that I'm married in the eyes of God to my wife, but we never filled out the paperwork for the state. So as far as the state's concerned, we're not married, but we don't give a shit because we feel we're married in the eyes of God. As a man, and if I argued that the legal status of marriage is worse for me, then could you say, yes, no man should actually sign the paperwork for the state to get married, but you should get married in the eyes of God? I don't know. I think Andrew got married through the state, so, it's an interesting question. Single Dad's Club for $5 says, because state makes money. Well, that's true. Oh, it's a white balance issue here. Let's try to fix that. No one told me. I'm up here struggling. I thought I looked washed out. Is that better? I don't know. Yeah, I'm an idiot. The auto white balance thing's a nightmare because we screwed up and have different color of stuff in my background. So I was messing with it the other day and literally I would slide up or something like this and all of a sudden I'd be orange. Then I'd slide back and I would look more like this. I was like, should probably get rid of that. There you go. Chronic nails it. Says pretty much what I did exactly. And she got very mad about it. She wanted the state thing. I refused. It would have cost $40,000 if you get divorced. I'm not really interested at all if people in society get married in the eyes of the state. What I want is people to get married in the concept of truly a loving monogamous relationship that rears children in a loving way. I prefer to get there through the lens of Christianity, but I leave room for people could get there through other means. But I don't give a shit if you sign the paper. I could care less if the state thinks that you're technically married or if they just think you're boyfriend, girlfriend. I don't give a shit. Single Dad's Club for $5 says Orange Man Tan. Thank you. Yeah, the polygamous stuff. Love is grand, but divorce is 40,000. I hear you, man. All right, we got to wrap this up. So I hope you all enjoyed. What's the verdict? Was this content you guys liked? Did you find it to be too pedantic? And you're like, Rob, come on. If you're going to do debates, don't do it against crazy shit like this. Or did this scratch the itch that you wanted to see me smack someone around, even on an area of their expertise, allegedly? Little Gremlin for $5 says, well, if you sufficiently explain in depth where Goku should scale and justify it to satisfaction, I'll donate 20, maybe more. Scale compared to who? In the world of Dragon Ball Z? Or scale when it comes into the world of anime or sort of fictional characters in general? I think in the world of Dragon Ball Z, ultimately, you have to say that Goku's going to be sort of, with the exception of like godlike figures and what have, he's ultimately got to be, as the protagonist, scale is the top. One of the things that's interesting about Saiyans, though, right, is that they're, in effect, their superpower is just being like a character in a video game where they're leveling up, right? So you take someone fictional like Superman. Superman has a set power structure, and there have been times in the comic books where he can increase his power through extraordinary acts like resting in the sun for a large period of time. But hypothetically, unless I'm misreading this, there's no upper limit to someone like Goku, because Goku literally gets stronger the more he fights. So hypothetically, the stronger the entity that he fights, as long as he doesn't die, he will become stronger. So that puts Goku near the top of any sort of scale of any other fictional character from another universe, because even if you could argue they would beat the shit out of him, unless they would kill him, which, if I'm not mistaken, in the world of Dragon Ball Z, death's not really necessarily permanent, because I think Goku's died before and came back. Then it would be real tough to handle Goku, because he would always be able to get stronger and stronger. Even if you beat him 100 times, if he's getting incrementally stronger each time, what's the limits that Goku has? I don't know that. Perhaps I'm unaware. Superman, you know, does he have limits? I guess not. I mean, there was that time where Superman got those weird, like, gravity powers, like, back in, like, the early 2000s. Intel Wop for $5 says, motherfuck Destiny and woke blue-haired Coomer gremlins. The afterlife in Dragon Ball has a limit. I would assume as such. But Ray says, he has to be getting beat, so if he becomes so strong that no one is stronger than him, then his power level would cap. It's been a while, but I think that's how it goes. Oh, that could be... Yes, but even if there is a cap, if you say there's another character without a cap, that implies that character could get stronger, which means the cap would artificially be lifted of Goku. He theoretically only would cap once he is the strongest. I think Goku would eventually beat One Punch Man, unless One Punch Man so overscales that he could kill him in one punch. Now, there is an argument to be made that One Punch Man's the strongest, because this actually dovetails into our discussion today, because the core of One Punch Man is he is a person who beats people in one punch. He is a literary device to prove the absurdity of what would happen if there was a character that literally could outclass to an insane level everything. No matter the preparation they did, no matter the strength level that they had, he is by definition able to destroy them in a comical way. So if you define a person as always destroys everyone, that's the core of who he is, well then, you could say by definition he can't lose. Oh, see, Mr. B, now he's contradicting. He says, One Punch Man isn't limitless. The creator said what Saitama, or whatever, I can't pronounce it, is a level 10 character put in level 1. He's not limitless. Oh, there you go. Doomsday was similar to what I described Saiyans as, where every time he died, he evolved to prevent the way of death from occurring again. So you just keep killing him. You kill him with bullets, then he basically gets reborn with protective armor against bullets. Well, that's not true, Gremlin. Of course you could demonstrably define a character that way because it's in a fictional world. So if I literally created a character that said no matter what, he's 5 times stronger than whoever he's fighting, why couldn't I define a character that way? And you say, yeah, but what about Superman? I'd say he's 5 times stronger than him. Yeah, but what about Goku? 5 times stronger than him. He could never lose. He's always 5 times stronger than every character he's facing. And then it's like, so think of it this way, right? like the world of professional wrestling. Let's say you got, let's say you got the TNA champion, and you got the WWE champion, and you got the AEW champion, right? Well, because it's scripted, just like fictional anime characters would be, if they fight, if the champion from AEW fights the champion from WWE, the one that would win would be which writers have more sway. That's who would win. And you could say, but that doesn't make sense because I don't even know who the champions are anymore. But John Cena is the champion for WWE, and it's clear by any objective metric that he's physically stronger and he has more experience and he's faster than this dude from AEW. But it doesn't matter still. If the writers from AEW had more pull, then that character would win. Same is true of... You can only define a character with characters within his own continuity. Well, that's not necessarily true. And as such, then it would be impossible to sort of do a cross-application. Because even if a character was by far the strongest character in his universe, that no one could touch him whatsoever, there would be impossible to be comparative to worlds outside it. You could say, yes, but we could see by the feats that he accomplished, he was able to move solar systems or something like that. Hypothetically true, but you could also argue, but that solar system doesn't necessarily have the same properties as solar systems in another fictional universe. Maybe that solar system in the DC universe is way stronger and heavier. All right. I've had enough semantic arguments. I didn't earn the $20. I didn't correctly scale Goku's power. I failed everyone. I'm a schmuck. Little gremlin thinks I'm a schmuck. I did it. Well, DC and Marvel have crossed, right? But then intuitively you could say that you can't just scale them based on the people in their universe, because you could now, the scale applies to the worlds exist in the same universe to a context. So if I defined a particular character, the character of, I'm making a comic about JimBob, and JimBob's 5 times stronger than every other character that he ever fights. And you say, yeah, but you can't say that he would beat Superman, because you can only define him comparatively as 5 times stronger to the characters within his own universe. But then I say canonically, there's a crossover with DC, and Superman entered the world. Well, then there's no reason that he wouldn't be 5 times stronger than Superman. Or I could define it as such. Single Dad's Club for $10 says, failure, take my money. I appreciate it. I will take your money. We did it. So far, every day we've had the 357 up. We've nailed it. All right. I seriously got to go. We're raiding Sarah if she's still on. I got to go. Thank you all so much. Corey Barton, thanks for another $2. Says 357. We'll take it. You guys are giving to the grift well. I really appreciate it. In all honesty, I know, listen, it doesn't come natural to me. It really doesn't. I am not a wealthy person. I know what it's like to be tight on money. I've basically been my entire life. I don't really like to ask people for things as much as that's one of the reasons that I never networked very well. Like Andrew Wilson used to yell at me all the time, like, Rob, you do all these shows for people. Why the fuck don't you ask for favors? I'm like, I just don't want to ask people for shit. I understand now, though, if I'm transitioning to this as a career, part of that is asking people for money. So I'm trying to do it in a humorous way, trying to do the grift in a humorous way. And I'm also trying to provide content that I hope you all find entertaining and valuable. So far, either you people are really dumb because you're donating to me and I suck, or you guys are validating that I made the right choice and you appreciate what I do. And I think that's the case, and I really appreciate it. Thank you, HN, for the $3 super sticker. By the way, you've been here practically all night. Thanks, HN. You're always around. Even though we shit on you because you're a lefty, I have to say you're one of the good ones, my friend. You really are. I appreciate it thoroughly. Speaking of, I have people that are saying, hey man, don't be, not only should you not be hesitant to ask people for money, you should fucking force it upon them. And they're probably right. And I'll get better at it. Trust me. But it is something that I'm not used to. I'm really not. So I do appreciate you all making it easy. I hope we're having fun. I feel like I'm having fun. By the way, Speaking of which, all right, one more super chat. We need one more member donation so we get a nice round 70. That will be the amount of super chats that I have gotten tonight. It will be 70 if I get one more. Doesn't matter the dollar amount. However, we're not going to count it unless it's at least 10,000. No, I'm just kidding. One more donation, and it'll get us a nice round 70. How's that sound? Yeah, I'm going to work on some emojis. My father-in-law calls them mojis. He's very impressed with the mojis. Lost Avarice is doing the the Ace Attorney stuff. Rebuttal. There we got it. Single Dad. It's been, man, so generous, man. And created a song for me. And has donated an insane amount of money in the past 2 days. Thank you so much. $20 says go to sleep. And there we go. Lawrence R. Thank you so much. Lawrence says, hello, new sub here. Thank you, man. Always a pleasure to meet a new sub. Welcome to the community. Thank you so much, man. Naughty Germ says for $5. Hope you get more than 70. Well, now I'm up to 72. Now, I don't want to be greedy, but if I got 3 more, that would be 75 individual donations. And 75 seems like a nice number. 72 seems weird. Yeah, Chronic gets it. 75 is a great number. Some much earned needed sleep. Yes, sweet sleep. I know I'm almost there. I remember seeing this Twitch streamer once that did this had a countdown, and every time that someone donated, they had to stay up longer, and they were just like a zombie by the end of it. There it is. Sarah says, sorry I yelled. Not really, but thanks for coming on for $20. Thank you. Sarah, I thought you did a phenomenal job. Sometimes assholes like me need reined in. I'm not going to say that I'm without faults and don't get too wordy and don't interrupt from time to time, but I hope that it was evident to you, Sarah, that I was trying to respect the decorum of your channel. And in addition to that, I was trying to respect Mel somewhat in that I wasn't constantly 5 seconds into them talking, trying to interrupt. So I hope that came across. And I hope that I provided content that your audience thought was interesting. I thoroughly enjoyed the debate. But I don't know that it's the style of debate that I'd want to do all the time because, my goodness, it's just it's so pedantic. Well, what if all words could mean anything? Then what? Then would you still be right? Yeah, I guess not. You got me. Miko Pluto for $2 says weirdo. Thank you. Oh, we did it. Someone did it. Mr. B becomes a member. Mr. B, you've been lurking around here without being a member the whole time? Holy cow. Infiltrating us. Thank you, Mr. B. 75 is a good number, but 80s, and I'm just messing with you guys. You did it. No need to send any more. I'm cashing it in. I'm crying, Uncle. No need to donate anymore. We did it. We exceeded our goal for the evening. Thank you so much. Special thanks to Sarah. I thought she was a tremendous moderator. For a while now, I wanted to go on to her show. Unfortunately, because of my prior work schedule, it just didn't work out with the days that she was normally doing debates. So happy I got a chance. I know, like I said, the last Thursday of the month, I'm going to be debating on there again. And it'll be a whole panel of people on that one too. So I'm sure that'll be fun. I can't wait for that. But shout out to Mel too. Wicked annoying as shit. I don't think best arguments. Clearly a worldview I disagree with. But things have been worse. No hard feelings. And shout out to everyone who called in on the panel as well, even if they were crazy, just ranting and raving about interior house decorating and shit, or premises about anything theoretically being possible. Thanks to that. So we're on a nice round number of 75 donations. I don't know what the total dollar amount is. And quite frankly, since it's over 357, I really don't care. I do care. I hope it's a lot. We did it, boys and girls. We reached our goal at 357 for the night. And by boys and girls, I mean the grammatical expression of your biological sex. I don't give a shit how you identify. So, all right, thank you so much. We'll see you all soon. I cannot promise that I will be streaming tomorrow night, but I may. I can promise you that it's going to be real damn difficult for me to stream Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Because even though I put in my 2 weeks notice, I still have to go to work. And it looks like my work situation is getting crazier by the day, which means I'm probably not sleeping at all at work, let alone having any downtime when I could stream. Like I'm talking about, I'm probably going to be up for like 70 hours straight, grabbing naps here and there when I can. So if you do not hear from me from Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and you say, that son of a bitch Rob, I donated a bunch of money to him because he said he was going to be a full-time streamer and he bullshitted us. He took the money and ran. No, I assure you that the plan is to be a full-time streamer, but I did have to put in 2 weeks notice. The way that may work is I have like 5 weeks vacation saved up. Definitely I'm taking the following week off. I already had the vacation time in for that. So I might end up taking like 4 weeks vacation and then having 1 more week of work. I don't know. But I assure you, raw debate is live. Verbal debate is live or for a raid. Verbal combat. I don't know if Sarah's still streaming, but I already set the raid to her. I don't have the energy to go back and fix it. So anyways, thank you all so much. I really appreciate it. I will be back grifting at the latest next Wednesday, but hopefully I'll be able to stream tomorrow evening. I think I'll be able to get a stream in. I don't know what the hell I'll talk about. A weekend stream might be like, less politics. Thanks, Wickeder Than Thou. I appreciate it. You guys are the best. So, all right, we'll see y'all soon. As always, have a good one.